Forget it. Meadows had been part of this thing, the circle of connected events that had gotten him killed, but not Sharkey. He was street trash, and his death here probably saved someone else's life down the line, but he did not deserve this. In this circle he was an innocent, and that meant things were out of control and there were new rules for both sides. Bosch signaled with his hand to Sharkey's neck, and the coroner's investigator pulled the body away from the wall. Bosch put one hand down on the ground to balance himself, and stared for a long time at the ravaged neck and throat. He did not want to forget a single detail. Sharkey's head lolled back, exposing the gaping neck wound. Bosch's eyes never wavered. When Bosch finally looked up from the body, he noticed that Eleanor was no longer in the tunnel. He stood up and signaled Edgar to come outside to talk. Harry didn't want to have to shout over the sound of the generator. When they got out of the tunnel, he saw that Eleanor was sitting alone on the top step. They walked up past her, and Harry put his hand on her shoulder as he went by. He felt it go rigid at his touch. When he and his old partner were reasonably away from the noise, Harry said, "So what did the techs have?" "Not a damned thing," Edgar said. "If it was a gang thing, it's one of the cleanest I've ever seen. Not a single print or partial. The spray can is clean, no weapon, no wits." "Sharkey had a crew. Used to stay at a motel near the boulevard until today. But he wasn't into gangs," Bosch said. "It's in the files. He was a scammer, with the Polaroids, rolling homosexuals, stuff like that." "You're saying he's in the gang files, but he isn't in a gang?" "Right." Edgar nodded and said, "He still could have been taken down by somebody who thought he was a gangbanger." Wish walked over to them then, but said nothing. "You know this isn't a gang thing, Jed," Bosch said. "I do?" "Yeah, you do. If it was, there wouldn't be a full can of paint in there. No gangbanger's going to leave something like that behind. Also, whoever painted the wall in there didn't have the touch. The paint ran. Whoever did it didn't know about spraying a wall." "Come here a sec," Edgar said. Bosch looked at Eleanor and nodded that it was okay. He and Edgar walked away a few steps and stood near the crime scene tape. "What did this kid tell you? And how come he was running around loose if he's part of the case?" he asked. Bosch told him the basics of the story, that they didn't know if Sharkey was important to the case, but somebody apparently did, or couldn't risk waiting to find out. As Bosch spoke, he looked up over the hills and saw the first light of dawn outlining the tall palms at the top. Edgar took a step away and tilted his head up that way too, but he wasn't looking at the sky. His eyes were closed. He eventually turned back to Bosch. "Harry, you know what this weekend is?" he said. "It's Memorial Day weekend. It's the biggest 3-day showing weekend of the year. Start of the summer season. Last year I sold 4 houses on this weekend, made almost as much as I made all year as a cop." Bosch was confused by the sudden departure in the conversation. "What are you talking about?" "What I'm talking about is, I'm not going to be busting my ass on this case. It isn't going to fuck up my weekend like the last one. So what I'm saying is, if you want it, I'll go to Pounds and tell him you and the FBI want to take it, 'cause it goes with the one you're already working. Otherwise, I'm going to work it strictly as a 9 to 5. "You tell Pounds whatever you want, Jed. It's not my call." Bosch started back toward Eleanor, and Edgar said, "Just one thing. Who knew you had found the kid?" Bosch stopped and looked at Eleanor. Without turning around, he said, "We took him off the street. We interviewed him over on Wilcox. The reports went to the Bureau. What do you want me to say, Jed?" "Nothing," Edgar said. "But, Harry, maybe you and the FBI there should have looked out for your witness a little better. Maybe saved me some time and that boy some life." Bosch and Wish walked silently back to the car. Once inside, Bosch said, "Who knew?" "What do you mean?" she said. "What he asked back there, who knew about Sharkey?" She thought for a moment, then said, "On my end, Rourke gets the daily summary reports, and he got the memo on hypnosis. The summaries go to records and are copied to the senior special agent. The tape from the interview that you gave me is locked in my desk. Nobody's heard that. It hasn't been transcribed. So I guess anyone could have seen the summaries. But don't even think about that, Harry. Nobody... It can't be. Well, they knew we found the kid, and he might be important. What's that tell you? They've got to have somebody on the inside. Harry, that's speculation. It could have been a lot of things. Like you told him, we picked him up on the street. Anybody could have been watching. His own friends, that girl, anybody could have put out the word that we were looking for Sharky. Bosch thought about Lewis and Clark. They must have seen them pick up Sharky. What part were they playing? Nothing made sense. Sharky was a tough little bastard, he said. You think he just went walking with somebody into that tunnel? I think he didn't have a choice. And to do that, it maybe took somebody with a badge. Or maybe somebody with money. You know he'd go with somebody if there was money in it. She didn't start the car, and they sat in it, thinking. Bosch finally said, Sharky was a message. What? A message to us. See? They leave my card with him. They call it in on a no-trace line, and they do him in a tunnel. They want us to know they did it. They want us to know they've got somebody inside. They're laughing at us. She started the car. Where to? The bureau. Harry, be careful with that stuff about an inside man. If you go trying to sell that and it's not true, you could give your enemies all they need to bury you. Enemies, Bosch thought. Who are my enemies this time? I got that kid killed, he said. The least I'm going to do is find who did it. Bosch looked through the cotton curtains in the waiting room, down at the Veterans Cemetery, while Eleanor Wish unlocked the door to the bureau offices. The ground fog had not burned off the field of stones yet, and from above it looked like 1,000 ghosts rising from their boxes at once. Bosch could see the dark gash dug into the crest of the hill at the north side of the cemetery, but still could not make out what it was. It looked almost like a mass grave, a long gouge into the hill, a huge wound. The exposed soil was covered with black plastic sheets. You want coffee? Wish said from behind him. Of course, he said. He pulled himself away from the curtains and followed her in. The bureau was empty. They went into the office kitchen, and he watched as she dumped a packet of ground coffee into a filter basket and turned the machine on. They stood there silently, watching the coffee slowly drip into a round glass pot on the heating pad. Bosch lit a cigarette and tried only to think about the coffee that was coming. She waved the smoke away with a hand, but didn't tell him to put it out. When the coffee was ready, Bosch took it black, and it hit his system like a shot. He filled up a second cup and carried both into the squad room. He lit a cigarette off the butt of the first one when he got to his temporary desk. My last one, he promised when he saw her looking. Eleanor poured herself a cup of water from a bottle she took from her file drawer. You ever run out of that stuff? He asked. She ignored the question. Harry, we can't blame ourselves for Sharky. If we're to blame, then we might as well offer every person we talk to protection. Should we go up and grab his mother and put her in witness protection? What about the girl in the motel room that knew him? See, it gets crazy. Sharky was Sharky. You live by the street, you die by the street. Bosch didn't say anything at first. Then he said, Let me see the names. Wish pulled out the files on the Westland case. She rifled through them and pulled out a computer printout several pages long and folded accordion style. She tossed it on the desk in front of him. That's the master there, she said. Everybody who had a box. There are notes written after some of the names, but they probably are not germane. Most of that was if we thought they were scamming insurance or not. Bosch started unfolding the printout and realized it was one long list and 5 shorter lists marked A through E. He asked what they were, and she came around the desk and looked over his shoulder. He smelled the apple in her hair. Okay, the long list is, like I said, everybody who had a box. It's an all-inclusive list. Then we did 5 breakouts, A through E. The first, that's A, is a breakout on boxes rented within the 3 months prior to the burglary. Then B, we did a breakout on box holders who reported no loss at all in the burglary. Then C is the list of dead ends, box holders who were actually dead or we couldn't find because of the changes in addresses or they had given phony information to rent them. Then the 4th and 5th breakouts are matching lists from the first 3. D is anybody who rented a box in the previous 3 months and also reported no loss.
E is anybody on the dead-end list who was also on the 3-month list. Understand?
He did. The FBI's thinking had been that the vault had to have been cased by the thieves before the break-in, and that was most likely accomplished by simply going into the bank and renting a box. That way they had legitimate access. The guy who rented the box could go inside the vault any time he wanted during business hours and have a look around. So the list including anybody who rented a box within 3 months of the robbery stood a good chance of also including the scout. Second, it was likely that this scout would not want to draw attention to himself after the robbery, so he might report nothing stolen from his box, so that would put him on the D list. But if he made no report at all, or had given untraceable information on his box rental card, then his name would be on the E list. There were only 7 names on the D list and 5 on the E list. One of the E names was circled. Frederick B. Isley of Park La Brea, the name of the man who had bought 3 Honda ATVs in Tustin. The other names had check marks next to them.
Remember? Eleanor said. I said that name would come up again.
Harry nodded.
Isley, she said. We think he was the scout. Rented the box 9 weeks before the burglary. The bank records show he made a total of 4 visits to the vault during the next 7 weeks. But after the break-in, he never came back, whoever he was, never filed a report, and when we tried to contact him, we found the address was phony.
Get a description?
Not one that would do us any good. Small, dark, and maybe handsome was about as good as the vault clerks could do. We thought this guy was the scout even before we found out about the ATVs. When a box holder wants to see his box, the clerk takes him in, unlocks the little door, and then escorts him to one of the viewing rooms. When he's done, they both take the box back, and the customer initials his box card, kind of like at a library. So when we looked at this guy's card, we saw the initials, FBI. You're a man who doesn't like coincidences. Neither do we. We think somebody was having fun with us. Later, it was confirmed when we tracked the ATVs to Tustin.
Harry sipped his coffee.
Not much good it did us, she said. Never found him. In the debris of the vault after the burglary, we were able to find his box. We printed it and the door. Nothing. We showed the vault clerks some mugs. Meadows was in there, and they couldn't make anybody.
We could go back to them now with Franklin and Delgado, see if one of them was this Isley.
Yeah, we will. I'll be right back.
She got up and left, and Bosch went back to drinking coffee and studying the list. He read every name and address on the list, but nothing jogged his memory aside from the handful of names of celebrities, politicians, and the like that had safe deposit boxes. Bosch was going over the list a second time when Eleanor came back. She was carrying a piece of paper, which she slid onto his desk.
I checked Rourke's office. He already sent most of the paperwork I turned in over to records, but the hypnosis memo was still in his box, so he must not have seen it yet. I took it back. It's useless now, and it might be better if he didn't see it.
Harry glanced at the memo and then folded the page and put it in his pocket.
Frankly, she said, I don't think any of the paper was out in the open long enough. I mean, I just don't see it. And Rourke, he's a technocrat, not a killer. Like they said about you at behavioral sciences, he wouldn't cross the line for money.
Bosch looked at her and found himself wanting to say something to please her, to get her back on his side. He could think of nothing and could not understand this new coldness in her manner. Forget it, he said. And then, looking down at the lists, he added, How far did you people check out, these people who reported no losses? She looked down at the printouts where Bosch had circled List B. There were 19 names on the list.
We ran each name for criminal records, she began. We did a telephone interview and later a face-to-face. If an agent got weird vibes or somebody's story didn't play well, then another agent would come by unannounced to do a follow-up interview, kind of get another opinion. I was not part of that. We had a second crew who handled most of the field interviews. If there is a particular name there that you're interested in, I could pull the interview summaries.
What about the Vietnamese names on the lists? I count 34 box holders with Vietnamese names. 4 are on the no-loss list, 1 on the dead-end list.
What about the Vietnamese? There's also probably a breakout, if you look for it, on Chinese, Korean, whites, blacks, and Latinos. These were equal opportunity bandits.
Yeah, but you came up with a connection to Vietnam in Meadows. Now we have Franklin and Delgado possibly involved. All 3 were MPs in Vietnam. We've got Charlie Company, which may or may not have a part in this. So, after Meadows becomes a suspect and you started pulling military records of tunnel rats, did you do any further checking with the Vietnamese on this list?
No. Well, yes. On the foreign nationals, we ran their names through INS to see how long they'd been here, whether they were legal, but that was about it.
She was quiet a moment.
I can see what you're getting at. It's a flaw in the way we handled it. See, we didn't develop Meadows as a possible suspect until a few weeks after the robbery. By then, most of these people had already been interviewed. After we started looking at Meadows, I don't think we went back to see if any of the names on the list fit in with him. You think one of the Vietnamese could have somehow been part of this?
I don't know what I'm thinking. Just looking for connections. Coincidences that aren't coincidences. Bosch took a notebook out of his coat pocket and started making a list of the names, DOBs, and addresses of the Vietnamese box holders. He put the 4 who reported no loss and the name from the dead-end list at the top of his own list. He had just finished the list and closed the notebook when Rourke walked into the squad room, his hair still wet from his morning shower. He was carrying a coffee mug that said Boss on the side of it. He saw Bosch and Wish and then looked at his watch. "Getting an early start?"
"Our witness, he turned up dead,"
Wish said, no expression on her face.
"Jesus!
Where, they get somebody?" Wish shook her head and looked at Bosch with a face that warned him not to start anything. Rourke looked at him also.
"Does it relate to this?" he said. "Any evidence of that?"
"We think so," Bosch said.
"Jesus!"
"You said that," Bosch said.
"Should we take the case from LAPD, add it to the Meadows investigation?"
He said this looking directly at Wish. Bosch was not part of the decision-making team here. She didn't answer, so Rourke added,
"Should we have offered him protection?"
Bosch couldn't resist. From who? A strand of wet hair dropped out of place and across Rourke's forehead. His face flushed deeply red.
"What the hell is that supposed to mean?"
"How'd you know LAPD had the case?"
"What?"
"You just asked if we should take the case from LAPD. How'd you know they had it?" "We didn't say."
"I just assumed." "Bosch, I resent what that implies, and I resent the hell out of you. Are you implying that I, or someone... If you are saying there's a law enforcement leak on this case, then I will request an internal review today. But I'll tell you right now that if there was a leak, it wasn't from the Bureau."
"Then where the hell else could it have been? What happened to the reports we filed with you? Who saw them?" Rourke shook his head.
"Harry, don't be ridiculous. I understand your feelings, but let's calm down and think for a minute. The witness was snatched off the street and interviewed at Hollywood Station, then dropped off at a public youth shelter. And lastly, you're being followed around by your own department, detective. I'm sorry, but even your own people apparently don't trust you."
Bosch's face grew dark. He felt betrayed in a sense. Rourke could only have known about the tale through Wish. She had made Lewis and Clark. Why hadn't she said anything to him instead of Rourke? Bosch looked over at her, but she was looking down at her desk. He looked back at Rourke, who was nodding his head as if it were on a spring.
"Yes, she made the tale on you the first day."
Rourke looked around the empty squad room, obviously wishing he had a larger audience. He was moving his weight from one foot to the other now, like a boxer in his corner, impatiently waiting for the next round to begin so he could deliver the knockout punch on a fading opponent. Wish continued to sit silently at her desk, and in that moment it seemed to Bosch to be 1,000,000 years ago that they had held each other in her bed. Rourke said,
"Maybe you should look at yourself and your own department before running around making reckless accusations."
Bosch said nothing. He just stood up and headed to the door.
"Harry, where are you going?"
Eleanor called from her desk. He turned around and looked at her a moment. Then he kept walking. Lewis and Clark picked up Bosch's Caprice as soon as it came out of the federal garage. Clark was driving. Lewis dutifully noted the time on the surveillance log. He said,
"He's got a bug up his ass. Better move up on him some."
Bosch had turned west on Wilshire and was heading for the 405. Clark increased his speed to stay with him in the morning rush-hour traffic.
"I'd have a bug somewhere if I'd just lost my only witness," Clark said.
"If I'd gotten him killed."
"How you figure?"
"You saw it. He stuffed the kid in that shelter and went his merry way. I don't know what that kid saw or what he told them, but it was important enough for him to have to be eliminated. Bosch should have taken better care, kept him under lock and key."
They went south on the 405. Bosch was 10 cars ahead, now staying in the slow lane. The freeway was thick with a stinking, polluting mass of moving steel. "I think he's going for the 10, Clark said. "He's going into Santa Monica, maybe back to her place. Probably forgot his toothbrush. Or she's coming back to meet him for a nooner. You know what I say? I say we let him go and we go back to talk to Irving. I think we can build something on this witness thing. Maybe dereliction of duty. There's enough to get an administrative hearing. He'd at least get bounced out of homicide, and if Harry Bosch ain't allowed to be on the homicide table, then he'll pick up and leave. One more notch on our barrel." Lewis thought about his partner's idea. It wasn't bad. It could work. But he didn't want to pull off the surveillance without Irving's say-so. "Keep with him," he said. "When he stops somewhere, I'll drop a quarter and see what Irving wants to do. When he buzzed me this morning about the kid, he seemed pretty stoked, like things were getting good, so I don't want to pull off without his say-so." "Whatever. Anyway, how'd Irving know about the kid getting snuffed so fast?" "I don't know. Watch it here, he's taking the 10. They followed the gray Caprice onto the Santa Monica freeway. They were now going away from the working city, against the grain, and were in lighter traffic. But Bosch no longer was speeding, and he went past the Cloverfield and Lincoln exits to Eleanor Wish's home, staying on the freeway until it curved through the tunnel and came out below the beach cliffs as the Pacific Coast Highway. He headed north along the coast, with the sun bright overhead and the Malibu Mountains just opaque whispers ahead in the haze. "Now, Clark said, I don't know, hang back some." There wasn't much traffic on the PCH, and they were having trouble keeping at least one car between them and Bosch's car at all times. Though Lewis still believed that most cops never bothered to check if they were being followed, today he was making an exception to that theory with Bosch. His witness had been murdered. He might instinctively think someone had been following him, or still was. "Yeah, just hang back. We got all day, and so does he." Bosch's pace held steady for the next 4 miles, until he turned into a parking lot next to Alice's and the Malibu Pier. Lewis and Clark cruised by. After a half-mile, Clark made an illegal U-turn and headed back. When they pulled into the parking lot, Bosch's car was still there, but they didn't see him. "The restaurant again?" Clark said. "He must love the place." "It's not even open this early." They both began looking around in all directions. There were 4 other cars at the end of the lot, and the racks on top of them said they belonged to the cluster of surfers rising and falling on the seas south of the pier. Finally, Lewis saw Bosch and pointed. He was halfway to the end of the pier, walking with his head down and his hair blowing 100 different ways. Lewis looked around for the camera and realized it was still in the trunk. He took a pair of binoculars out of the glove compartment and trained them on Bosch's diminishing figure. He watched until Bosch reached the end of the wooden planking and leaned his elbows on the railing. "What's he doing?" Clark asked. "Let me see." "You're driving, I'm watching. He's not doing anything anyway, just leaning there. He's got to be doing something. He's thinking, okay? There. He's lighting a cigarette. Happy? He's doing something." "Wait a minute." "What?" "Shit. We should have had the camera ready." "What's this wee shit? That's your job today. I'm driving." "What's he doing?" "He dropped something into the water." Through the field glasses, Lewis saw Bosch's body leaning limply on the railing. He was looking down into the water below. There was no one else on the pier as far as Lewis could see. "What did he drop? Can you see?" "How the fuck do I know what he dropped? I can't see the surface from here. Do you want for me to go out there and get one of the surfer boys to paddle over and see for us? I don't know what he dropped." "Cool your jets. I was just asking. Now, can you remember the color of this object he dropped?" "It looked white, like a ball, but it sort of floated." "I thought you said you couldn't see the surface." "I meant it floated down. I think it was a tissue or some kind of paper." "What's he doing now?" "Just standing there at the railing. He's looking down into the water." "Crisis of conscience time. Maybe he'll jump and we can forget this whole damn thing." Clark giggled at his feeble joke. Lewis didn't. "Yeah, right, I'm sure that's going to happen. Give me the glasses and go call in. See what Irving wants to do." Lewis handed over the binoculars and got out. First, he went to the trunk, opened it, and got out the Nikon. He attached a long lens and then took it around to the driver's window and handed it to Clark. Get a picture of him out there so we'll have something to show Irving." Then Lewis trotted over to the restaurant to find a phone. He was back in less than 3 minutes. Bosch was still leaning on the rail at the end of the pier. "Chief says under no circumstances are we to break off the tail," Lewis said. "He also said our reports sucked ass. He wants more detail and more pictures. Did you get him?" Clark was too busy watching through the camera to answer. Lewis picked up the binoculars and looked. Bosch remained unmoving. Lewis couldn't figure it. What is he doing? Thinking? Why come all the way out here to think? "Fucking Irving. That figures," Clark suddenly said, dropping the camera into his lap to look at his partner. "And yeah, I got a few pictures of him, enough to make Irving happy, but he's not doing anything, just leaning there." "Not anymore," Lewis said, still looking through the binoculars. "Start her up. It's showtime." Bosch walked off the pier after dropping the crumpled hypnotism memo into the water. Like a flower cast on a spoiled sea, it held its own on the surface for a few brief moments and then sank out of sight. His resolve to find Meadows' killer was now stronger. Now he sought justice for Sharkey as well. As he made his way on the old planking of the pier, he saw the Plymouth that had been following him pull out of the restaurant lot. It's them, he thought. But no matter. He didn't care what they had seen or thought they had seen. There were new rules now, and Bosch had plans for Lewis and Clark. He drove east on the 10 into downtown. He never bothered to check his mirror for the black car because he knew it would be there. He wanted it to be there. When he got to Los Angeles Street, he parked in a no-parking zone in front of the U.S. Administration Building. On the 3rd floor, Bosch walked through one of the crowded waiting rooms of the Immigration and Naturalization Service. The place smelled like a jail. Sweat, fear, and desperation. A bored woman was sitting behind a sliding glass window working on the Times crossword. The window was closed. On the sill was a plastic paper ticket dispenser like they used at a meat market counter. After a few moments, she looked up at Bosch. He was holding his badge up. "Do you know a 6-letter word for a man of constant sorrow and loneliness?" she asked, after sliding the window open and then checking her nail for damage. "Bosch." "What?" "Detective Harry Bosch. Buzz me in. I want to see Hector V." "Have to check first," she said in a pouty way. She whispered something into the phone, then reached to Bosch's badge case and put her finger on the name on the ID card. Then she hung up. "He says go on back." She buzzed the lock on the door next to the window. "He says you know the way." Bosch shook Hector Villabona's hand in a cramped squad room, much smaller than Bosch's own. "I need a favor. I need some computer time." "Let's do it." That's what Bosch liked about Hector V. He never asked what or why before deciding. He was a let's-do-it type of guy. He didn't play bullshit games that Bosch had come to believe everybody in his profession played. Hector rolled his chair over to an IBM on a desk against the wall and entered his password. "You want to run names, right? How many?" Bosch wasn't going to bullshit him either. He showed him the list of 34 names. Hector whistled lowly and said, "Okay, we'll run them through, but these are Vietnamese. If their cases were not worked out of this office, their files won't be here. I'll only have what's on the computer. Dates of entry, documentation, citizenship, whatever's on the computer. You know how it is, Harry." Bosch did. But he also knew that Southern California was where most of the Vietnamese refugees made their homes after making the trip. Hector started typing in the names with 2 fingers, and 20 minutes later, Bosch was looking at a printout from the computer. "What are we looking for, Harry?" Hector said as he studied the list with him. "I don't know. What do you see that's unusual?" A few moments passed, and Bosch thought Hector would say nothing was unusual. A dead end. But Bosch was wrong. "Okay, on this one, I think you will find he was connected." The name was Ngo Van Bin. It meant nothing to Bosch, other than it had come from the B list. Bin had reported nothing stolen from his safe deposit box. "Connected." "He had some kind of pull," Hector said. "Connected politically, I guess you would call it. See, his case number has the prefix GL. Those are files handled by our Special Cases Bureau in D.C. Usually, SCB doesn't deal with people from the masses. Very political. Handles people like the Shah and the Marcoses, Russian defectors if they're scientists or ballerinas, stuff like that, stuff I never see." He nodded his head and put his finger on the printout. Okay, then we have the dates. They are too close. It happened too fast, which tells me this case was greased. I don't know this guy from Adam, but I know this guy knew people. Look at the date of entry, May 4, 1975. That's just 4 days after the guy left Vietnam. You figure the first day is getting to Manila, and the last day is getting to the States. That leaves only 2 days in between in Manila for him to get approval and get his ticket punched for the mainland. And at that time, man, they were coming in by the boatload to Manila. No way in 2 days unless he was greased. So what that means is this guy, this Bin, already had approval. He was connected. It's not that unusual because a lot of people were. We got a lot of people out of there when the shit hit the fan. A lot of them were the elite. A lot of them just had money to pay to make them elite. Bosch looked at the date Bin had left Vietnam. April 30th, 1975. The same day Meadows left Vietnam for the last time. The day Saigon fell to the NVA. And this DOD? Villabona said, pointing at another date. Very short time to receive documentation. May 14, that's 10 days after arrival, this guy gets a visa. That's too fast for the average Joe. Or in this case, the average no. So what do you think? I'd say he could have been an operative. He could have just had enough money to get him on a helicopter. A lot of rumors still floating around from that time. People getting rich. Seats on military transports going for 10 grand. No question, visas going for more. Nothing ever confirmed. Can you pull the file on this guy? Yeah, if I was in D.C. Bosch just looked at him, and Hector finally said, All GLs are there, Harry. That's where the people that people are connected to are. Get it? Bosch didn't say anything. Don't get mad, Harry. I'll see what I can do. I'll make a couple calls. You gonna be around later? Bosch gave him the FBI's number, but didn't say it was the FBI. Then they shook hands again, and Bosch left. In the first-floor lobby, he watched through the smoked glass doors, looking for Lewis and Clark. When he finally saw the black Plymouth turn the corner as the two IAD detectives finished another circuit of the block, Bosch walked through the doors and down the steps to his car. In his peripheral vision, he saw the IAD car slow and turn into the curb while they waited for him to get in his car and drive off. Bosch did as they wanted, because it was what he wanted. Woodrow Wilson Drive winds counterclockwise around and up the side of the Hollywood Hills, the cracked patchwork asphalt never wide enough at any point for 2 cars to pass without a cautious slowing. Going up, the homes on the left crawl vertically up the hillside. They're the old money, solid and secure, Spanish tile and stucco. To the right, the newer houses fearlessly swing their wood-frame rooms out over the brown brush arroyos and daisies in the canyon. They are balanced on stilts and hope, and cling as tenuously to the edge of the hill as their owners do to their positions at the studios down below. Bosch's home was fourth from the end on the right side. As he drove around the final bend, the house came into sight. He looked at the dark wood, the shoebox design, seeking a sign that it had somehow changed, as if the exterior of the house could tell him if something was wrong with the interior. He checked the rear view then, and caught the front end of the black Plymouth nosing around the curve. Bosch pulled into the carport next to his house and got out. He went inside without looking back at the tail car. He had gone to the pier to think about what Rourke had said, and in doing so he thought about the hang-up call that was on his phone tape. Now he went to the kitchen and played back his messages. First, there was the hang-up call, which had come in Tuesday, and then a message from Jerry Edgar in the pre-dawn hours today when Edgar had called looking for Bosch to get him out to the Hollywood Bowl. Bosch rewound the tape and listened to the hang-up call again, silently chastising himself for not having picked up on its significance the first time he heard it. Someone had called, listened to his taped message, and then hung up after the first message beep. The hang-up was on the tape. Most people, if they didn't want to leave a message, would simply hang up as soon as they heard Bosch's tape-recorded voice saying he wasn't in, or, if they thought he was home, would have called out his name after the beep. But this caller had listened to the tape, and then didn't hang up until after the beep. Why? Bosch had missed it at first, but now thought the call had been a transmitter test. He went to the closet by the door and took out a pair of binoculars.
He went to the living-room window and looked through a crack in the curtain for the black Plymouth. It was a half-block farther up the hill. Lewis and Clark had driven by the house, turned around and parked at the curb, facing downhill and ready to continue the tale if Bosch came out. Through the binoculars, Bosch could see Lewis behind the wheel, watching the house. Clark had his head back on the passenger seat and his eyes closed. Neither of them appeared to be wearing headphones. Still, Harry had to be sure. Without taking his eyes from the binoculars, he reached over to the front door and opened it a few inches and closed it. The men in the IAD car showed no reaction, no alert. Clark's eyes remained closed. Lewis continued picking his teeth with the business card. Bosch decided that if they had dropped a bug on him, it was transmitting to a remote. It was safer that way. Probably a sound-activated mini-reel hidden on the exterior of the house. They'd wait until he drove away, and then one of them would jump out of the car and quickly collect the reel, replacing it with a fresh one. They could then catch up the tail on him before he got down the hill to the freeway. He walked away from the window and made a quick survey of the living room and kitchen. He studied the underside of tables and electric fixtures, but he didn't find the bug, and didn't expect to. The smart place, he knew, was the phone, which he was saving for last. It had a ready power source, and the placement there would provide sound intake of the immediate interior of the house, as well as any conversations that came in through the phone. Bosch picked up the phone, and with a small penknife that was attached to his keychain, he popped the cover off the mouthpiece. There was nothing there that shouldn't be. Then he took the cover off the earpiece. It was there. Using the knife, he carefully lifted out the speaker. Attached behind it, by a small magnet, was a small, flat, round transmitter about the size of a quarter. There were 2 wires attached to the device, which he knew was sound-activated and called a T9. One wire was wrapped around one of the phone's receiver wires, piggybacking power for the bug. The other wire went into the barrel of the handset. Bosch gingerly pulled it, and out came the backup energy source, a small, thin power pack containing a single AA battery. The bug ran off the phone's juice, but if the phone was disconnected from the wall, the battery could provide power for maybe another 8 hours. Bosch disconnected the device from the phone and placed it on the table. It was now running off the battery. He just stared at it, thinking about what he was going to do. It was a standard police department wire. Pickup range 15 to 20 feet, designed to take in everything said in the room. The transmission range was minimal, maybe 25 yards at most, depending on how much metal was in the building. Bosch went to the living room window again to look up the street. Lewis and Clark still showed no sign of alert or that the bug had been discovered. Lewis was through picking his teeth. Bosch turned on the stereo and put on a Wayne Shorter CD. He then went out a side door in the kitchen into the carport. He could not be seen from the IAD car. He found the tape recorder in the first place he looked, the junction box beneath the DWP electric meter on the back wall of the carport. The 2-inch reels were turning to the sound of Shorter's saxophone. The Nagra recorder, like the T9, was wired to the house current but had a battery backup. Bosch disconnected it and brought it inside, where he set it on the table next to its counterpart. Shorter was finishing 502 Blues. Bosch sat in the watch chair, lit a cigarette, and looked at the device as he tried to form a plan. He reached over, rewound the tape, and pushed the play button. The first thing he heard was his own voice saying he wasn't there, then Jerry Edgar's message about the Hollywood Bowl, then the next sounds were the door opening and closing twice, then Wayne Shorter's sax. They had changed reels at least once since the test call had been made. Then he realized that Eleanor Wish's visit had been taped. He thought about that and wondered if the bug had picked up what had been said on the back porch. Bosch's stories about himself and Meadows. He grew angry thinking about the intrusion, the delicate moment stolen by the 2 men in the black Plymouth. He shaved, showered, and dressed in a fresh set of clothes, a tan summer suit with pink Oxford shirt and blue tie. Then he went to the living room and loaded the bug and recorder into the pockets of his jacket. He took another look through the curtains with the field glasses. Still no movement in the internal affairs car. He went out the side door again and carefully climbed down the embankment to the base of the first stilt, an iron I-beam. He gingerly made his way across the incline beneath his house. He noticed along the way that the dried brush was sprinkled with pieces of gold foil, the beer label he had picked at and dropped from the porch when he was with Eleanor. Once he got to the other side of his property, he picked his way across the hill, going under the next 3 stilt houses. After the third, he scrambled up the hillside and looked around the front corner into the street. He was now behind the black Plymouth. He picked the burrs off the cuffs of his pants, and then walked casually into the road. Bosch came up unnoticed on the passenger side door. The window was down, and just before he flung the door open, he thought he could hear snoring coming from the car. Clark's mouth was open and his eyes still shut when Bosch leaned in through the open door and grabbed both men by their silk ties. Bosch put his right foot on the doorsill for leverage and pulled both men toward him. Though there were 2 of them, the advantage belonged to Bosch. Clark was disoriented, and Lewis had little more idea what was happening. Pulling them by their ties meant that any struggle or resistance tightened the ties around their necks, cutting off their air. They came out almost willingly, tumbling like dogs on leashes, and landing next to a palm tree planted 3 feet from the sidewalk. Their faces were red and sputtering. Their hands went to their necks, clawing at the knots of their ties as they fought to get air back into their pipes. Bosch's hands went to their belts and yanked away the handcuffs. As the 2 IAD detectives were gulping air through their reopened throats, Bosch managed to cuff Lewis's left hand to Clark's right. Then, on the other side of the tree, he got Lewis's right into the other set of cuffs. But Clark realized what Bosch was doing and tried to stand up and pull away. Bosch grabbed his tie again and gave it a sharp yank down. Clark's head came forward, and his face rammed the palm tree. He was momentarily stunned, and Bosch slapped the last cuff on his wrist. Both IAD cops were wallowing on the ground then, locked to each other with the palm tree in the middle of the circle of their arms. Bosch unholstered their weapons, then stepped back to catch his own breath. He threw their guns onto the front seat of their car. "You're dead," Clark finally managed to croak through his swollen throat. They worked their way up into standing positions, the palm tree between them. They looked like 2 grown men caught playing Ring Around the Rosie. "Assaulting a fellow officer. 2 counts, Lewis said. "Conduct unbecoming. We can get you for 6 other things now, Bosch." He coughed violently, spittle hitting Clark's suit coat. "Unhook us and maybe we can forget this." "No way. We aren't forgetting a fucking thing," Clark said to his partner. "He's going down like a flaming asshole." Bosch took the listening device out of his pocket and held it out on his palm for them to see. "Who's going down?" he asked. Lewis looked at the bug, recognizing what it was, and said, "We don't know anything about that." "Course not," Bosch said. He took the recorder out of his other pocket and held that out, too. "Sound-sensitive Nagras, that's what you guys use in all your jobs, legal or not, isn't it? Found it in my phone. Same time, I noticed that you 2 dummies have been following me all over the city. Don't suppose you guys also dropped the bug on me so you could listen as well as watch?" Neither Lewis nor Clark answered, and Bosch didn't expect them to. He noticed a small drop of blood poised at the edge of one of Clark's nostrils. A car driving on Woodrow Wilson slowed, and Bosch pulled his badge and held it up. The car kept going. The 2 IAD detectives did not call for help, which made Bosch begin to feel he was safe. This would be his play. The department had taken such bad publicity for illegally bugging officers, civil rights leaders, even movie stars in the past, that these 2 were not going to make an issue of this. Saving their own hides came before skinning Bosch. "You got a warrant saying you can drop a bug on me?" "Listen to me, Bosch," Lewis said. "I told you I didn't think so. Have to have evidence of a crime to get a warrant. At least that's what I always heard. But Internal Affairs doesn't usually bother with details like that. You know what your assault case looks like, Clark? While you 2 are taking me to the Board of Rights and getting me fired for dragging you out of the car and getting grass stains on your shiny asses, I'm going to be taking you 2, your boss Irving, IAD, the police chief, and the whole fucking city to federal court on a 4th Amendment case. Illegal search and seizure. I'll throw in the mayor, too. How's that?" Clark spit on the grass at Bosch's feet. A drop of blood from his nose fell onto his white shirt. He said, "You can't prove that came from us, 'cause it didn't." "Bosch, what do you want?" Lewis blurted out, his rage turning his face a darker red than it had been when his tie had been tightened like a noose around his neck.
Bosch started walking in a slow circle around them, so they had to constantly turn their heads or bend around the palm trunk to watch him. What do I want? Well, as much as I despise you two, I don't really want to have to drag your asses into court. Dragging them across the sidewalk was enough. What I want— Bosch, you ought to get your fucking head examined, Clark burst out. Shut up, Clark, Lewis said. You shut up, Clark said back. Matter of fact, I have had it examined, Bosch said. And I still would rather have mine than yours. You'd need a proctologist to check yours out. He said this as he circled close behind Clark. Then he moved out a few steps and continued to make the rounds. I'll tell you what. I'm willing to let bygones be bygones on this. All you have to do is answer a few questions and we're square on this little mix-up. I'll cut you loose. After all, we're all part of the family, right? What questions, Bosch? Lewis said. What are you talking about? When'd you start the tale? Tuesday morning. We picked you up when you left the FBI, Lewis said. Don't tell him shit, man, Clark said to his partner. He already knows. Clark looked at Lewis and shook his head like he couldn't believe what he was hearing. When'd you drop the bug in my phone? Didn't, Lewis said. Bullshit. But never mind. You saw me interview the kid down in Boytown. It was a statement, not a question. Bosch wanted them to think he knew most of it and just needed the gaps filled in. Yeah, Lewis said. That was our first day on it. So you made us. So fucking what? Harry saw Lewis pull his hand toward his coat pocket. He quickly moved in and got his hand in first. He pulled out a key ring that included a cuff key. He threw the keys into the car. Behind Lewis, he said, Who'd you tell about it? Tell, Lewis said. About the kid? Nobody. We didn't tell anybody, Bosch. You write up a daily surveillance log, don't you? You take pictures, don't you? I bet there's a camera in the back seat of that car, unless you forgot and left it in the trunk. Of course we do. Bosch lit a cigarette and started walking again. Where did it all go? It was a few moments before Lewis answered. Bosch saw him make eye contact with Clark. We turned in the first log and the film yesterday, put it in the deputy chief's box, like always. Don't even know if he looked at it yet. That's the only paper we've done so far. So, Bosch, take these cuffs off. This is embarrassing. People seeing us and all. We can still talk after. Bosch walked up between them and blew smoke into the center of the huddle and told them the cuffs stayed on until the conversation was over. He then leaned close to Clark's face and said, Who else was copied? With the surveillance report? Nobody was copied, Bosch, Lewis said. That would violate department procedure. Bosch laughed at that, shook his head. He knew they would not admit any illegality or violation of department policy. He started to walk away, back to his house. Wait a minute, Bosch, Lewis called out. We copied the report to your lieutenant, all right? Come back. Bosch did, and Lewis continued. He wanted to be kept apprised. We had to do it. The D.C., Irving, okayed it. We did what we were told. What did the report say about the kid? Nothing. Just some kid is all. The subject engaged juvenile in conversation. Juvenile was transported to Hollywood Station for formal interview, something like that. Did you ID him in the report? No name. We didn't even know his name. Honest, Bosch, we just watched you, that's all. Now, uncuff us. What about Home Street Home? You watched me take him there. Was that in the report? Yeah, on the log. Bosch moved in close again. Now here's the big question. If there's no complaint from the Bureau anymore, why is IAD still on me? The FBI made the call to Pounds and withdrew the complaint. Then you guys act like you were called off, but you weren't. Why? Lewis started to say something, but Bosch cut him off. I want Clark to tell me. You're thinking too fast, Lewis. Clark didn't say a word. Clark, the kid you saw me with ended up dead. Somebody did him because he talked to me. And the only people who knew he talked to me were you and your partner here. Something is going on here. And if I don't get the answers I need, I'm just going to lay it all out, go public with it. You're going to find your own ass being investigated by Internal Affairs. Clark said his first 2 words in 5 minutes. Fuck you. Lewis jumped in then. Look, Bosch, I'll tell you. The FBI doesn't trust you. That's the thing. They said they brought you into the case, but they told us they weren't sure about you. They said you muscled onto the case and they were going to have to watch you, make sure you weren't pulling a scam, that's all. So we were told to drop back but stay on you. We did. That's all, man. Now, cut us loose. I can hardly breathe and my wrists are starting to hurt with these cuffs. You really put 'em on tight. Bosch turned to Clark. Where's your cuff key? Right front pocket, he said. He was cool about it, refusing to look at Bosch's face. Bosch walked around behind him and reached both hands around his waist. He pulled a key ring out of Clark's pocket and then whispered in his ear, Clark, you ever go in my home again and I'll kill you. Then he yanked the detective's pants and boxer shorts down to his ankles and started walking away. He threw the key ring into the car. You bastard! Clark yelled. I'll kill you first, Bosch. As long as he kept the bug and the Nagra, Bosch was reasonably certain Lewis and Clark would not seek departmental charges against him. They had more to lose than he. A lawsuit and public scandal would cut their careers off at the stairway to the 6th floor. Bosch got in his car and drove back to the Federal Building. Too many people knew about Sharkey, or had the opportunity to know, he realized as he tried to assess the situation. There was no clear-cut way of flushing out the inside man. Lewis and Clark had seen the boy and passed the information on to Irving and Pounds and who knew who else. Rourke and the FBI records clerk knew about him as well. And those names didn't even include the people on the street who might have seen Sharkey with Bosch, or had heard that Bosch was looking for him. Bosch knew that he would have to wait for things to develop. At the Federal Building, the red-haired receptionist behind the glass window on the FBI floor made him wait while she called back to Group 3. He checked the cemetery again through the gauze curtains and saw several people working in the trench cut in the hill. They were lining the earth wound with blocks of black stone that reflected sharp white light points in the sun, and Bosch at last believed he knew what it was they were doing. The door lock buzzed behind him, and Bosch headed back. It was 12:30, and the heavy squad was out, except for Eleanor Wish. She sat at her desk eating an egg salad sandwich, the kind they sold in plastic triangle-shaped boxes at every government building cafeteria he'd ever been in. The plastic bottle of water and a paper cup were on the desk. They exchanged small hellos. Bosch felt that things had changed between them, but he didn't know how much. "You been here since this morning?" he asked. She said she hadn't. She told him that she had taken the mugs of Franklin and Delgado to the vault clerks at Westland National, and one of the women positively identified Franklin as Frederick B. Isley, the holder of a box in the vault, the scout. "It's enough for a warrant, but Franklin isn't around," she said. "Rourke sent a couple crews to the addresses DMV had on both him and Delgado. Called back in a little while ago. Either they've moved on or never lived in the places in the first place. Looks like they're in the wind." "So, what's next?" "I don't know. Rourke's talking about closing shop on it until we catch them. You'll probably get to go back to your homicide table. When we catch one of them, we'll bring you down to work on him about the Meadows murder." "Sharkey's murder, too, don't forget that." "That, too." Bosch nodded. It was over. The Bureau was going to close it down. "By the way, you got a message," she said. "Someone called for you, said his name was Hector, that was all." Bosch sat down at the desk next to hers and dialed Hector Villabona's direct line. He picked up after 2 rings. "It's Bosch." "Hey, what are you doing with the Bureau? I called the number you gave and somebody said it was the FBI. "Yeah, it's a long story. I'll tell you later. Did you come up with anything?" "Not much, Harry, and I'm not going to either. I can't get the file. This guy, Bin, whoever he has got some connections, like we figured. His file is still classified. I called a guy I know out there and asked him to send it out. He called me back and said no can do." "Why would it still be classified?" "Who knows, Harry? That's why it's still classified, so people won't find this shit out." Thanks. It's not looking that important anymore." "If you have a source at State, somebody with access, they might have better luck than me. I'm just the token beaner in the bean counting department. But listen, there is one thing this guy I know kind of let slip." "What?" "Well, see, I gave him Bin's name, and when he calls back, he says, 'Sorry, Captain Bin's file is classified.' Just like that is how he said it. Captain, he called him. So this guy must have been a military guy. That's probably why they got him out of there and over here so fast. If he was military, they saved his ass for sure."
Yeah, Bosch said. Then he thanked Hector and hung up. He turned to Eleanor and asked if she had any contacts in the State Department. She shook her head no. Military intelligence? CIA? Anything like that? Bosch said. Somebody with access to computer files. She thought a moment and said,
Well, there is a guy on the state floor. I sort of know him from D.C., but what's going on, Harry?
Can you call him and tell him you need a favor?
He doesn't talk on the phone. Not about business. We'll just have to go down there.
He stood up. Outside the office, while they waited for the elevator, Bosch told her about Bin, his rank, and the fact that he left Vietnam on the same day as Meadows. The elevator opened, and they got on, and she pushed 7. They were alone. You knew all along that I was being tailed, Bosch said. Internal Affairs.
I saw them.
But you knew before you saw them, didn't you?
Does it make a difference?
I think it does. Why didn't you tell me? She took a while. The elevator stopped.
I don't know, she said. I'm sorry. I didn't at first, and then when I wanted to tell you, I couldn't. I thought it would spoil everything. I guess it did anyway.
Why didn't you at first, Eleanor? Because there was still a question about me? She looked into the stainless steel corner of the elevator.
In the beginning, yes. We weren't sure about you. I won't lie about that.
What about after the beginning? The door opened on the 7th floor. Eleanor moved through it, saying,
You're still here, aren't you?
Bosch stepped out after her. He took hold of her arm and stopped her. They stood there as 2 men in almost matching gray suits charged through the open elevator door. Yes, I'm still here, but you didn't tell me about them.
Harry, can we talk about this later?
The thing is, they saw us with Sharky.
Yes, I thought so.
Well, why didn't you say anything when I was talking about the inside man, when I was asking about who you told about the kid?
I don't know.
Bosch looked down at his feet. He felt like the only man on the planet who didn't understand what was going on. I talked to them, he said. They claimed they just watched us with the kid. They never followed up to see what it was about, said they didn't have his ID. Sharky's name wasn't in their reports.
And do you believe them?
Never have before. But I don't see them involved in this. It just doesn't fit. They're just after me, and they'll do anything to get me, but not take out a witness. That's crazy.
Maybe they're feeding information to someone who's involved, and they just don't realize it.
Bosch thought about Irving and pounds again. A possibility. The point is, there is an inside man, somewhere. We know this. And it might be from my side, it might be from yours. So we have to be very careful about who we talk to and what we're doing. After a moment, he looked straight into her eyes and said, Do you believe me? It took her a long time, but she finally nodded her head. She said,
I can't think of any other way to explain what's happening.
Eleanor went up to a receptionist while Bosch hung back a bit. After a few minutes, a young woman came out from a closed door and showed them down a couple of hallways and into a small office. No one was sitting behind the desk. They sat in 2 chairs facing the desk and waited.
Who is this we're seeing?
Bosch whispered.
I'll introduce you, and he can tell you what he wants you to know about him, she said.
Bosch was about to ask her what that meant when the door opened and a man strode in. He looked to be about 50, with silvery hair that was carefully groomed and a strong build beneath the blue blazer. The man's gray eyes were as dull as day-old barbecue coals. He sat down and did not look at Bosch. He kept his eyes exclusively on Eleanor Wish.
Ellie, good to see you again, he said. How are you doing?
She said she was doing fine, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then got around to introducing Bosch. The man got up and reached across the desk to shake hands.
Bob Ernst, Assistant Deputy Trade and Development. Nice to meet you. So this is an official visit then, not just dropping by to see an old friend? Yes, I'm sorry, Bob, but we are working on something and need some help.
Whatever I can do, Ellie, Ernst said. He was annoying Bosch, and Bosch had only known him a minute.
Bob, we need to background somebody whose name has come up on a case we are working, Wish said. I think you are in a position that you could get that information for us without a great deal of inconvenience or time.
That's our problem, Bosch added. It's a homicide case. We don't have a lot of time to go through normal channels, to wait for things from Washington.
Foreign national?
Vietnamese, Bosch said.
Came here when?
May 4, 1975.
Ah, right after the fall. I see. Tell me, what kind of homicide would the FBI and the LAPD be working on together that involves such ancient history, and history in another country as well? Bob, Eleanor began, I think— No, don't answer that, Ernst yelped. I think you are right. Yes, it would be best if we compartmentalize the information. Ernst went through the motions of straightening his blotter and the knickknacks on his desk. Nothing was really out of order to begin with. How soon you need the information? He finally said. Now, Eleanor said. We'll wait, Harry said. You realize, of course, I may not come up with anything, especially on short notice. Of course, Eleanor said. Give me the name. Ernst slid a piece of paper across his blotter. Eleanor wrote Bin's name on it and slid it back. Ernst looked at it a moment and got up without ever touching the paper. I'll see what I can do, he said, and left the room. Bosch looked at Eleanor. Ellie? Please, I don't allow anybody to call me that. That's why I don't take his calls and don't return them. You mean until now? You'll owe him now. If he finds something. And so will you. I guess I'll have to let him call me Ellie. She didn't smile. How'd you meet this guy, anyway? She didn't answer. Bosch said, He's probably listening to us right now. He looked around the room, though obviously any listening devices would be hidden. He took out his cigarettes when he saw a black ashtray on the desk. Please don't smoke, Eleanor said. Just a half. I met him once when we were both in Washington. I don't even remember what for now. He was assistant something or other with State back then, too. We had a couple of drinks, that's all. Some time after that, he transferred out here. When he saw me in the elevator here and found out I was transferred, he started calling. CIA all the way, right? Or something close. More or less, I think. It doesn't matter if he gets what we need. More or less. I knew shitheads like him in the war. No matter how much he tells us today, there will be something more. Guys like that, information is their currency. They never give up everything. Like he said, they compartmentalize everything. They'll get you killed before they tell it all. Can we stop talking now? Sure. Ellie. Bosch passed the time smoking and looking at the empty walls. The guy didn't make much of an effort to make it look like a real office. No flag in the corner, not even a picture of the president. Ernst was back in 20 minutes, and by then Bosch was on his second half-cigarette. As the Assistant Deputy for Trade and Development strode to his desk empty-handed, he said, Detective, would you mind not smoking? I find it very bothersome in a closed room like this. Bosch stubbed the butt out in the small black bowl on the corner of his desk. Sorry, he said. I saw the ashtray. I thought— It's not an ashtray, Detective, Ernst said in a somber tone. That is a rice bowl, 3 centuries old. I brought it home with me after my stationing in Vietnam. You were working on trade and development then, too? Excuse me, Bob, did you find anything? Eleanor interjected. On the name? It took Ernst a long moment to break his stare away from Bosch. I found very little, but what I did find may be useful. This man, Bin, is a former Saigon police officer, a captain. Bosch, are you a veteran of the altercation? You mean the war? Yeah. Of course you are, Ernst said. Then tell me, does this information mean anything to you? Not a lot. I was in the bush most of my time. Didn't see much of Saigon except the Yankee bars and tattoo parlors. The guy was a police captain. Should it mean something to me? I suppose not. So let me tell you. As a captain, Bin ran the police department's vice unit. Bosch thought about that and said, Okay, he was probably as corrupt as everything else that went with that war. I don't suppose, coming from in the bush, you knew much about the system, the way things worked in Saigon? Ernst asked.
Why don't you tell us about it? Sounds like that was your department. Mine was just trying to keep alive." Ernst ignored the shot. He chose to ignore Bosch as well. He looked only at Eleanor as he spoke. "It operated quite simply, really," he said. "If you dealt in substances, in flesh, gambling, anything on the black market, you were required to pay a local tariff, a tithe to the house, so to speak. That payment kept the local police away. It practically guaranteed your business would not be interrupted, within certain bounds. Your only worry then was the U.S. military police. Of course, they could be paid off as well, I suppose. There was always that rumor. Anyway, this system went on for years, from the very beginning until after the American withdrawal, until, I imagine, April 30th, 1975, the day Saigon fell." Eleanor nodded and waited for him to go on. "The major American military involvement lasted longer than a decade. Before that, there was the French. We are talking many, many years of foreign intervention." "Millions," Bosch said.
"What's that?"
"You're talking about millions of dollars in payoffs."
"Oh, yes, absolutely. Tens of millions when added up over the years." "And where does Captain Bin fit in?" Eleanor asked. "You see," Ernst said, "our information at the time was that the corruption within the Saigon Police Department was orchestrated or controlled by a triad called the Devil's Three. You paid them or you did not do business. It was that simple. Coincidentally, or rather not coincidentally, the Saigon Police had 3 captains whose domains corresponded, so to speak, quite nicely with the domains of the triad. 1 captain in charge of vice, 1 narcotics, 1 for patrol. Our information is that these 3 captains were, in fact, the triad." "You keep saying, 'our information.' Is that trade and development's information? Where are you getting this?" Ernst made a movement to straighten things at the top of his desk, and then stared coldly at Bosch. "Detective, you came to me for information. If you want to know where the source is, then you have made a mistake. You've come to the wrong person. You can believe what I tell you or not. It is of no consequence to me." The 2 men locked eyes, but said nothing else. "What happened to them?" Eleanor asked. "The members of the triad." Ernst pulled his eyes away from Bosch and said, "What happened is that after the United States pulled military forces in 1973, the triad source of revenue was largely gone. But like any responsible business entity, they saw it coming and looked to replace it. And our intelligence at the time was that they shifted their position considerably. In the early 70s, they moved from the role of providing protection to narcotics operations in Saigon to actually becoming part of these operations. Through political and military contacts and, of course, police enforcement, they solidified themselves as the brokers for all brown heroin that came out of the highlands and was moved to the United States." "But it didn't last," Bosch said. "Oh, no. Of course not. When Saigon fell in April 1975, they had to get out. They had made millions, an estimated $15 to $18 million American each. It would mean nothing in the new Ho Chi Minh City, and they wouldn't be alive to enjoy it anyway. The triad had to get out or they'd face the firing squads of the North Vietnamese army, and they had to get out with their money." "So how'd they do it?" Bosch said. "It was dirty money. Money that no Vietnamese police captain could or should have. I suppose they could have wired it to Zurich, but you have to remember you are dealing with the Vietnamese culture, born of turmoil and distrust, war. These people did not even trust banks in their homeland. And besides, it wasn't money anymore." "What?" Eleanor said, puzzled. "They had been converting all along. Do you know what $18 million looks like? Would probably fill a room. So they found a way to shrink it. At least that's what we believe." "Precious gems," Bosch said. "Diamonds," Ernst said. "It is said $18 million worth of the right diamonds would easily fit in 2 shoeboxes."
"And into a safe deposit box," Bosch said.
"That could be, but please, I don't want to know what I don't need to know."
"Bin was one of the captains," Bosch said. "Who are the other 2?
"I am told one of them was named Van Nguyen, and he is believed to be dead. He never left Vietnam, killed by the other 2, or maybe the North Vietnamese army, but he never got out. That was confirmed by our agents in Ho Chi Minh after the fall. The other 2 did. They came here, and both had passes, arranged through connections and money, I suppose. I can't help you there. There was Bin, who it seems you have found, and the other was Nguyen Tran. He came with Bin. Where they went and what they did here, well, I can't help you with. It's been 15 years. Once they came across, they were no longer our concern."
"Why would you allow them to come across?"
"Who says we did? You have to realize, Detective Bosch, that much of this information was put together after the fact."
Ernst stood up then. That was all the information he would decompartmentalize for today. Bosch didn't want to go back up to the bureau. The information from Ernst was amphetamine in his blood. He wanted to walk. He wanted to talk, to storm. When they got in the elevator, he pushed the button for the lobby and told Eleanor they were going outside. The bureau was like a fishbowl. He wanted a big room. In any investigation, it had always seemed to Bosch, information would come slowly, like sand dropping steadily through the cinched middle of an hourglass. At some point, there was more information in the bottom of the glass, and then the sand in the top seemed to drop faster until it was cascading through the hole. They were at that point with Meadows, the bank burglary, the whole thing. Things were coming together. They went out through the front lobby and onto the green lawn, where there were 8 U.S. flags and a California state flag flapping lazily on poles posted in a semicircle. There were no protesters on this day. The air was warm and unseasonably humid.
"Do we have to walk out here?" Eleanor asked. "I would rather be upstairs, where we'd be near the phones. You could have a coffee."
"I want to smoke." They walked north toward Wilshire Boulevard. Bosch said, "It's 1975. Saigon is about to go down the sewer. Police Captain Bin pays people to get him and his share of diamonds out. Who he pays, we don't know. But we do know that he gets VIP treatment all the way. Most people took boats out. He flew. 4 days from Saigon to the States. He's accompanied by an American civilian advisor to help smooth things. That's Meadows. He
may have been accompanied," she said. "You forgot the word may there."
"We're not in court. I'm saying it the way I see it might have been, okay? Afterward, if you don't like it, you say it your way." She raised her arms in a hands-off kind of way, and Bosch continued. "So, Meadows and Bin are together. 1975. Meadows is working refugee security or something. See, he's getting out of there, too. He may or may not have known Bin from his old sideline dealing heroin. The chances are he did. He was probably, in effect, working for Bin. Now, he may or may not have known what Bin was carrying with him to the States. Chances are he at least had an idea." Bosch stopped to organize his thoughts, and Eleanor reluctantly took over.
"Bin takes with him his cultural dislike or distrust for putting his money in the hands of bankers. He has an additional problem, too. His money is not kosher. It is undeclared, unknown, and illegal for him to have. He can't declare it or make a normal deposit because this would be noticed and then have to be explained. So he keeps this sizable fortune in the next best thing, a safe deposit vault. Where are we going?"
Bosch didn't answer. He was too consumed by his thoughts. They were at Wilshire. When the walk sign flashed above the crosswalk, they went with the flow of bodies. On the other side of the street, they turned west, walking along the hedges that bordered the Veterans Cemetery. Bosch took over the story. "Okay, so Bin's got his share in the safe deposit box. He starts the great American dream as a refugee, only he's a rich refugee. Meantime, Meadows comes back after the war, can't get into the groove of real life, can't beat his habit, and starts capering to feed it. But things aren't as easy as in Saigon. He gets caught, spends some time in stir. He gets out, goes back, gets out, and finally starts blocking some real time on federal raps on a couple of bank jobs. There was an opening in the hedge and a brick walkway. Bosch followed it, and they stood looking at the expanse of the cemetery, the rows of carved stones a weather-polished white against the sea of grass. The tall hedge buffered the sound from the street. It was suddenly very peaceful. "It's like a park," Bosch said.
"It's a graveyard," she whispered. "Let's go."
"You don't have to whisper." "Let's walk around. It's quiet." Eleanor hesitated, but then trailed him as he followed the bricks beneath an oak tree that shaded the graves of a grouping of World War I veterans. She caught up and continued the dialogue.
"So we have Meadows in T.I. Somehow he hears about this place Charlie Company. He gets the ear of the ex-soldier/minister who operates the place, gets his backing, and gets early release from T.I. Now, at Charlie Company, he connects with two old war buddies, or so we assume, Delgado and Franklin. Except there's only one day that all three of them are at Charlie Company at the same time, just one day. Are you telling me they hatched this whole thing on that one day?"
"I don't know," Bosch said. "Could have been, but I doubt it. It might have been planned later after they made that recontact at the farm. The important thing is that we have them together, or in close proximity, in Saigon, 1975. Now we have them together again at Charlie Company. After that, Meadows graduates, takes a few cover jobs until he finishes parole, then he quits and disappears from view."
Until
the Westland burglary. They go in, they hit the boxes until they find Bin's box, or maybe they already know which one was his. They must have followed him to plan the job and find out where he kept whatever was left of his share of the diamonds. We need to go back to the vault records and see if this Frederick B. Isley ever visited at the same time as Bin. I bet we find that he did. He saw which box was Bin's because he was in the vault with him at the same time. Then, during the vault break-in, they hit his box and then all the others, taking everything as camouflage. The genius of it was that they knew Bin couldn't report what was taken from him because it did not exist legally. They knew this. It was perfect. And what made it that way is them taking all the other stuff to cover for the real target, the diamonds.
"The perfect crime," she said, "until Meadows pawned the bracelet with the jade dolphins on it. That gets him killed. Which brings us back to the question we had a few days ago. Why? And another thing that makes no sense. Why, if he had helped loot the vault, was Meadows living in that dump? He was a rich man, not acting like a rich man."
Bosch walked in silence for a while. It was the question he had been formulating an answer to since halfway through the meeting with Ernst. He thought about Meadows' 11-month lease, paid in advance. If he were alive, he would be moving out next week. As they walked through the garden of white stone, it all seemed to fit together. There was no sand left in the top of the hourglass. He finally spoke. Because the perfect crime was only half over. By pawning the bracelet, he was giving it away too soon, so he had to go, and they had to get that bracelet back. She stopped and looked at him. They were standing on the access road next to the World War II section. Bosch saw that the roots of another old oak had pushed some of the weathered stones out of alignment. They looked like teeth waiting for an orthodontist's hands.
"Explain that to me, what you just said," Eleanor said.
They hit several of the boxes to cover that all they really wanted was what was in Bin's box. Okay? She nodded. They still weren't walking. Okay. So in order to keep that cover, what would be the thing to do? Get rid of the stuff from all the other boxes so it would never turn up again. And I don't mean fence it, I mean get rid of it. Destroy it, sink it, bury it for good, somewhere it would never be found. Because the minute the first piece of jewelry or old coin or stock certificate turns up and the police find out about it, then they've got a lead and they'll come looking.
"So you think Meadows was killed because he pawned the bracelet?" she said.
Not quite because of that. There's some other current moving through all of this. Why? If Meadows had a share of Bin's diamonds, would he even bother with a bracelet worth a few $1,000s? Why would he live the way he lived?
Doesn't make sense. You're losing me, Harry.
I'm losing myself.
But look at it this way for a minute. Say they, Meadows and the others, knew where both Bin and the other police captain, Nguyen Tran, were, and where each of them had stashed what was left of the diamonds they had brought over here. Say there were 2 banks, and the diamonds were in 2 safe deposit boxes, and say they were going to hit them both. So first they rip off Bin's bank, and now they're going for Tran's. She nodded that she was following along. Bosch felt excitement building. Okay. So these things take time to plan, to put the strategy together, to plan it for a time the bank is closed 3 days in a row, because that's how much time they need to open enough boxes to make it look real. And then there's the time needed to dig the tunnel. He'd forgotten to light a cigarette. He realized now and put one in his mouth, but started talking again before lighting it. You with me? She nodded. He lit the cigarette. Okay. Then, what would be the best thing to do after you have hit the first bank but before the second one is taken down? You lie low and you don't give a goddamn hint away. You get rid of all the stuff taken as cover, all the stuff from the other boxes. You keep nothing, and you sit on the diamonds from Bin's box. You can't start to fence them because it might draw attention to you and spoil the second hit. In fact, Bin probably had feelers out looking for the diamonds. I mean, over the years he was probably cashing them in piecemeal and was familiar with the gem fencing network, so they had to watch out for him, too. So Meadows broke the rules, she said. He held something back, the bracelet. His partners found out and whacked him, then they broke into the pawn shop and stole the bracelet back. She shook her head, admiring the plan. The thing would still be perfect if he hadn't done that. Bosch nodded. They stood there looking at each other, and then around at the grounds of the cemetery. Bosch dropped his cigarette and stepped on it. At the same moment they looked up the hill and saw the black walls of the Vietnam Veterans Memorial. What's that doing there? She asked. I don't know. It's a replica, half-size, fake marble. I think they move it around the country in case somebody who wants to see it can't make it to D.C. Eleanor's breath caught sharply and she turned to him. Harry! This Monday is Memorial Day. I know. Banks close 2 days, some 3. We've got to find Tran. She turned to head back to the bureau. He took a last look at the memorial. The long sheath of false marble with all the names carved into it was embedded in the side of the hill. A man in a gray uniform was sweeping the walkway in front of it. There was a pile of violet flowers from a jacaranda tree. Harry and Eleanor were silent until they were out of the cemetery and walking back across Wilshire toward the Federal Building. She asked a question Bosch had been turning over in his mind and studying, but had no good answer for. Why now? Why so long? It's been 15 years. I don't know. Just might be the right time, that's all. People, things, unseen forces sort of come together from time to time. That's what I believe. Who knows? Maybe Meadows forgot all about Bin and just saw him one day on the street and it all came to him. The perfect plan. Maybe it was someone else's plan, or it really was hatched on that one day the 3 of them were together at Charlie Company. The whys, you never really know. You just need the hows and the whos. You know, Harry, if they're out there, or I should say, under there digging a new tunnel, then we have less than 2 days to find them. We have to put some crews underground and look for them. He thought that putting a crew in the city's tunnels looking for a possible entrance to a bandit tunnel was a long shot. She had told him there were more than 1,500 miles of tunnels under L.A. alone. They might not find the bandits' tunnel if they had a month. The key would be Tran. Find the last police captain, then find his bank. There you find the bandits, and the killers of Billy Meadows, and Sharkey. He said, Do you think Bin would give Tran to us? He didn't report his fortune was taken from the vault, so he doesn't seem like the type that's going to tell us about Tran. Right. I think we should try finding him ourselves before we go to Bin. Let's make Bin the last resort. I'll start on the computer. Right. The FBI computer and the computer networks it could access did not divulge the location of Nguyen Tran. Bosch and Wish found no mention of him in DMV, INS, IRS, or Social Security files.
There was nothing in the fictitious name filings in the Los Angeles County Recorder's Office. No mention of him in DWP records or the voter or property tax rolls. Bosch called Hector Villabona and confirmed that Tron entered the United States on the same day as Bin, but there was no further record. After 3 hours of staring at the amber letters on the computer screen, Eleanor turned it off.
Nothing, she said. He's using another name, but he hasn't legally changed it. At least in this county, nobody has the guy.
They sat there, dejected and quiet. Bosch took the last swallow of coffee from a styrofoam cup. It was after 5 and the squad room was deserted. Rourke had gone home after being informed of the latest developments and deciding not to send anyone into the tunnels.
You know how many miles of underground flood-control tunnels there are in L.A.? He had asked. It's like a freeway system down there. These guys, if they are really down there, could be anywhere. We would be stumbling around in the dark. They'll have the advantage, and one of us could get hurt.
Bosch and Wish knew he was right. They gave him no argument and set to work finding Tron. And they had failed. "So now we go to Ben," Bosch said after finishing his coffee.
You think he'll cooperate? She said. He'll know that if we want Tron, then we must know about their past, about the diamonds.
"I don't know what he'll do," he said. "I'll go see him tomorrow. You hungry?"
We'll go see him tomorrow, she corrected and smiled. And yes, I'm hungry. Let's get out of here.
They ate at a grill on Broadway in Santa Monica. Eleanor picked the place, and since it was near her apartment, Bosch's spirits were high, and he was relaxed. There was a trio playing in the corner on a wooden stage, but the place's brick walls made the sound harsh and mostly unnotable. Afterward, Harry and Eleanor sat in a comfortable silence while nursing espressos. There was a warmness between them that Bosch felt but couldn't explain to himself. He didn't know this woman who sat across from him. One look at those hard brown eyes told him that. He wanted to get behind them. They had made love, but he wanted to be in love. He wanted her. Always seeming to know his thoughts, she asked,
Are you coming home with me tonight?
Lewis and Clark were on the second level of the parking garage across the street and down a half-block from the Broadway Bar and Grill. Lewis was out of the car and crouched at the guardrail, watching through the camera. Its foot-long lens was steadied on a tripod and pointed at the front door of the restaurant, 100 yards away. He was hoping the lights over the door, by the valet stand, would be enough. He had high-speed film in the camera, but the blinking red dot in the viewfinder was telling him not to take the shot. There still wasn't enough light. He decided he would try anyway. He wanted a hand shot. "You're not going to get it," Clark said from behind him. "Not in this light."
"Let me do my work. If I don't get it, I don't get it. Who cares?"
"Irving."
"Well, fuck him. He tells us he wants more documentation. He'll get it. I'm only trying to do what the man says."
"We should try to go down there by that deli. Get it closer." Clark shut up and turned around at the sound of footsteps. Lewis kept his eye to the camera, waiting for the shot at the restaurant. The steps belonged to a man in a blue security uniform. "Can I ask what you guys are doing?" the guard asked. Clark badged him and said, "We're on the job." The guard, a young black man, stepped closer to look at the badge and ID and raised his hand to hold it steady. Clark jerked it up out of his reach. "Don't touch it, bro. Nobody touches my badge."
"That's his LAPD. You all check in with Santa Monica PD. They know you're out here."
"Who the fuck cares? Just leave us alone." Clark turned around. When the guard didn't leave, he turned back and said,
"Son, you need something?"
"This garage is my beat, Detective Clark. I can be wherever I want to be." "You can get the fuck out of here. I can—" Clark heard the camera shutter close and the sound of the automatic wind. He turned to Lewis, who stood up, smiling.
"I got it.
"A hand shot," Lewis said as he stood up. "They're on the move. Let's go." Lewis collapsed the telescope legs of the tripod and quickly got in the passenger seat of the gray Caprice they had traded the black Plymouth for. "See ya, bro," Clark said to the guard. He got in behind the wheel. The car backed out, forcing the security guard to jump out of the way. Clark looked in the rearview mirror, smiling as he drove toward the exit ramp. He saw the guard talking into a handheld radio. "Huh. Talk all you want, buddy boy," he said. The IAD car pulled up to the exit booth. Clark handed the parking stub and $2 to the man in the booth. He took it, but didn't lift the black and white striped pipe that served as a gate.
"Benson said I have to hold you guys here,"
the man in the booth said. "What? Who the fuck is Benson?" Clark said.
"He's the security. He said hold it here a minute."
Just then, both IAD officers saw Bosch and Wish drive by the garage heading up to 4th Street. They were going to lose them. Clark held out his badge to the booth attendant. "We're on the job. Open that goddamn gate, now."
"He'll be along. I gotta do what he says, else I'll lose my job."
"You open that gate or you're gonna lose it, Peckerwood," Clark yelled. He put his foot down and revved the engine to show he meant to drive through it.
"Why you think we got a pipe instead of a flimsy piece of wood? You go ahead. That pipe will take out your windshield, mister. You do what you want, but he's coming right along."
In the rear view, Clark saw the security guard walking down the ramp. Clark's face was becoming blotchy red with anger. He felt Lewis's hand on his arm. "Cool it, partner," Lewis said. "They were holding hands when they came out of the restaurant. We won't lose them. They're only going to her place. I bet you a week's driving that will pick them up there." Clark shook his hand off and let out a long breath. That seemed to bring a more placid tone to his face. He said, "I don't care. I don't fucking like this shit one bit." On Ocean Park Boulevard, Bosch found a parking space across from Eleanor's building. He pulled in, but made no move to get out of the car. He looked at her, still feeling the glow of a few minutes before, but unsure where they were going with this. She seemed to know this, maybe even feel it herself. She put her hand on top of his and leaned over to kiss him. She whispered, "Come in with me." He got out and came around to her side. She was already out, and he closed the door. They rounded the front end of the car and then stood next to it, waiting for an approaching car to pass by. The car's high beams were on, and Bosch turned away and looked at Eleanor. So it was she who first noticed the high beams drift toward them. "Harry?" "What?" "Harry!" Then Bosch turned back to the approaching car and saw the lights. Actually, 4 beams from 2 sets of square, side-by-side headlights bearing down on them. In the few seconds that were left, Bosch clearly came to the conclusion that the car was not drifting their way, but rather driving at them. There was no time, yet time seemed to go into suspension. In what seemed to him to be slow motion, Bosch turned to his right, to Eleanor, but she needed no help. In unison they leapt onto the hood of Bosch's car. He was rolling over her, and they were both tumbling toward the sidewalk when his car lurched violently, and there was a high-pitched keening sound of tearing metal. Bosch saw a shower of blue sparks pass in his peripheral vision. Then he landed on top of Eleanor on the thin strip of sod that was between the curb and the sidewalk. They were safe, Bosch could sense. Scared, but safe for the moment. He came up, gun out, and steadied by both hands. The car that had come after them was not stopping. It was already 50 yards east, heading away and picking up speed. Bosch fired one round that he thought ricocheted off the rear window, the bullet too weak at that distance to penetrate the glass. He heard Eleanor's gun fire twice at his side, but saw no damage to the hit-and-run car. Without a word, they both piled into Bosch's car through the passenger door. Bosch held his breath while he turned the key, but the engine started, and the car squealed away from the curb. Bosch rocked the steering wheel from side to side as he picked up speed. The suspension felt a little loose. He had no idea what the extent of the damage was. When he tried to check the side view mirror, he saw it was gone. When he turned on the lights, only the passenger side beam worked. The hit-and-run car was at least 5 blocks ahead, near the crest where Ocean Park Boulevard rises and then drops from sight. The lights on the speeding car went out just as it dropped over the hill out of sight. He was heading for Bundy Drive, Bosch thought. From there, a short jog to the 10, and from there he would be gone and they'd never catch him. Bosch grabbed the radio and called in an officer needs assistance, but he could not provide a description of the car, only the direction of the chase. "He's going for the freeway, Harry," Eleanor yelled. "Are you okay?" "Yeah. Are you? Did you get a make?" "I'm fine. Scared is all. No make. American, I think. Square headlights. No color, just dark. I didn't see the color. We won't catch him if he makes the freeway." They were heading east on Ocean Park, parallel to the 10, which was about 8 blocks to the north. They approached the top of the crest, and Bosch cut off the one working headlight. As they came over, he saw the unlit form of the hit-and-run car passing through the lighted intersection at Lincoln. Yeah, he was going for Bundy. At Lincoln, Bosch took a left and floored the gas pedal. He put the lights back on, and as the car's speed increased, there was a thumping sound. The front left tire and alignment were damaged. "Where are you going?" Eleanor shouted. "I'm going for the freeway first." Bosch had no sooner said that than the freeway entrance signs came up and the car made a wide, arcing right turn onto the ramp. The tire held up. They sped down the ramp into the traffic. "How will we know?" Eleanor shouted. The noise from the tire was very loud now, almost a continual throbbing. "I don't know. Look for the square lights." In 1 minute they were coming up on the Bundy entrance, but Bosch had no idea whether they had beaten the other car or if it was already well ahead of them. A car was coming up the ramp and into the merging lane. The car was white and foreign. "I don't think so," Eleanor called. Bosch gunned it to the floor again and moved ahead. His heart was pounding almost as fast as the tire, half with the excitement of the chase, half with the excitement of still being alive and not broken on the street in front of Eleanor's apartment. He was gripping the steering wheel at the 10 and 2 o'clock positions, urging the car on as if he held the reins of a galloping horse. They were moving through sparse traffic at 90 miles an hour, both of them looking at the front ends of the cars they passed, searching for the 4 square lights or a damaged right side. A half-minute later, Bosch's knuckles as white as bones wrapped around the wheel. They came upon a maroon Ford going at least 70 in the slow lane. Bosch swung out from behind and passed alongside. Eleanor had her gun in her hands, but was holding it below the window so it could not be seen from outside the car. The white male driver didn't even look over or register notice. As they pulled ahead, Eleanor shouted, "Square lights, side by side!" "Is it the car?" Bosch called back excitedly. I don't know. Can't see the right side for damage. It could be. The guy isn't showing anything." They were 3/4 of a car length ahead now. Bosch grabbed the portable pullover light off the transmission hump on the floor and swung it out the window onto the roof. He switched on the revolving blue light and slowly began to angle the Ford onto the shoulder. Eleanor put her hand out the window and signaled the car over. The driver began to comply. Bosch braked sharply and let the other car shoot by onto the shoulder. Then Bosch swung his car onto the shoulder behind it. When both had stopped alongside a sound barrier wall, Bosch realized he had a big problem. He put on the high beams, but still only the passenger side headlight responded. The car in front was too close to the wall for Bosch and wished to see if the right side was damaged. Meantime, the driver sat in his car, mostly shrouded in darkness. "Shit," Bosch said. "Okay. Don't come up till I say it's clear, okay?" "Got it," she said. Bosch had to throw his weight hard against the door to open it. He came out of the car, gun in one hand and flashlight in the other. He held the light out away from his body and trained its beam on the driver of the car ahead. The roar of passing traffic in his ears, Bosch started to shout, but a diesel horn drowned him out and a blast of wind from the passing semi shoved him forward. Bosch tried again, shouting for the driver to stick both hands out the side window where Bosch could see them. Nothing. Bosch shouted the order again. After a long moment, with Bosch poised off the left rear fender of the maroon car, the driver finally complied. Bosch ran the flashbeam through the back window and saw no other occupants. He ran up and put the light on the driver and ordered him to step out slowly. "What is this?" the man protested. He was small, with pale skin, reddish hair, and a transparent mustache. He opened the car door and stepped out with his hands up. He was wearing a white button-down shirt and beige pants held up by suspenders. He looked out into the passing field of cars, almost as if beckoning for a witness to this commuter's nightmare. Can I see a badge?" he stammered. Bosch rushed forward, spun him around, and slammed his body into the side of his car, his head and shoulders over its roof. With one hand on the back of the man's neck, holding him down, and the other holding the gun to his ear, Bosch shouted to Eleanor that it was clear. "Check the front side!" The man beneath Bosch let out a moaning sound like a scared animal, and Bosch could feel him shaking. His neck felt clammy. Bosch never took his eyes off him to see where Eleanor was. Suddenly, her voice was right behind him.
"Let him go," she said. "It's not him. There's no damage. We've got the wrong car."
Part 6. Friday, May 25th. They were interviewed by the Santa Monica Police, the California Highway Patrol, LAPD, and the FBI. A DUI unit had been called to give Bosch a sobriety test. He passed. And by 2 a.m., he sat in an interview room at the West Los Angeles Bureau, bone-tired and wondering if the Coast Guard or IRS would be next. He and Eleanor had been separated, and he hadn't seen her since they had arrived 3 hours earlier. It bothered him that he could not be with her to protect her from the interrogators. Lieutenant Harvey, 98 pounds, came into the room then and told Bosch they were finished for the night. Bosch could tell that 98 was angry, and it wasn't just because he had been rousted from home. "What kind of cop doesn't get the make of the car that tries to run him down?" he asked. Bosch was used to the second-guessing tone to the questions. It had been that way all night. "Like I told every one of those guys before you, I was a little busy at the time. I was trying to save my ass. And this guy you pull over," Pounds cut in, "Jesus, Bosch, you rough him up on the side of the freeway? Every asshole with a car phone is dialing 911, reporting kidnap, murder, who knows what else. Couldn't you have tried to get a look at the right side of his car before you pulled him over?" "It was impossible. All of this is covered in the report we typed up, Lieutenant. I've gone over it, seems like 10 times already." Pounds acted as though he didn't hear. "And he's a lawyer, no less." "So what?" Bosch said, now losing his patience. "We apologized. It was a mistake. The car looked the same. And if he's going to sue somebody or anybody, it'll be the FBI. They've got deeper pockets, so don't worry about it." "No, he'll sue us both. He's already talking about it, for Christ's sake, and this is not the time to try to be funny, Bosch. It's also not the time to be worried about what we did or didn't do right. None of the suits that have come in here to interview me have seemed to care that somebody might be trying to kill us. They just want to know how far away I was when I fired, and whether I endangered bystanders, and why I pulled that car over without probable cause. Well, fuck it, man. Somebody is out to kill my partner and me. Excuse me if I'm not feeling particularly sorry for the lawyer who got his suspenders twisted." Pounds was ready for that argument. "Bosch, for all we have evidence of, it could have just been a drunk. And what do you mean, partner? You are on a day-to-day loan to this investigation, and after tonight, I think the loan is going to be withdrawn. You've spent 5 solid days on this case, and from what I understand from Rourke, you've got nothing. It was no drunk, Pounds. We were a target, and I don't care what Rourke says we have. I'm going to clear this one. And if you'd quit undermining the effort, believe in your own people for once, and maybe get those internal affairs assholes off me, you might be in line for a piece of the honors when it happens." Pounds's eyebrows arched like roller coasters. "Yeah, I know about Lewis and Clark," Bosch said, "and I know their paper was being copied to you. I guess they didn't tell you about the little talk we had? I caught him snoozing outside my house." It was clear from his expression that Pounds had not heard. Lewis and Clark were staying low, and Bosch would not get jammed up over what he had done to them. He began to wonder where the 2 IAD detectives had been when he and Eleanor had almost been run down. Meanwhile, Pounds remained silent for a long time. He was a fish, swimming around the bait Bosch had cast, seeming to know there was a hook in it, but thinking there might be a way to get the bait without the hook. Finally, he told Bosch to give him a rundown on the week's investigation. He was on the hook now. Bosch ran the case down for him, and though Pounds never spoke once during the next 20 minutes, Bosch could tell by his roller-coasting eyebrows whenever he heard something that Rourke had neglected to bring up. When the story was finished, there was no more talk from Pounds of Bosch's being withdrawn from the case. Nevertheless, Bosch felt very tired of the whole thing. He wanted to sleep, but Pounds still had questions. "If the FBI isn't putting people into the tunnels, should we?" he asked. Bosch could see he was thinking in terms of being in on the bust, if there was one. If he put LAPD people into the drainage tunnels, the FBI wouldn't be able to crowd the department out when the credit for the bust came. Pounds would receive a slap on the back from the chief if he could defend against such a maneuver. But Bosch had come to believe that Rourke's reasoning was sound and correct. A tunnel crew would stand a good chance of stumbling into the thieves and maybe getting killed. "Now," Bosch told Pounds, "let's first see if we can get a fix on Tron and where he keeps his stash. For all we know, it might not even be a bank." Pounds stood up, having heard enough. He said Bosch was free to go. As the lieutenant headed to the interview room door, he said, "Bosch, I don't think you'll have any problems with this incident tonight. It sounds to me like you did what you could. The lawyer got his feathers ruffled, but he'll settle down. Or just settle." Bosch didn't say anything or smile at his meager joke. "Hey, one thing," Pounds continued.
The fact that this happened in front of Agent Wish's home is a bit troubling because it has the appearance of impropriety. Just a hint, no? You were just walking her to the door, weren't you?" "I don't really care how it appeared, Lieutenant," Bosch answered. "I was off duty." Pounds looked at Bosch a moment, shook his head as if Bosch had ignored his outstretched hand, and then went through the door of the small room. Bosch found Eleanor sitting by herself in an interview room next to his. Her eyes were closed, and she had her head propped on her hands, her elbows up on the scarred wooden table. Her eyes opened as he walked in. She smiled, and he immediately felt healed of fatigue, frustration, and anger. It was a smile a child gives another when they've gotten away with something on the adults. "All done?" she said. "Yeah. You?" "Been done more than an hour. You are the one they wanted to grill." "As usual. Rourke has left?" "Yeah, he split. Said he wants me to check in with him every other hour tomorrow. After what happened tonight, he thinks he hasn't kept a tight enough rein on this." "Or you?" "Yeah, it looks like there is some of that, too. He wanted to know what we were doing at my place. I told him you were just walking me to my door." Bosch sat down wearily at the other side of the table and dug a finger into a cigarette pack in search of the last one. He put it in his mouth, but didn't light it. "Besides being titillated or jealous of what we might have been doing, who does Rourke think tried to take us out?" he asked. "A drunk driver, like my people seem to think?" "He did mention the drunk driver theory. He also asked whether I have a jealous ex-boyfriend. Other than that, there doesn't seem to be a great amount of concern that it might have something to do with our case." "I hadn't thought of the ex-boyfriend angle. What did you tell him?" "You're as conniving as he is," she said, flashing her brilliant smile. "I told him it wasn't any of his business." "Good going. Is it mine?" "The answer is no." She let him hang over the cliff a few seconds, then added, "That is, no jealous ex-boyfriends. So, can we leave now and get to where we were?" She looked at her watch. "About 4 hours ago." Bosch was awake in Eleanor Wish's bed long before dawn light crept around the curtain drawn across the sliding glass door. Unable to defeat insomnia, he finally got up and took a shower in the downstairs bathroom. After, he looked through her kitchen cabinets and refrigerator and began to put together a breakfast of coffee, eggs, and cinnamon raisin bagels. He couldn't find any bacon. When he heard the shower upstairs go off, he carried a glass of orange juice up and found her in front of the bathroom mirror. She was naked and braiding her hair, which she'd divided into 3 thick hanks. He was entranced by her and watched as she expertly maneuvered her hair into a French braid. She then accepted the juice and a long kiss from Bosch. She put on her short robe, and they went downstairs to eat. After, Harry opened the kitchen door and stood just outside it while he smoked a cigarette. "You know," he said, "I'm just happy nothing happened." "You mean last night on the street?" "Yeah, to you. I don't know how I'd have handled it. I know we just met and all, but, I care, you know?" "Me too." Bosch had taken a shower, but his clothes were as fresh as the ashtray in the used car. After a while he said he had to leave, to go by his house and change. Eleanor said she would go into the bureau and check for fallout from last night's activities and get whatever was on file about Bin. They agreed to meet at Hollywood Station on Wilcox because it was closest to Bin's business, and Bosch needed to turn in his damaged car anyway. She walked him to the door, and they kissed as if she were seeing him off to a day at the office at the accounting firm. When Bosch got to his house, he found no messages on the phone machine and no sign that the place had been entered. He shaved and changed clothes and then headed down the hill through Nichols Canyon and then over to Wilcox. He was at his desk, updating the investigating officer's chronological report forms, when Eleanor came in at 10. The squad room was full, and most of the detectives, who were male, stopped what they were doing to check her out. She had an uncomfortable smile on her face when she sat down in the steel chair next to the homicide table. "Anything wrong?" "I just think I would rather walk through Biscaylos," she said.
referring to the sheriff's jail downtown. "Oh, yeah, these guys can leer better than most flashers. You want a glass of water?"
"No, I'm fine. Ready?"
"Let's do it." They took Bosch's new car, which was actually at least 3 years old and had 77,000 miles on it. The station fleet manager, a permanent desk assignee since he'd had 4 fingers blown off by a pipe bomb he stupidly picked up one Halloween, said it was the best he could do. Budget restraints had halted the replacement of cars, though repairing the old ones actually cost the department more. At least, Bosch learned after starting the car, the air conditioner worked reasonably well. There was a light Santa Ana condition kicking up, and the forecast was for an unseasonably warm holiday weekend. Eleanor's research on Bin showed he had an office and business on Vermont near Wilshire. There were more Korean-run shops in the area than Vietnamese, but they coexisted. As near as Wish had been able to find out, Bin controlled a number of businesses that imported cheap clothing and electronic and video merchandise from the Orient and then moved it through Southern California and Mexico. Many of the items touristas thought they were getting on the cheap in Mexico and then bringing back to the States had already been there. It all seemed successful on paper, though it was small time. Still, it was enough to make Bosch question if Bin even needed the diamonds, or ever had any. Bin owned the building his office and discount video equipment store was based in. It was a 1930s auto showroom that had been converted years before Bin had ever seen it. Unreinforced concrete block, fronted with wide picture windows, and guaranteed to come down in a decent shaker. But for someone who had made it out of Vietnam the way Bin had, earthquakes were probably viewed as a minor inconvenience, not a risk. After they found an empty parking space across the street from Ben's Electronics, Bosch told Eleanor he wanted her to handle the questioning, at least at first. Bosch said he figured that Bin might be more inclined to talk to the feds than to the locals. They decided on a plan to small-talk him and then ask about Tron. Bosch didn't tell her that he also had a second plan in mind. "Doesn't exactly look like the kind of place run by a guy with a box full of diamonds in a bank vault," Bosch said as they got out of the car.
"That is, had in the bank," she said. "And remember, he couldn't flaunt that stuff. He had to be like every other Joe immigrant, the appearance of living day to day. The diamonds, if there were any, were the collateral for this place, for his American success story, but it had to look like he made it from scratch." "Wait a second," Bosch said, as they got to the other side of the street. He told Eleanor he had forgotten to ask Jerry Edgar to fill in on a court appearance for him that afternoon. He pointed to a payphone at a service station next to Bin's building and trotted over. Eleanor stayed behind, looking in the windows of the store. Bosch called Edgar, but didn't say anything about a court appearance. "Jed, I need a favor. You won't even have to get up." Edgar hesitated, as Bosch thought he would.
"What do you need?"
"You aren't supposed to say it like that. You're supposed to say, 'Sure, Harry, what do you need?'"
"Come on, Harry, we both know we're under the glass. We've got to be careful. Tell me what you need, I'll tell you if I can do it."
"All I want you to do is buzz me in 10 minutes. I need to get out of a meeting. Just buzz me, and when I call in, just put the phone down for a couple minutes. And if I don't call in, buzz me again in 5 minutes. That's it."
"That's all you need? Just the buzz?"
"Right. 10 minutes from now."
"Okay, Harry. Hey, I heard about your thing last night. That was close. And word around here is that it wasn't no drunk driver. You watch your ass."
"Always. What's going on with Sharky?"
"Nothing. I ran down his crew like you told me. 2 of them told me they were with him that night. I think they were rolling faggots. They said they lost sight of him after he got in a car. That was a couple hours before the desk got the call that he was in the tunnel up at the bowl. I figure whoever was in that car did him."
"Description?"
"The car? Not very good. Dark color, American sedan, something new, that's about it."
"What kind of headlights?"
"Well, I showed them the car book, and they picked different taillights. One guy's got round, the other says rectangle, but on the headlights, they both said they—"
"Square, side-by-side squares?"
"Right. Hey, Harry, you thinking this is the car that came down on you and the FBI woman? Jesus, we ought to get together on this."
"Later. Maybe later. Meantime, buzz me in 10 minutes."
10 minutes. Right. Bosch hung up and went back to Eleanor, who was looking through the plate glass window at the ghetto blasters on display. They entered the store, shook off 2 salesmen, walked around a stack of boxed camcorders on sale for $500 each, and told a woman standing at a cash register station in the back that they were there to see Bin. The woman stared blankly at them until Eleanor showed her badge and federal ID card. "You wait here," the woman said, and then disappeared through a door located behind the cash counter. There was a small, mirrored window in the door that reminded Bosch of the interview room back at Wilcox. He looked at his watch. He had 8 minutes. The man who emerged from the door behind the cash register looked to be about 60 years old. He had white hair. He was short, but Bosch could tell he had once been physically powerful for his size. Built wide and low to the ground, he now was softened by an easier life than he had had in his native land. He wore silver-framed glasses with a pink tint and an open-collar shirt and golf slacks. His breast pocket sagged with the weight of almost a dozen pens and a clip-on pocket flashlight. Ngo Van Bin was low-key all the way.
"Mr. Bin, my name is Eleanor Wish. I'm from the FBI. This is Detective Bosch, LAPD. We'd like to ask you a few questions."
"Yes," he said, the stern expression on his face unchanging.
"It's about the break-in at the bank where you had a safe deposit box."
"I reported no loss. My deposit box had sentimental occupants only." Diamonds ranked fairly high up there on the sentimental range, Bosch thought. "Mr. Bin, can we go back to your office and talk privately?" he said instead. "Yeah, but I suffer no loss. You look, it ain't in the reports." Eleanor held her hand out, urging Bin to lead the way. They followed him through the door with the mirror window and into a warehouse-like storage room. There were hundreds of boxes of electronic appliances on steel shelves going to the ceiling. They passed through into a smaller room that was a repair or assembly shop. There was a woman sitting at a tool bench with a bowl of soup held to her mouth. She did not look up as they passed. There were 2 doors at the back of the shop, and the procession went through one into Bin's office. It was here that Bin shed his peasant trappings. The office was large and plush, with a desk and 2 chairs to the right, and a dark leather L-shaped couch to the left. The couch was at the edge of an oriental rug that featured a 3-headed dragon poised to strike. The couch faced 2 walls of shelves filled by books and stereo and video equipment, much finer than what Bosch had seen out front. We should have braced him at his home, Bosch thought, seen how he lived, not how he worked. Bosch quickly scanned the room and saw a white telephone on the desk. It would be perfect. It was an antique, the kind where the handset was cradled above a rotary dial. Bin moved toward his desk, but Bosch quickly spoke up. "Mr. Bin, would it be okay if we sat over here on the couch? We'd like to keep this as informal as possible. We sit at desks all day, to tell you the truth." Bin shrugged his shoulders, as though it made no difference to him, that they were inconveniencing him no matter where they sat. It was a distinctly American gesture, and Bosch believed his seeming difficulty with English was a front used to better insulate him. Bin sat down on one side of the L-shaped couch, and Eleanor and Bosch took the other. "Nice office," Bosch said, and looked around. He saw no other phone in the room. Bin nodded. He offered no tea or coffee, no small talk. He just said, "What do you want, please?" Bosch looked at Eleanor. She said,
"Mr. Bin, we are just retracing our steps. You reported no financial loss in the vault break-in.
"That is right, no lot."
"That is correct. What did you keep in the box?"
"Nothing."
"Nothing?"
"Paper and such, no value. I told this to everyone already."
"Yes, we know. We're sorry to bother you again. But the case remains open, and we have to go back and see if we missed anything. Could you tell me, in specific detail, what papers you lost? It might help us if we make a recovery of property and can identify who it belongs to."
Eleanor took a small notebook and pen out of her purse. Bin looked at his 2 visitors as if he could not possibly see how this information could help. Bosch said, "You'd be surprised sometimes what little things can—" His pager tone sounded, and Bosch pulled the device off his belt and looked at the number display. He stood up and looked around as if he was just noticing the room for the first time. He wondered if he was overdoing it. "Mr. Bin, can I, use your phone? It'll be local." Bin nodded, and Bosch walked to the front of the desk, leaned over, and picked up the handset. He made a show of checking the pager number again, then dialed Edgar's number. He remained standing with his back to Eleanor and Bin. He looked up at the wall as if studying the silk tapestry that hung there. He heard Bin begin to describe to Eleanor the immigration and citizenship papers that had been taken from his safe deposit box. Bosch put the pager in his coat pocket and came out with the small pocket knife, the T9 phone bug, and the small battery he had disconnected from his own phone. "This is Bosch. Who paged me?" he said into the phone when Edgar picked up. After Edgar put the phone down, he said, "I'll hold a few minutes, but tell him I'm in the middle of an interview. What's so important?" With his back still to the couch, and Bin still talking, Bosch turned slightly to the right and cocked his head as if he were holding the phone to his left ear, where Bin could not see it. Bosch brought the handset down to stomach level, used the knife to pop off the earpiece cover, clearing his throat as he did this, and then pulled out the audio receiver. With one hand he connected the bug to its battery. He had practiced doing it earlier while waiting for the new car in the fleet yard at Wilcox. Then he used his fingers to shove the bug and battery into the barrel of the handset. He put the receiver back in and snapped on the cover, coughing loudly to camouflage any sound. "Okay," Bosch said into the phone. "Well, tell him I'll call back when I'm through here. Thanks, man." He put the phone back on the desk while returning the knife to his pocket. He went back to the couch where Eleanor was writing in a notebook. When she was finished, she looked at Bosch, and Bosch knew without any sign that now the interview would shift into a new direction.
"Mr. Bin," she said, "are you sure that is all you had in the box?"
"Yes, sure. Why do you ask me so much?"
"Mr. Bin, we know who you are and the circumstances of your coming to this country. We know you were a police officer."
"Yes, so what I mean?"
"We also know other things."
"We know," Bosch cut in. "You were very highly paid as a police officer in Saigon, Mr. Bin. We know that for some of your work you were paid in diamonds." "What did he mean, what he say?" Bin said, looking at Eleanor and gesturing with his hand to Bosch. He was lapsing into the defense of language barrier. He seemed to know less English as the interview went on.
"It means what he says," she answered. "We know about the diamonds you brought here from Vietnam, Captain Bin. We know you kept them in the safe deposit box. We believe the diamonds were the motivation for the vault break-in." The news didn't shake him. He may have already considered as much. He did not move. He said, "It's not true." "Mr. Bin, we've got your package," Bosch said. "We know all about you. We know what you were in Saigon, what you did. We know what you took with you when you came here. I don't know what you are into now. It all looks legit, but we don't really care. What we do care about is who ripped off that bank. And they ripped it off because of you. They took the collateral for all this and everything else you've got. Now, I don't think we are telling you something that you probably haven't figured out or thought about on your own. In fact, you might have even thought your old partner, Nguyen Tran, was behind it because he knew what you had and maybe where it was. Not a bad guess, but we don't think so. In fact, we think he is next on the list." Not a crack formed on the stone that was Bin's face. "Mr. Bin, we want to talk to Tran," Bosch said. "Where is he?" Bin looked down through the coffee table in front of him to the three-headed dragon on the rug beneath it. He put his hands together on his lap, shook his head, and said, "Where did Tran?" Eleanor glared at Bosch and tried to salvage what rapport she had had with the man before he butted in. "Captain Bin, we're not interested in taking any action against you. We simply want to stop another vault break-in before it happens. Can you help us, please?"
Bin didn't answer. He looked down at his hands. "Look, Bin, I don't know what you've got going on this," Bosch said. "You might have people out there trying to find the same people we are, I don't know. But I'm telling you right now, you are out of it. So tell us where Tran is." "I don't know it, man." "We are your only hope. We have to get to Tran. The people that ripped you off, they're in the tunnels again, right now. If we don't get to Tran this weekend, there won't be anything left for you or him." Bin remained a stone, As Bosch expected, Eleanor stood up.
"Think about it, Mr. Bin," she said.
"We're running out of time, and so is your old partner," Bosch said, as they headed for the door. After walking through the showroom door, Bosch looked both ways for traffic and ran across Vermont to the car. Eleanor walked it, anger making her strides stiff and jerky. Bosch got in and reached to the floor behind the front seat for the Nagra. He turned it on and set the recording speed at its fastest level. He didn't think the wait would be long. He hoped all the electronic equipment in the store would not skew the reception. Eleanor got in the passenger side and started to complain.
"That was magnificent," she said. "We'll never get anything out of that guy now. He's just going to call up Tron and— What the hell is that?"
"Something I picked up from the shoe flies. They dropped a bug in my phone. Oldest trick in the AUdiobook."
"And you just put it in—"
She pointed across the street, and Bosch nodded.
"Bosch, do you realize what could happen to us? What this means? I'm going back in there and getting—"
She opened the car door, but he reached across and pulled it closed. "You don't want to do that. This is our only way to get to Tron. Bin wasn't going to tell us no matter how we handle the interview, and deep down behind those angry eyes you know it, so it's this or nothing. Bin warns Tron and we never know where he is, or we use this to maybe find him. Maybe. We'll probably know soon enough." Eleanor looked straight forward and shook her head.
"Bosch, this could mean our jobs. How could you do this without consulting me?"
"For that reason, it could mean my job. You didn't know."
"I'd never prove it. The whole thing looks like a setup. I keep him occupied while you do your little charade on the phone."
"It was a setup, only you didn't know. Besides, Bin and Tron are not the targets of our investigation. We are not gathering evidence against them, just from them. This will never go in a report. And if he finds the bug, he can't prove I put it there. There was no register number. I looked. The suits weren't stupid enough to make it traceable. We're clear. You're clear. Don't worry."
"Harry, that is hardly reassuring—"
The red light on the Nagra flicked on. Someone was using Bin's phone. Bosch checked to make sure the tape was rolling. "Eleanor, you make the call," Bosch said, holding the recorder up on the palm of his hand. "Turn it off if you want. Your choice." She turned and looked at the recorder, then at Bosch. Just then the dialing stopped, and it was silent in the car. A phone began to ring at the other end of Bin's call. She turned away. Someone answered the phone. A few words were exchanged in Vietnamese, and then more silence. Then a new voice was on the line, and a conversation began, also in Vietnamese. Bosch could tell one of the voices belonged to Bin. The other sounded like a man about Bin's age. It was Bin and Tron together again. Eleanor shook her head and forced a short laugh.
"Brilliant, Harry. Now, who do we get to translate? We aren't letting anyone else know about this. We can't risk it." "I don't want to translate it." He turned the receiver off and rewound the tape. "Get out your little pad and pen." Bosch adjusted the recorder to its slowest speed and hit the play button. When the dialing started, it was slow enough that Bosch could count the clicks. Bosch called the numbers out to Eleanor, who wrote them down. They had the number Bin had dialed. The phone number was a 714 area code, Orange County. Bosch switched the receiver on. The telephone conversation between Bin and the unknown man was continuing. He turned it off and picked up the radio microphone. He gave a dispatcher the phone number and asked for the name and address that went with it. It would take a few minutes while someone looked it up in a reverse directory. Meantime, Bosch started the car and headed south toward Interstate 10. He had already connected with the 5 and was heading into Orange County when the dispatcher got back to him. The phone number belonged to a business called the Tan Phu Pagoda in Westminster. Bosch looked over at Eleanor, who looked away. "Little Saigon," he said. Bosch and Wish got to the Tan Phu Pagoda from Bin's business in an hour. The pagoda was a shopping plaza on Bolsa Avenue where no sign was printed in English. The building was off-white stucco with glass fronts on the half-dozen shops that lined the parking lot. Each was a small establishment that sold mostly unneeded junk like electronic equipment or T-shirts. There were competing Vietnamese restaurants on either end. Next to one of the restaurants was a glass door that led to an office or business without a front display window. Though neither Bosch nor Wish could decipher the words on the door, they immediately figured it was the entrance to the shopping center office. "We need to get in there and confirm that's Tron's place, see if he's there and if there are other exits," Bosch said.
"We don't even know what he looks like,"
Wish reminded him. He thought a moment. If Tron wasn't using his real name, it would tip him off to go in asking for him.
"I've got an idea," Wish said. "Find a payphone, then I'll go in the office. You dial the number you got off the tape, and when I'm in there, I'll see if it rings. If I hear a phone, we have the right place. I'll also try to scope out Tron and the exits."
"Phones might be ringing in there every 10 seconds, Bosch said. "It might be a boiler room or a sweatshop. How will you know it's me?"
She was silent a moment. "Chances are they don't speak English, or at least not well," she said. "So you ask whoever answers to speak English or get someone who can. When you get someone who understands, say something that will get a reaction I'll be able to see."
"You mean if the phone rings in a place where you will see?" She shrugged, her eyes showing him she was tired of his shooting down every suggestion she made.
"Look, it's the only thing we can do. Come on, there's a phone. We don't have a lot of time."
He drove out of the parking lot and a quarter block down to a payphone out front of a liquor store. Wish walked back to the Tanfu Pagoda, and Bosch watched until she reached the door of the office. He dropped a quarter in the phone and dialed the number he had written on his pad in front of Bin's. The line was busy. He looked back at the office door. Wish was gone from view. He dropped the quarter and dialed again. Busy. He did it in quick succession 2 more times before he got a ring. He was thinking that he had probably dialed the wrong number when the call was answered.
"Tanfu,"
a male voice said. Young, Asian, probably early 20s, Bosch thought. Not Tron. "Tanfu?" Bosch asked.
"Yes, please."
Bosch could not think of what to do. He whistled into the phone. The comeback was a staccato verbal attack of which Bosch could not understand a single word or sound. Then the phone at the other end was slammed down. Bosch walked back to the car and drove back toward the shopping plaza and into the narrow parking lot. He was cruising through it slowly when Wish appeared at the glass door with a man, an Asian. Like Bin, he had gray hair and had the aura, unspoken power, unflexed muscle. He held the door open for Eleanor and nodded to her as she said thanks. He watched her walk off and then disappeared inside again.
"Harry," she said as she got in the car, "what did you say to the guy on the phone?"
"Not a word. So it was that office?"
"Yeah, I think that was our Mr. Tron who held the door for me. Nice guy."
"So what did you do to become such great pals?"
"I told him I was a real estate lady. When I went in, I asked to see the boss. Then Mr. Grayhair came out of a back office. He said his name was Jimmy Bosch. I said I represented Japanese investors and asked if he was interested in taking an offer on the shopping center. He said no. He said, in very fine English, 'I buy, I don't sell.' Then he escorted me out. But I think that was Tron, something about him."
"Yeah, I saw it," Bosch said. Then he picked up the radio and asked dispatch to run the name Jimmy Bosch on the NCIC and DMV computers. Eleanor described the inside of the office. A central reception area, a hallway running behind it with 4 doors, including one at the rear that looked like an exit, judging by the double lock. No women. At least 4 men other than Bosch. 2 of them looked like hired muscle. They stood up from the reception room couch when Bosch walked out of the middle door in the hallway. Bosch drove out of the lot and around the block. He cut up the alley that ran behind the shopping plaza. He stopped when he had driven far enough to see a gold stretch Mercedes parked next to a rear door to the complex. There was a double lock on the door.
"That's got to be his wheels,"
Wish said. They decided they would watch the car. Bosch drove on by it to the end of the alley and parked behind a dumpster. Then he realized it was full of garbage from the restaurant. He backed out and drove out of the alley completely. He parked on the side street so that by looking out the passenger side of the car, they both could see the rear end of the Mercedes. Bosch could also look at Eleanor at the same time.
"So, I guess we wait," she said.
"I guess so. No way of telling whether he'll do anything after Bin's warning. Maybe he did something after Bin got ripped off last year and we're just spinning our wheels." Bosch got a radio call back from the dispatcher. Jimmy Bosch had a clean driving record. He lived in Beverly Hills, and he had no criminal record. Nothing else.
"I'm going back to the phone,"
Eleanor announced. Bosch looked at her.
"I have to check in. I'll tell Rourke we're set up on this guy and see if he can't shake someone loose to maybe call some banks and run his name, to see if he's a customer. I'd also like to run him on the property computer. He said, 'I buy, I don't sell.' I'd like to know what he buys."
"Fire a shot if you need me," Bosch said, and she smiled as she opened the door.
"You want something to eat?" she asked.
I'm thinking about getting takeout for lunch from one of those restaurants up front."
"Just coffee," he said. He hadn't eaten Vietnamese food in 20 years. He watched her walk around to the front of the center. About 10 minutes after she was gone, as Bosch watched the Mercedes, he saw a car pass by the other end of the alley. He immediately made it as a police sedan. A white Ford LTD without wheel covers, just the cheap hubcaps that revealed the matching white wheels. It had been too far away for him to see who was in it. He alternately looked at the Mercedes and then at the rearview mirror to see if the LTD was coming around the block, but in 5 minutes he never saw it. Wish was back 10 minutes after that. She was carrying a grease-stained brown bag from which she pulled 1 coffee and 2 goldfish cartons. "Steamed rice and crab bowl," she said. He passed on her offer and rolled his window down. He sipped the coffee she handed to him and grimaced. "Tastes like it was made in Saigon and shipped over," he said. "Did you get Rourke?"
"Yeah, he's going to get somebody to check Bosch out and page me if they come up with anything. He wants to know on a radio patch-through the minute the Mercedes starts moving."
2 hours passed easily as they small-talked and watched the gold Mercedes. Eventually, Bosch announced that he was going to break camp and drive around the block, just to change the pace. What he didn't say was that he was bored and his butt was falling asleep, and that he wanted to look for the white LTD.
"Do you think maybe we should call to see if he's still there and then hang up if he gets on?" she said.
If Ben gave him the warning, a call like that might shake him up, make him think something's going on, make him more cautious. He drove the car up to the corner and along the front of the shopping plaza. Nothing unusual caught his eye. He went around the block and parked in the same spot again. He had not seen the LTD. As soon as they were back in position, Wish's pager sounded, and she got out to go to the phone again. Bosch concentrated on the gold Mercedes and forgot about the LTD for the time being. But after Eleanor was gone 20 minutes, he began to get nervous. It was after 3 p.m., and Bosch, a.k.a. Tron, had not left as they expected he would. Something didn't seem right. But what? Bosch looked up at the front corner of the shopping center, studying it and waiting for Eleanor to make the turn around the stucco siding. He heard a sound, like a muffled impact, 2 or 3 of them. Shots? He thought of Eleanor, and his heart was pushed by a fist up into his throat. Or had the sound been car doors closing? He looked at the Mercedes, but could only see the trunk and taillights. He saw no one around the car. Back at the front corner, no Eleanor. Then back at the Mercedes, and he saw the brake lights go on. Bosch was leaving. Bosch started the car and drove up to the corner, his rear tires spitting gravel as he gunned it forward. At the corner, he saw Eleanor walking along the sidewalk toward him. He honked the horn and signaled for her to hurry. Eleanor trotted to the car and was just getting in when the Mercedes appeared in Bosch's rearview mirror and turned out of the alley toward them. "Get down," he said, and pulled Eleanor down on the seat. The Mercedes floated by and turned onto Bolsa. He released his grip on her neck. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" she demanded as she came up. Bosch pointed at the Mercedes, which was heading away. "They were coming by. You would have been made because you went in the office today. What took you so long?"
"They had to track down Rourke. He wasn't in his office."
Harry pulled out and started following the Mercedes from a distance of about 2 blocks. After a long moment composing herself, Eleanor said,
"Is he by himself?"
"I don't know. I didn't see him get in. I was looking up at the corner for you. I think I heard more than 1 car door close. I'm sure I did."
"But you don't know if Tron was one of them who got in?"
"Right. Don't know. But it's getting late. I figure it's got to be him." Bosch realized then that he might have fallen for the oldest ruse in the surveillance book. Bosch, or Tron, or whoever he was, could have simply sent one of his minions in the $100,000 car to draw away the tail. "What do you think? Go back?" he said. Wish didn't answer until he looked over at her.
"No," she said. "Go with what we got. Don't second-guess yourself. You're right about the time. A lot of banks close at 5 before a holiday weekend. He had to get going. He was warned by Ben. I think it's him."
Bosch felt better. The Mercedes turned west and then north again on the Golden State Freeway toward Los Angeles. The traffic crept slowly into downtown, and then the gold car went west on the Santa Monica Freeway, exiting on Robertson at 20 minutes before 5. They were heading into Beverly Hills. Wilshire Boulevard was lined with banks from downtown to the ocean. As the Mercedes turned west, Bosch felt they had to be close.
Tron would keep his treasure at a bank near his home, he thought. The gamble had been right. He relaxed a bit and finally got around to asking Eleanor what Rourke had said when she called in. He confirmed through the Orange County Clerk's office that Jimmy Bock is Nguyen Tran. They had a fictitious name filing. He changed his name 9 years ago. We should have checked Orange County. I forgot about Little Saigon. Also, she said, if this guy Tran had diamonds, he might have used them all up already. Property recs show he owns 2 more shopping centers like that one back there, in Monterey Park and Diamond Bar. Bosch told himself it was still possible. The diamonds could be the collateral for the real estate empire, just like with Bin. He kept his eyes on the Mercedes, only a block ahead now because rush hour was in full force and he didn't want to get cut off. He watched the black windows of the car move along the rich street, and he told himself it was heading to the diamonds. "And I saved the best for last," Wish announced then. "Mr. Bock, also known as Mr. Tran, controls his many holdings through a corporation. The title of said corporation, according to the records checked by Special Agent Rourke, is none other than Diamond Holdings Incorporated." They passed Rodeo Drive and were in the heart of the commercial district. The buildings lining Wilshire took on more stateliness, as if they knew they had more money and class in them. Traffic slowed to a crawl in some areas, and Bosch got as close as 2 car lengths behind the Mercedes, not wanting to lose the car on a missed light. They were almost to Santa Monica Boulevard, and Bosch was beginning to figure they were headed to Century City. Bosch looked at his watch. It was 4:50. If this guy's going to make a bank in Century City, I don't think he's going to make it. Just then, the Mercedes made a right turn into a parking garage. Bosch slowed to the curb, and without saying a word, Wish jumped out and walked into the garage. Bosch took the next right and went around the block. Cars were pouring out of office parking lots and garages, cutting in front of him again and again. When he finally got around, Eleanor was standing at the curb at the same spot where she had jumped out. He pulled up and she leaned into the window. "Park it," she said, and she pointed across the street and down half a block. There was a rounded structure that was built out to the street from the first floor of a high-rise office building. The walls of the semicircle were glass, and inside this huge glass room, Bosch saw the polished steel door of a vault. A sign outside the building said, "Beverly Hills Safe and Lock." He looked at Eleanor, and she was smiling. "Was Tron in the car?" he asked. "Of course. You don't make mistakes like that." He smiled back. Then he saw a space open up at a meter just ahead. He drove up and parked. "Since we started thinking there would be a second vault hit, my whole orientation was banks," Eleanor Wish said. "You know, Harry, maybe a savings and loan, but I drive by this place a couple times a week, at least. I never considered it." They had walked down Wilshire and were standing across the street from Beverly Hills Safe and Lock. She was actually standing behind him and peeking at the place over his shoulder. Tron, or Bock as he was known, had seen her earlier, and they couldn't risk his spotting her here. The sidewalk was clogged with office types that were pouring through the revolving glass doors of the buildings, heading to parking garages and trying to get even a 5-minute jump on the traffic on a holiday weekend. "It fits, huh?" Bosch said. "He comes here, doesn't trust banks like your friend at State was talking about, so he finds a vault without a bank. Here it is. But even better, as long as you have the money to pay, these places don't need to know who you are. No federal banking regulations because it isn't a bank. You can rent a box and only identify yourself with a letter or a number code." Beverly Hills Safe and Lock had all the appearances of a bank, but was far from it. There were no savings or checking accounts, no loan department, no tellers. What it offered was what it showed in the front window, its polished steel vault. It was a business that protected valuables, not money. In a town like Beverly Hills, this was a precious commodity. The rich and famous kept their jewels here, their furs, their prenuptial agreements. And it all sat out there in the open, behind glass. The business was the bottom floor of the 14-story J.C. Stock Building, a structure unnotable save for the glass vault room that protruded in a half-circle from the first-floor facade. The entrance to Beverly Hills Safe and Lock was on the side of the building at Rincon Street, where Mexicans in short yellow jackets stood ready to valet a client's car. After Bosch had dropped Eleanor off and gone around the block, she had watched Tron and 2 bodyguards get out of the gold Mercedes and walk to the Safe and Lock. If they thought they might be followed, they hadn't shown it.
They never looked behind them. One of the bodyguards carried a steel briefcase. Eleanor said,
"I think I made at least one of the bodyguards is carrying. The other's coat was too baggy." "Is that him? Yeah, there he is."
Tron was being escorted by a man in a dark blue banker's suit into the vault room. A bodyguard trailed behind with the steel briefcase. Bosch saw the heavy man's eyes sweep the sidewalk outside until Tron and banker's suit disappeared through the vault's open door. The man with the briefcase waited. Bosch and Wish also waited and watched. It was about 3 minutes before Tron came out, followed by the suit, who carried a metal safe deposit box about the size of a woman's shoebox. The bodyguard took up the rear, and the 3 men walked out of the glass room, out of sight.
"Nice. Personal service," Wish said. "Beverly Hills all the way. He's probably taking it into a private sitting room to make the transfer."
"Think you can get a hold of Rourke and get a crew over here to follow Tron when he leaves?" Bosch asked. "Use a landline. We have to stay off the air in case the people underground have someone up top listening to our frequencies."
"I take it we're staying here with the vault?"
she asked, and Bosch nodded. She thought a moment and said,
"I'll make the call. He'll be glad to know we found the place. We'll be able to put the tunnel crew down."
She looked about, saw a payphone next to a bus stop on the next corner, and made a move to walk that way. Bosch held her arm. "I'm going to go inside, see what's up. Remember, they know you, so stay out of sight until they're gone."
"What if they split before reinforcements come?"
"I'm staying with that vault. I don't care about Tron. You want the keys? You can take the car and tail him."
"No, I'll stay with the vault. With you."
She turned and headed toward the phone. Bosch crossed Wilshire and went in the safe and lock, passing an armed security guard who had been walking toward the door with a key ring in his hand. "Closing up, sir," said the guard, who had the swagger and gruffness of an ex-cop. "I'll only be a minute," Bosch said, without stopping. Banker's suit, who had led Tron into the vault, was one of 3 young, fair-haired men sitting at antique desks on the plush gray carpet in the reception area. He glanced up from some papers on his desk, sized up Bosch's appearance, and said to the younger of the other 2,
"Mr. Grant, would you like to help this gentleman?"
Though his unspoken answer was no, the one called Grant stood up, came around his desk, and with the best phony smile in his arsenal, approached Bosch.
"Yes, sir," the man said. "Thinking of opening a vault account with us?"
Bosch was about to ask a question when the man stuck out his hand and said,
"James Grant, ask me anything. Though we are running a little short of time. We're closing for the weekend in a few minutes."
Grant drew up his coat sleeve to check his watch to confirm closing time. "Harvey Pounds," Bosch said, taking his hand. "How did you know I don't already have a vault account?"
"Security, Mr. Pounds. We sell security. I know every vault client on site. So do Mr. Avery and Mr. Bernard."
He turned slightly and nodded at banker's suit and the other salesman, who solemnly nodded back.
"Not open weekends?"
Bosch asked, trying to sound disappointed. Grant smiled.
"No, sir. We find our clients are the type of people who have well-planned schedules, well-planned lives. They reserve the weekend for pleasures, not errands like these others you see. Scurrying to the banks, the ATMs. Our clients are a measure above that, Mr. Pounds, and so are we. You can appreciate that."
There was a sneer in his voice when he said this, but Grant was right. The place was as slick as a corporate law office, with the same hours and the same self-important frontman. Bosch took an expansive look around. In an alcove to the right, where there was a row of 8 doors, he saw Tron's 2 bodyguards standing on each side of the 3rd door. Bosch nodded at Grant and smiled. "Well, I see you have guards all over the place. That's the kind of security I'm looking for, Mr. Grant."
"I beg your pardon, Mr. Pounds. Those men are merely waiting for a client who is in one of the private offices. But I assure you our security provision can't be compromised." "Are you looking for a vault with us, sir?"
The man had more creepy charm than an evangelist. Bosch disliked him and his attitude. "Security, Mr. Grant. I am looking for security. I want to lease a vault, but I need to be assured of the security from both outside and inside problems, if you know what I mean."
"Of course, Mr. Pounds. But do you have any idea of the cost of our service, the security we provide?"
"Don't know and don't care, Mr. Grant. See, the money is not the object. The peace of mind is. Agreed?
Last week, my next-door neighbor, I'm talking about just 3 doors down from the former president, had a burglary. The alarm was no obstacle to them. They took very valuable things. I don't want to wait for that to happen to me. No place is safe these days.
Truly a shame, Mr. Pounds, Grant said, an unbridled note of excitement in his voice. I didn't realize it was getting that way in Bel Air, but I couldn't agree more with your plan of action. Have a seat at my desk and we can talk. Would you like coffee, perhaps some brandy? It is near the cocktail hour, of course, just one of the little services we provide that a banking institution cannot.
Grant laughed then, silently, with his head nodding up and down. Bosch declined the offer, and the salesman sat down, pulling his chair in behind him.
Now, let me tell you the basics of how we work. We are completely non-regulated by any government agency. I think your neighbor would be happy about that.
He winked at Bosch, who said, "Neighbor?"
The former president, of course.
Bosch nodded, and Grant proceeded.
We provide a long list of security services, both here and for your home, even an armed security escort if needed. We are the complete security consultant.
What about the safe deposit vault? Bosch cut in. He knew Tron would be coming out of the private office at any moment. He wanted to be in the vault by then.
Yes, of course, the vault. As you saw, it is on display to the world. The glass circle, we call it, is perhaps our most brilliant security ploy. Who would attempt to breach it? It is on display 24 hours a day, right on Wilshire Boulevard. Genius?
Grant's smile was wide with triumph. He nodded slightly in an effort to prompt agreement from his audience. "What about from underneath?" Bosch asked, and the man's mouth dropped back into a straight line.
Mr. Pounds, you can't expect me to outline our structural security measures, but rest assured the vault is impregnable. Between you, me, and the lamppost, you won't find a bank vault in this town with as much concrete and steel in the floor, in the walls, in the ceiling of that vault. And the electrical. You couldn't, if you excuse the expression, break wind in the circle room without setting off the sound, motion, and heat sensors.
May I see it?
The vault?
Of course.
Of course.
Grant adjusted his jacket and ushered Bosch toward the vault. A glass wall and a man-trap separated the semicircular vault room from the rest of Beverly Hills' safe and lock. Grant waved his hand at the glass and said, "Double-plated, tempered glass, vibration alarm tape between the sheets of glass to make tampering impossible. You'll find this on the exterior windows as well. Basically, the vault room is sealed in 2 plies of 3/4-inch glass." Using his hand again like a model pointing out prizes on a game show, Grant indicated a box-like device beside the door to the man-trap. It was about the size of an office water fountain, and a circle of white plastic was inlaid on top. On the circle was the black outline of a hand, its fingers splayed. To get in the vault room, your hand must be on file, the bone structure. Let me show you. He placed his right hand on the black silhouette. The device began to hum, and the white plastic inlay was lit from inside the machine. A bar of light swept below the plastic and Grant's hand, as if it were a Xerox machine. "X-ray," Grant said, "more positive than fingerprints, and the computer can process it in 6 seconds. In 6 seconds, the machine emitted a short beep, and the electronic lock on the first door of the trap snapped open. You see, your hand becomes your signature here, Mr. Pounds. No need for names. You give your box a code, and you put the bone structure of your hand on file with us. 6 seconds of your time is all we need." Behind him, Bosch heard a voice he recognized as belonging to Banker's suit, the one called Avery.
Mr. Long, are we finished?"
Bosch glanced around to see Tron emerging from the alcove. Now he was the one who carried the briefcase, and one of the bodyguards carried the safe deposit box. The other big man looked right at Bosch. Bosch turned back to Grant and said, "Can we go in?" He followed Grant into the man-trap. The door closed behind them. They were in a glass and white steel room about twice the size of a telephone booth. There was a second door at the end. Behind it stood another uniformed guard. "This is just a detail we borrowed from the L.A. County Jail," Grant said. "This door in front of us cannot open unless the one behind us is closed and locked. Maury, our armed guard, makes a final visual check and opens the last door. You see, we have the human and electronic touch here, Mr. Pounds. He nodded to Maury, who unlocked and opened the last door of the trap. Bosch and Grant walked out into the vault room. Bosch didn't bother to mention that he had just successfully circumvented the elaborate security obstacles by playing on Grant's greed and pitching a story with a Bel Air address. "And now, into the vault," Grant said, holding his hand out like a congenial host. The vault was larger than Bosch had envisioned. It was not wide, but it extended far back into the J.C. Stock building. There were safe deposit boxes along both side walls and in a steel structure running down the center of the vault. The two began walking down the aisle to the left as Grant explained that the center boxes were for larger storage needs. Bosch could see that the doors were much larger than those on the side walls. Some were big enough to walk through. Grant saw Bosch staring at these and smiled. "Furs," he said. "Minks. We do very good business storing expensive furs, gowns, what have you. The ladies of Beverly Hills keep them here in the off-season. Tremendous insurance savings, not to mention the peace of mind." Bosch tuned out the sales pitch and watched as Tron walked into the vault, trailed by Avery. Tron still had the briefcase, and Bosch noticed a thin band of polished steel on his wrist. He was handcuffed to the briefcase. Bosch's adrenaline kicked in at a higher notch. Avery stepped up to an open box door marked 237 and slid the deposit box in. He closed the door and used a key in one of the two locks on the door. Tron stepped up and put his own key in the other lock and turned it. He then nodded to Avery and both men walked out, Tron never having looked at Bosch. Once Tron was gone, Bosch announced that he had seen enough of the vault and headed out also. He walked to the double-plated glass and looked out on Wilshire Boulevard and watched Tron, flanked by the two massive guards, making his way to the parking garage where the Mercedes was parked. No one followed them. Bosch looked around but didn't see Eleanor. "Is, something wrong, Mr. Pounds?" Grant said from behind him. "Yes," Bosch said. He reached into his coat pocket and brought out his badge wallet. He held it up over his shoulder so Grant could see it from behind. "You better get me the manager of this place. And don't call me Mr. Pounds anymore." Lewis stood at a payphone in front of a 24-hour diner called Darling's. He was around the corner and about a block from Beverly Hills Safe and Lock. It had been more than a minute since Officer Mary Grosso had answered the call and said she would get Deputy Chief Irving on the line. Lewis was thinking that if the man wanted hourly updates, by landline, no less, then the least he could do was take the damn call promptly. He switched the phone to his other ear and dug in his coat pocket for something to pick his teeth with. His wrist was sore where it chafed against the pocket. But thinking about being handcuffed by Bosch only made him angry, so he tried to concentrate on the investigation. He had no idea what was going on, what Bosch and the FBI woman were up to. But Irving was convinced there was a caper on, and so was Clark. If so, Lewis promised himself at the payphone he would be the one who would squeeze the cuffs on Bosch's wrists. An old tramp with scary eyes and white hair shuffled up to the payphone next to the one Lewis was at and checked the change slot. It was empty. He reached a finger toward the slot of the phone Lewis was using, but the IAD detective batted it away. "Anything there, it's mine, Pop," Lewis said. Undeterred, the tramp said, "You got a quarter so I can get something to eat?" "Fuck off," Lewis said. "What?" a voice said. "What?" Lewis said, and then realized the voice had come from the phone. It was Irving. "Oh, not you, sir. I didn't realize you were, I was talking. I'm having a problem here with someone "You speak like that with a citizen." Lewis reached a hand into his pants pocket and pulled out a dollar bill. He handed it to the white-haired man and shooed him away. "Detective Lewis, are you there?" "Yes, Chief. Sorry. I've taken care of the situation now. I wanted to report there's been an important development." He hoped this last would draw Irving's attention away from the earlier indiscretion. Irving said, "Tell me what you have. Do you still have Bosch in sight?" Lewis exhaled sharply, relieved. "Yes," he said. "Detective Clark is continuing surveillance while I make this report." "All right, then give it to me. It is Friday evening, Detective. I would like to get home at a reasonable hour."
Lewis spent the next 15 minutes updating Irving on Bosch's tale of the gold Mercedes from Orange County to the Beverly Hills safe and lock. He said the tale was terminated at the safe and lock, which appeared to have been the intended destination. "What are they doing now, Bosch and the bureau woman?"
"They're still in there. It looks like they are interviewing the manager. Something's going on. It was like they didn't know where they were going, but once they got to this place, they knew this was it."
"Was what?"
"That's it, I don't know. Whatever it is they're up to. I think the guy they followed made a deposit. There's a vault, a large vault in the front window of the place."
"Yes, I know where you are talking about."
Irving did not speak for a long period, and Lewis, his report completed, knew better than to interrupt. He started daydreaming about cuffing Bosch's hands behind his back and walking him past a battery of television cameras. He heard Irving clear his throat.
"I don't know their plan, but I want you to stay with them. If they don't go home tonight, neither do you. Understood?"
"Yes, sir."
"If they allow the Mercedes-Benz to go on, then it must be the vault they wanted to find. They will place the vault under surveillance, and you, in turn, will continue to keep them under surveillance."
"Yes, Chief," Lewis said, though he was still lost. Irving spent the next 10 minutes giving his detective instructions and his theory of what was happening with Beverly Hills safe and lock. Lewis pulled out a pad and pen and took some quick notes. At the end of the one-sided dialogue, Irving entrusted Lewis with his home telephone number and said, "Don't move in without my prior approval. You can call me at the number at any time, day or night. Understood?" "Yes, sir," Lewis said urgently. Irving hung up without saying another word. Bosch waited in the reception area without telling Grant or the other salesmen what was going on until Wish arrived. They stood behind their fancy desks with their mouths open. When Eleanor came to the door, it was locked. She knocked and held up her badge. The guard let her in, and she walked into the reception area. As the salesman named Avery opened his mouth to say something, Bosch said, "This is FBI agent Eleanor Wish. She is with me. We are going to step into one of your client offices for a private conversation. Just take a minute. If there is a head man here, we'd like to speak to him as soon as we come out." Grant, still flustered, just pointed to the second door in the alcove. Bosch went in the third door, and Wish followed. He closed the door on all three of the salesman's eyes and locked it. "So, what have we got? I don't know what to tell them," he whispered, as he looked around the desk and 2 chairs in the room for a scrap of paper or anything else Tron might have mistakenly left behind. There was nothing. He opened the drawers of the mahogany desk. There were pens and pencils and envelopes and a stack of bond paper. Nothing else. There was a fax machine on a table against the wall opposite the door, but it was not turned on. "We watch and wait," she said, speaking very quickly. "Rourke says he's putting together a tunnel crew. They'll go in and have a look around. They're going to get with DWP first to see exactly what's down there. They should be able to figure what the best spot for a tunnel would be, and then they'll go from there. Harry, you really think this is it?" He nodded. He wanted to smile, but didn't. Her excitement was contagious. "Did he get a tail on Tron in time?" he asked. "By the way, here they know him as Mr. Long." There was a knocking on the door and someone's voice saying, "Excuse me. Excuse me?" Bosch and Wish ignored it. "Tron, Bach, now Long," Wish said. "I don't know about the tail. Rourke said he was going to try. I gave him the plate and told him where the Mercedes was parked. Guess we'll find out later. He said he'd also send over a crew to work the surveillance with us. We're going to have a surveillance meeting in the garage across the street at 8 o'clock. What did they say here?" "I haven't told them what's going on yet." There was another knock, this one louder. "Well then, let's go see the head man." The owner and chief operating officer of Beverly Hills Safe and Lock turned out to be Avery's father, Martin B. Avery III. He was of the same stock as many of his customers and wanted everybody to know it. He had a private office at the rear of the alcove. Behind his desk was a collection of framed photographs attesting to the fact that he was not just another chiseler feeding off the rich. He was one of them. There was Avery III, with a couple of presidents, a movie mogul or two, and English royalty. One photo was of Avery and the Prince of Wales in full polo regalia, though Avery appeared too thick around the middle and loose in the jowls to be much of a horseman. Bosch and Wish summarized the situation for him, and he was immediately skeptical. He said his vault was impregnable. They told him to save the sales pitch and asked to see design and operation plans for the vault. Avery 3 flipped his $60 blotter over, and there was the vault schematic taped to the back. It was clear that Avery 3 and his blow-cut salesman were overselling the vault. Starting from its outermost skin and going inward, it was 1-inch steel plating, followed by a foot of rebarred concrete, followed by another inch of steel. The vault was thicker on the bottom and top, where there was another 2-foot layer of concrete. As with all vaults, the most impressive thing was the thick steel door, but that was for show. Just like the hand X-ray and the man trap, only a show. Bosch knew that if the tunnel bandits were really down below, they would have little trouble coming up for air. Avery 3 said that there had been a vault alarm on each of the past 2 nights, including 2 alarms on Thursday night. Each time he was called at home by the Beverly Hills police. He in turn called his son, Avery 4, and dispatched him to meet the officers. The officers and the heir then entered the business and reset the alarm after finding nothing amiss. "We had no idea that there might be someone in the sewers below us," Avery 3 said. He said it like the word sewers was wholly beneath his usage. Hard to believe. Bosch asked more detailed questions about the vault's operation and security devices. Not realizing its significance, Avery 3 mentioned matter-of-factly that unlike conventional bank vaults, his vault had a time lock override. He had a code he could enter into the computer lock, which would purge the time lock coordinates. He was able to open the vault door any time. "We must accede to our client's needs," he explained. "If a Beverly Hills lady should call on a Sunday because she needs her tiara for the charity ball, I want to be able to get that tiara for her. You see, it is the service we sell."
"Do all your clients know about that weekend service?" Wish asked.
"Of course not," Avery 3 said.
"Only a select few. You see, we charge a hefty fee. We must bring in a security guard to do it."
"How long does it take to do the override and swing the door open?" Bosch asked.
"Not long. I tap in the override code on the keypad next to the vault door, and it is done in a matter of seconds. You then set the vault unlock code in, then turn the wheel and the door opens under its own weight. 30 seconds, perhaps a minute, perhaps less."
Not fast enough, Bosch thought. Tron's box was located near the front of the vault. That's where the bandits would be working. They would see and probably hear the vault door being opened. No element of surprise. An hour later, Bosch and Wish were back in his car. They had moved to the second level of the parking garage across Wilshire and east a half-block from Beverly Hills Safe and Lock. From there they had an open view of the vault room. After they had left Avery 3 and taken the surveillance position, they had watched as Avery 4 and Grant swung the huge stainless steel vault door closed. They turned the wheel and typed on the computer keypad, locking it. Then the lights inside the business went out, all except those in the glass vault room. Those always stayed on to display the very symbol of the security they offered.
"You think they'll come through tonight?"
Wish asked. "Hard to say. Without Meadows, they're down a man. They might be behind schedule." They had told Avery 3 to go home and be ready for a call-out. The owner had agreed but remained skeptical of the whole scenario Bosch and Wish had spun for him. "We're going to have to get them from underground," Bosch said, his hands holding the steering wheel as if he were driving. "We'd never get that door open fast enough." Bosch idly looked to his left, up Wilshire. He saw a white LTD with police wheels parked at the curb a block away. It was parked next to a fire hydrant, and there were 2 figures in it. He still had company. Bosch and Wish stood next to his car, which was parked on the second level of the garage, facing the retainer wall at the south end. The garage had been virtually empty for more than an hour, but the drab concrete enclosure smelled of exhaust fumes and burning brakes. Bosch was sure the brakes smell was from his car. The stop-and-go tail from Little Saigon had taken its toll on the replacement car. From their position, they could look across Wilshire and west a half-block to the vault showroom of Beverly Hills Safe and Lock. Farther down Wilshire, the sky was pink and the setting sun a deep orange. Evening lights were coming on in the city, and traffic was thinning out. Bosch looked east up Wilshire and could see the white LTD parked at the curb, its occupants' shadows behind the tinted windshield. At 8 o'clock, a procession of 3 cars, the last a Beverly Hills patrol car,
came up the ramp and cut across the empty parking spaces to where Bosch and Wish stood at the wall. "Well, if our perps have their lookout in any of these high-rises and they saw this little parade, you can bet he's pulling them out now," Bosch said. Rourke and 4 other men got out of the 2 unmarked cars. Bosch could tell by the suits that 3 of them were agents. The 4th man's suit was a little too worn, its pockets baggy like Bosch's. He carried a cardboard tube. Harry figured him for the DWP soup Wish had said was coming. 3 Beverly Hills uniforms, one with captain's bars on his collar, got out of the patrol car. The captain was also carrying a rolled tube of paper. Everybody converged at Bosch's car and used its hood as the meeting table. Rourke made some quick introductions. The 3 from BHPD were there because the operation was in their jurisdiction. Interdepartmental courtesy, Rourke said. They were also on hand because Beverly Hills Safe and Lock had filed a design plan with the local police department's Commercial Security Division. They would only observe the meeting, Rourke said, and be called on later if their department was needed for backup. 2 of the FBI agents, Hanlon and Houck, would work the overnight surveillance with Bosch and Wish. Rourke wanted a view of Beverly Hills Safe and Lock from at least 2 angles. The 3rd agent was the FBI's SWAT coordinator, and the last man was Ed Gearson, a DWP underground facilities supervisor. "Okay, let's set the battle plans," Rourke announced at the end of the introductions. He took the cardboard tube from Gearson without asking and slid out a rolled blueprint. "This is a DWP schematic print for this area. It has all the utility lines, the tunnels and culverts. It tells us exactly what is down there." He unfurled a grayish map with smeared blue lines on it across the hood. The 3 Beverly Hills cops anchored the other end with their hands. It was getting dark in the garage, and the SWAT man, an agent named Heller, held a pen light with a surprisingly wide and bright beam over the drawing. Rourke took a pen out of his shirt pocket, pulled on it until it telescoped into a pointer. "Okay, we are right." Before he could find the spot, Gearson reached his arm into the light and put a finger on the map. Rourke brought his pen point over to the spot. "Yes, right here," he said, and gave Gearson a "don't fuck with me" look. The DWP man's shoulders seemed to stoop a little more in his threadbare jacket. Everyone around the car leaned in closer over the hood to study the location. "Beverly Hills Safe and Lock is here," Rourke said. "The actual vault is here. Can we see your blueprint, Captain Orozco?" Orozco, who was built like an inverted pyramid, broad shoulders over thin hips, unrolled his drawing across the top of the DWP print. It was a copy of the drawing Avery 3 had shown Bosch and Wish earlier.
3,000 square feet of vault space, said Orozco, indicating the vault area with his hand. Small private boxes along the sides and freestanding closets down the middle. If they are under there, they could come up through the floor anywhere along these 2 aisles. So we are talking about a range of about 60 feet in which they could come through the floor. "Now, Captain," Rourke said, "if you pick that up and we look back at the DWP chart, we can place that breakthrough zone right here." With a day-glow yellow underliner, he outlined the floor of the vault on the utility map. "Using that as a guide, we can see the subterranean structures that offer the closest proximity. What do you think, Mr. Gearson?" Gearson leaned over the car hood another few inches and studied the utility map. Bosch also leaned in. He saw thick lines he assumed indicated major east-west drainage lines, the kind the tunnelers would seek. He noticed that they corresponded to major surface streets: Wilshire, Olympic, Pico. Gearson pointed out the Wilshire line, saying it ran 30 feet below ground and was large enough to drive a truck through. With his finger, the DWP man traced the Wilshire line east 10 blocks to Robertson, a major north-south stormwater line. From that intersection, he said, it was just a mile south to an open drainage culvert that ran alongside the Santa Monica Freeway. The opening at the culvert was as big as a garage door and blocked only by a gate with a padlock on it. "I'd say that's where they could have come in," Gearson said. "Like following surface streets. You take the Robertson line up to Wilshire, take a left, and you're practically here by your yellow line, the vault. But I don't think they'd dig a tunnel off the Wilshire line."
"No?" Rourke said.
"How so?"
"Too busy is how so," Gearson said, sensing he was the man with the answers, as 9 faces peered at him from around the car hood.
We got DWP people underground all the time in these main lines, checking for cracks, blockages, problems of any sort. And Wilshire's the main drag down there, east and west, just like up top. If somebody knocked a hole in the wall, it'd get noticed, see?
What if they were able to conceal the hole?
You're talking about like they did a year or so ago in that burglary downtown? Yeah, that might work again. Maybe somewhere else. But there's a good chance on the Wilshire line that it'd be seen. We look for that sort of thing now. And like I said, there's a lot of traffic on the Wilshire line.
There was silence as they took time to consider this. The engines of the cars ticked away the heat. "Then where would they dig, Mr. Gearson, to get into this vault?" Rourke finally said.
"We got all manner of link-ups down there. Don't think us guys don't think of this from time to time when we're working down there. You know, the perfect crime and all that. I've hashed stuff like this around, especially when I read about that last one in the papers. I think if you are saying that that's the vault they want to get into, then they'd still do, just like I said, come up Robertson and then over on the Wilshire line. But then I think they'd move down one of the service tunnels to sort of stay out of sight. The service tunnels are 3 to 5 feet wide. They're round, plenty of room to work and move equipment. They hook up the main artery lines to the street storm drains and the utility systems in the buildings along here." He put his hand back into the light and traced the smaller lines he was talking about on the DWP map. "If they did this right," he said, "what they did was get in the gate down by the freeway and drive their equipment and all up to Wilshire and then over to your target area. They unload their stuff, hide it in one of these service tunnels, as we call them, and then take their vehicle back out. They hike back in on foot and set to work in the service tunnel. Hell, they could be working in there 5-6 weeks before we might have occasion to go up that particular line."
Bosch still thought it sounded too simple. "What about these other storm lines?" he asked, indicating Olympic and Pico on the map. There was a crosshatch pattern of the smaller service tunnels running from these lines north toward the vault. "What about using one of these and coming up behind the vault?"
Gearson scratched his bottom lip with a finger and said, "Well, that's fine. There's that, too. But the thing is, these lines aren't going to get you as close to the vault as these Wilshire offshoots. See what I mean? Why would they dig a 100-yard tunnel when they could dig a 100-footer here?"
Gearson liked holding court, the idea of knowing more than the silk suits and uniforms around him. Having finished his speech, he rocked back on his heels, a satisfied look on his face. Bosch knew the man was probably correct on every detail. "What about earth displacement?" Bosch asked him. "These guys are digging a tunnel through dirt and rock, concrete. Where do they get rid of it? How?"
"Bosch, Mr. Gearson is not a detective," Rourke said. "I doubt that he knows every nuance of—"
"Easy," Gearson said. "The floors of the main lines like Wilshire and Robertson are graded 3 degrees to center. There's always water running down the center, even most days during a drought. It might not be raining up top, but water flows, you know. You'd be surprised how much. Either it's runoff from the reservoirs or commercial use, or both. Your fire department gets a call, where you think the water goes when they're done putting the fire out. So what I'm saying is, if they had enough water, they could use it to move the displaced earth, or whatever you want to call it."
"It's got to be tons." Hanlon spoke for the first time.
"But it's not several tons at once. You said they took days to dig this. You spread it out over days and the runoff could handle it. Now, if they are in one of the service tunnels, they'd have to figure a way to get water through there, down to your main line. I'd check your fire hydrants in the area. You got one leaking or had a report of somebody opening one up, that'd be your boys."
One of the uniforms leaned to Orozco's ear and said something. Orozco leaned over the hood and raised his finger above the map. Then he poked it down on a blue line.
"We had a hydrant vandalized here 2 nights ago. Somebody opened it up," the uniform who had whispered to the captain said, "and used a bolt cutter to cut the chain that holds the cap. They took the cap with them, and it took the fire department an hour to get out here with a replacement."
"That would be a lot of water," Gearson said. "That would have taken care of some of your earth displacement."
He looked at Bosch and smiled, and Bosch smiled back. He liked when pieces of the puzzle began to fit.
"Before that, let's see, Saturday night it was, we had an arson," Orozco said. "A little boutique in behind the stock building off Rincon."
Gearson looked at the spot Orozco pointed to on the blueprint as being the location of the boutique. He put his own finger on the fire hydrant location.
"The water from both of those things would have gone into 3 street catches. Here, here, and here," he said, moving his hand deftly over the gray paper. These two drain to this line, the other drains here. The investigators looked at the two drainage lines. One ran parallel to Wilshire, behind the J.C. stock building. The other ran perpendicular to Wilshire, a straight offshoot, and next to the building.
Either one, and we're still looking at, what, 100-foot tunnel?
Wish said. At least, Gearson said, if they had a straight shot. They might have hit ground utilities or hard rock and had to divert some. Any tunnel down there could be a straight shot. The SWAT expert tugged Rourke's cuff, and the two walked away from the crowd for a whispered conversation. Bosch looked at Wish and softly said, "They're not going to go in."
What do you mean?
This isn't Vietnam. Nobody has to go down there. If Franklin and Delgado and anybody else are down there in one of these lines, there's no way to go in safely and unannounced. They hold all the advantages. They know we're coming. She studied his face but didn't say anything. It would be the wrong move, Bosch said. We know they're armed and probably have trips set up. We know they're killers. Rourke came back to the gathering around the car hood and asked Gearson to wait in one of the bureau cars while he finished up with the investigators. The DWP man walked to the car with his head down, disappointed he was no longer part of the plan. "We're not going in after them," Rourke said after Gearson shut the car door. "Too dangerous. They have weapons, explosives. We have no element of surprise. It adds up to heavy casualties for us. So we trap them. We let things take their course, and then we will be there waiting, safely, when they come out. Then we'll have surprise on our side. Tonight, SWAT will make a recon run through the Wilshire line. We'll get some DWP uniforms from Gearson and look for their entry point. Then we'll set up and wait in whatever's the best location, whatever's safest from our standpoint." There was a beat of silence, punctuated by a horn from the street, before Orozco protested. Wait a minute. He waited until every face was on his, except Rourke's. He didn't look at Orozco at all. "We can't be talking about sitting out here with our thumbs up our asses and letting these people blast their way into that vault," Orozco said. "To let them go in and pry open a couple hundred boxes and then just back out? My obligation is to protect the property of the citizens of Beverly Hills, who probably happen to constitute 90% of that business's customers. I'm not going along with this." Rourke collapsed his pen pointer, put it in the inside pocket of his coat, and then spoke. He still did not look at Orozco. "Orozco, your exception can be noted for the record, but we're not asking you to go along with this," Rourke said. Bosch noticed that along with failing to address Orozco by his rank, Rourke had dropped all pretense of courtesy. "This is a federal operation," Rourke continued. "You are here as a professional courtesy. Besides, if my thinking is correct, they will open one deposit box only. When they find it empty, they will cancel the operation and leave the vault." Orozco was lost. His face showed it. Bosch could see he obviously had not been given many details of the investigation. He felt sorry for him, hung out to dry by Rourke. "There are things we can't discuss at this point," Rourke said. "But we believe their target is only one box. We have reason to believe it is now empty. When the perps break into the vault and open that particular box and find it is empty, we believe they will back out in a hurry. Our job now is to be ready for that." Bosch wondered about Rourke's supposition. Would the thieves back out? Or would they think they had the wrong box and keep drilling, looking for Tron's diamonds? Or would they loot the other boxes in hope of stealing property valuable enough to make the tunnel caper worth it? Bosch didn't know. He certainly wasn't as sure as Rourke. But then he knew the FBI agent might just be posturing to get Orozco out of the way. "What if they don't back out?" Bosch asked. "What if they keep drilling?" "Then we all have a long weekend ahead of us," Rourke said, "because we are going to wait them out." "Either way, you're going to put that place out of business," Orozco said, pointing in the direction of the stock building. "Once it is known that somebody blew a hole through the vault they've got sitting out there in the big window, there will be no public confidence. Nobody will put their property in there." Rourke just stared at him. The captain's plea was falling on deaf ears. "If you can catch them after they break in, why not before?" Orozco said. "Why don't we open up that place, run a siren, make some noise, even sit a patrol car out front? Do something to let them know we are here and we know about them. That'll scare them out before they break in. We catch them, we save the business. We don't, we still save the business and we get them another day." "Captain," Rourke said, the false congeniality back, "if you let them know we are here,
You take away our one advantage, surprise, and invite a firefight in the tunnels and perhaps up on the street, in which they will not care who is hurt, who is killed. That's including themselves and perhaps innocent bystanders. Then how do we explain to the public, and even ourselves, that we did it this way because we wanted to try to save a business?" Rourke waited a bit to let his words sink in, then said, "You see, Captain, I am not going to hedge on safety on this operation. I can't. These men that are down there, they don't scare. They kill. 2 people that we know about, including a witness, and that's only this week. No way are we going to let them get away. No fucking way." Orozco leaned across the hood and rolled his blueprint up. As he snapped a rubber band around it, he said, "Gentlemen, don't fuck up. If you do, my department and I will not hold back our criticism or the details of what was discussed at this meeting. Good night." He turned and walked back to the patrol car. The 2 uniforms followed without being told to. Everybody else just watched. When the patrol car drove down the ramp, Rourke said, "Well, you heard the man. We can't fuck this up. Anybody else want to suggest something?" "What about putting people in the vault now and waiting for them to come up?" Bosch said. He hadn't really considered it, but threw it out as it came to him. "No," the SWAT man said. "You put people in the vault and they're in a corner, no options, no way out. I wouldn't even ask my men for volunteers." "They could be injured by the blast," Rourke added. "No telling where or when the perps will come up." Bosch nodded. They were right. "Can we open the vault and go in once we know they've come up?" one of the agents said. Bosch couldn't remember now whether he was Hanlon or Houck. "Yes, there's a way to take the door off the time lock," Wish said. "We'd need to get Avery, the owner, back out here." "From what Avery said, it looks like that would take too long," Bosch said. "Too slow. Avery can take it off time lock and open it, but it's a 2-ton door that swings open on its own weight. At best, it would take a half-minute to get it open. Maybe less, but they'd still have a drop on us, the people inside. Same risk as coming at them through the tunnels." "What about a flashbang?" one of the agents said. "We open the vault door just a bit and throw in a flash grenade, then we go in and take them." Rourke and the SWAT man shook their head in unison. "For 2 reasons, the SWAT man said. "If they wire the tunnel, as we assume they will, the flash could detonate the charges. We could see Wilshire Boulevard out there drop 30 feet, and we don't want that. Think of the paperwork." When no one smiled, he continued. "Secondly, that's a glass room we are talking about. Our position in there would be very vulnerable. If they have a lookout, we're dead. We think they go with radio silence when they've got the explosives out, but what if they don't, and this lookout lets them know we're out there? They might be ready to toss something out at us while we're tossing something in." Rourke added his own thoughts. "Never mind the lookout. We put a SWAT team in that glass room and they can watch it on TV. We'll have every station in L.A. with a camera out on the sidewalk and traffic backed up to Santa Monica. It'll be a circus, so forget that. SWAT will get with Gearson, do the recon, and get the exits down by the freeway covered. We wait for them underneath, and we take them on our terms. That's it." The SWAT man nodded, and Rourke continued. "Starting tonight, we'll have 24-hour surveillance topside on the vault. I want Wish, Bosch on the vault side of the building, Hanlon, Houck on Rincon Street so you can see the door. If it looks or sounds like it is going down, I want to be alerted, and I will alert SWAT to stand by. Use landlines if possible. We don't know if they are monitoring our freaks. You people on the surveillance will have to work out a code to use on the radio. Everybody got that?" "What if there's an alarm?" Bosch asked. "There have been 3 so far this week." Rourke thought a moment and said, "Handle it routinely. Meet the call-out manager, Avery or whoever at the door, and reset the alarm and send him on his way. I'll get back to Orozco and tell him to send his patrols on the alarms, but we'll handle things."
"Avery will get the call-outs," Wish said. "He already knows what we think is going to happen here. What if he wants to open the vault, take a look around?"
"Don't let him. It's that simple. It's his vault, but his life would be endangered. We can prevent it." Rourke looked around at the faces. There were no more questions. "Then that's it. I want people in position in 90 minutes. That gives you all-nighters time to eat, piss, and get coffee. Wish, give me status reports landline at midnight in 0600. Got it?"
"Got it."
Rourke and the SWAT man got in the car where Gearson was waiting and drove down the ramp. Bosch, Wish, Hanlon, and Houck then worked out a radio code to use. They decided to switch the streets in the surveillance area with the names of streets downtown. The idea was, if anyone was listening to the Simplex 5 public safety frequency, they would think they were hearing reports on a surveillance at Broadway and First Street in downtown, instead of Wilshire and Rincon in Beverly Hills. They also decided to refer to the vault room as a pawn shop while on the radio. That done, the two sets of investigators split up and agreed to check in at the start of the surveillance. As Hanlon and Houck's car headed toward the ramp, Bosch, alone with Wish for the first time since the plans were set, asked what she thought.
I don't know. I don't like the idea of letting them go into the vault and then run around loose down there after. I wonder if the SWAT team can really cover everything.
I guess we'll find out. A car came up the ramp and drove toward them. The lights blinded Bosch, and for a moment he thought of the car that had come at them the night before. But then the car swerved and came to a stop. It was Hanlon and Houck. The passenger window was rolled down, and Houck held a thick manila envelope out the window. "Mail call, Harry," the agent said. "Forgot we were supposed to give this to you. Somebody from your office dropped it by the bureau today, said you were waiting for it but hadn't been by Wilcox to get it." Bosch took the envelope and held it out away from his body. Houck noticed the discomfort on his face. "The guy's name was Edgar, black guy, said you used to be partners," Houck said. "Said it had been sitting in your mailbox 2 days, and he thought it might be important. Said he was showing somebody a house out in Westwood and decided to drop it by while he was in the area. That sound legit to you?" Bosch nodded, and the two agents drove away again. The heavy envelope was sealed, but the return address was the U.S. Armed Services Records Archive in St. Louis. He tore off the end of the envelope and looked inside. There was a thick file of papers.
"What is it?"
Wish asked. "It's Meadows' package. I forgot I ordered it. Did it Monday before I knew you guys were on the case. Anyway, I've already seen this stuff." He tossed the envelope through the open window of the car onto the back seat.
"Hungry?"
she asked him. "I want some coffee, at least."
"I know a place."
Bosch was sipping steaming black coffee from a plastic cup he had taken from the restaurant, an Italian place on Pico, behind Century City. He was in the car, back in place on the second floor of the parking garage across Wilshire from the vault. Wish opened the door and got in after making her midnight check-in call to Rourke.
"They found the Jeep."
"Where?"
"Rourke says SWAT did the reconnaissance ride through the Wilshire storm sewer but found no sign of intruders or a tunnel entry. Looks like Gearson was right. They're tucked in one of the smaller tributary lines. Anyway, the SWAT guys then went down to the drainage wash by the freeway to set the trap. They were deploying at 3 exit positions from the tunnels when they came across the Jeep. Rourke said there's a carpool parking lot down by the freeway. There's a beige Jeep parked with a covered trailer attached. It's theirs. The 3 blue ATVs are in the trailer."
"Is he getting a warrant?"
"Yeah, he's got somebody trying to find a judge now, so they'll have it. But they aren't going to go near it until they take down the operation, in case their plan is for someone to come out and get the ATVs, or somebody already outside is going to show up and drive them in."
Bosch nodded and sipped. It was a smart way to go. He remembered he had a cigarette going in the ashtray and tossed it out the open window. As if guessing what he would be thinking, she said,
"Rourke said that from what they could see there was no blanket in the back of the Jeep. But if it's the Jeep Meadows' body was carried to the reservoir in, there still should be fiber evidence."
"What about the seal that Sharkey saw on the door?"
"Rourke said there was no seal, but there could have been one and they just took it off when they were leaving the Jeep out there."
"Yeah," Bosch said. After a few moments of thought, he said, "Does it bother you how everything is just coming together so well?"
"Should it?"
Bosch shrugged his shoulders. He looked up Wilshire. The curb in front of the fire plug was empty. Since they had come back from dinner, Bosch hadn't seen the white LTD, which he'd been sure was an IAD car. He didn't know if Lewis and Clark were around or had called it a night.
"Harry, good detective work pays off with cases that come together," Eleanor told him. "I mean, we aren't out of the dark on this by a long shot, but I think we finally have a measure of control. Damn sight better than we were 3 days ago, so why the worry when a few things finally start coming together?"
3 days ago, Sharkey was still alive.
"Well, while you're taking the blame for that, why don't you add everybody else who has ever made a choice and gotten themselves killed? You can't change those things, Harry, and you're not supposed to be a martyr."
"What do you mean, choice? Sharkey didn't make any choice."
"Yes, he did. When he chose the streets, he knew he might die on the streets."
You don't believe that. He was a kid.
I believe that shit happens. I believe that the best you can do in this job is come out even. Some people win and some lose. Hopefully, half the time it is the good guys who win. That's us, Harry.
Bosch drank his cup dry, and they sat in silence for a while after that. They had a clear view of the vault sitting at the center of the glass room like a throne. Out there in the open, polished and shiny under the bright ceiling lights, it said, "Take me to the world," he thought. And somebody would. We're going to let them. Wish picked up the radio handset, keyed the transmit button twice, and said,
"Broadway 1 to First, do you guys copy?"
"We copy, Broadway. Anything?" It was Houck's voice on the comeback. There was a lot of static as the radio waves ricocheted off the tall buildings in the area.
"Only checking. What's your position?"
"We are due south of the front door of the pawn shop. A clear view of nothing going on."
"We're east. Can see the—"
She clicked off the mic and looked at Bosch.
"We forgot a code for the vault. Got any ideas?"
Bosch shook his head no, but then said, "Saxophone. I've seen saxophones hanging in pawn shop windows. Musical instruments, lots of them." She clicked the mic open again.
"Sorry, First Street had technical difficulty. We are east of the pawn shop, have the piano in the window in sight. No activity inside."
"Stay awake."
"That's a K. Broadway out."
Bosch smiled and shook his head.
"What?" she said. "What?"
"I've seen lots of musical instruments in pawn shops, but I don't know about a piano. Who's going to take a piano to a pawn shop? You'd need a truck. We've blown our cover now." He picked up the radio mic, but without clicking the transmit button, and said, First Street, check that. It's not a piano in the window. That's an accordion. Our mistake." She slugged him on the shoulder and told him to never mind the piano. They settled into an easy silence. Surveillance jobs were the bane of most detectives' existence. But in his 15 years on the job, Bosch had never minded a single stakeout. In fact, many times he enjoyed them when he was with good company. He defined good company not by the conversation, but by the lack of it. When there was no need to talk to feel comfortable, that was the right company. Bosch thought about the case and watched the traffic pass by the vault. He recapped the events as they had occurred, in order from start to present, revisiting scenes, listening to the dialogue over again. He found that often this reaccounting helped him make the next choice or step. What he mulled over now, poking at it like a loose tooth with his tongue, was the hit and run, the car that had come at them the night before. Why? What did they know at that point that made them so dangerous? It seemed to be a foolish move to kill a cop and a federal agent. Why was it undertaken? His mind then drifted to the night they had spent together after all the questions were asked by all the supervisors. Eleanor was spooked, more so than he. As he had held her in her bed, he felt as though he were calming a frightened animal, holding and caressing her as she breathed into his neck. They had not made love, just held each other. It had somehow seemed more intimate.
"Are you thinking about last night?" she asked then.
"How did you know?"
"A guess. Any ideas?"
"Well, I think it was nice. I think we—"
"I'm talking about who tried to kill us last night."
"Oh. No ideas. I was thinking about the after."
"Oh. You know, I didn't thank you, Harry, for being with me like that, not expecting anything."
"I should thank you."
"You're sweet."
They drifted into their own thoughts again. Leaning against the door with his head against the side window, Bosch rarely took his eyes off the vault. Traffic on Wilshire was light but steady. People heading to or from the clubs over on Santa Monica Boulevard or around Rodeo Drive. There was probably a premiere at nearby Academy Hall. It seemed to Bosch that every limousine in L.A. was working Wilshire this night. Stretch cars of all makes and colors cruised by one. They moved so smoothly they seemed to float. They were beautiful and intriguing with their black windows, like exotic women in sunglasses, a car built just for this city, Bosch thought.
"Has Meadows been buried?"
The question surprised him. He wondered what tumble of thought led to it. "No," he answered. "Monday over at the Veterans Cemetery."
A Memorial Day funeral. Sounds kind of fitting. So his life of crime did not disqualify him from being placed in such sacred ground?
No, he did his time over there in Vietnam. They've saved a space for him. There's probably one there for me, too. Why'd you ask?
I don't know, just thinking is all. Will you go?
If I'm not sitting here watching this vault.
That would be nice of you. I know he meant something to you at one point in your life.
He let it drop, but then she said,
Harry, tell me about the Black Echo. What you said the other day, what did you mean?
For the first time he looked away from the vault and at Eleanor. Her face was in darkness, but headlights from a passing car lit the interior of the car for a moment, and he could see her eyes on his. He looked back at the vault. There really isn't anything to tell. It's just what we called one of the intangibles.
Intangibles?
There was no name for it, so he made up a name. It was the darkness, the damp emptiness you'd feel when you were down there alone in those tunnels. It was like you were in a place where you felt dead and buried in the dark, but you were alive. And you were scared. Your own breath kind of echoed in the darkness, loud enough to give you away, or so you thought. I don't know, it's hard to explain, just the Black Echo. She let some time slide between them before she said, I think your going to the funeral is nice. Is something wrong?
What do you mean?
What I said. The way you're talking. You haven't seemed right since last night, like something... I don't know, forget it.
I don't know either, Harry. You know, after the adrenaline wore off, I guess I kind of just got scared. Made me start thinking about things.
Bosch nodded his head, but didn't say anything. His mind drifted, and he remembered a time in the Triangle when a company that had taken heavy casualties from sniper fire stumbled onto the entrance to a tunnel complex. Bosch, Meadows, and a couple of other rats named Jarvis and Hanrahan were dropped at a nearby LZ and escorted to the hole. The first thing they did was drop a couple of LZ flares, a blue one and a red one, into the hole and blow the smoke in with a Mighty Mite fan to find the other entrances in the jungle. Pretty soon, ribbons of smoke started curling out of the ground at a couple dozen spots for 200 yards in all directions. The smoke was coming up through the spider holes the snipers used as firing positions, or to move in and out of the tunnels. There were so many of them, the jungle was turning purple from the smoke. Meadows was stoned. He popped a cassette into the portable tape player he always carried and started blasting Hendrix's Purple Haze into the tunnel. It was one of Bosch's most vivid memories, aside from his dreams of the war. He never liked rock and roll after that. The jolting energy of the music reminded him too much of the war.
Did you ever go see the memorial?
Eleanor asked. She didn't have to say which one. There was only the one, in Washington. But then he remembered the long, black replica he had watched them installing at the cemetery by the Federal Building. Nah, he said after a while. Never seen it. After the air in the jungle cleared and the Hendrix tape was done, the four of them had gone into the tunnel while the rest of the company sat on backpacks and chowed and waited. An hour later, only Bosch and Meadows had come back. Meadows carried with him 3 NVA scouts. He held them up for the troops above ground and yelled, "You're looking at the baddest blood brother in the Black Echo!" And so came the name. Later they found Jarvis and Hanrahan in the tunnels. They had fallen into punji traps. They were dead. Eleanor said, I visited it when I was living in D.C. I couldn't make myself go to the dedication in '82, but a lot of years later I finally got the courage. I wanted to see my brother's name. I thought maybe it would help me sort things out. You know, about what happened with him. And did it?
No. Made it worse. Made me angry. It left me with this need for justice, if that makes sense. I wanted justice for my brother.
The silence filled the car again, and Bosch poured more coffee into his cup. He was beginning to feel the onset of caffeine jitters, but couldn't stop. He was addicted. He watched a couple of drunks who were stumbling down the street stop in front of the window before the vault. One of the men threw his hands up as if he was trying to gain a measure of the vault's huge door. After a while they moved on. He thought of the rage Eleanor must have felt because of her brother, the helplessness, He thought of his own rage. He knew the same feelings, maybe not to the same degree, but from a different perspective. Anybody who was touched by the war knew some part of those feelings. He had never worked it out completely and wasn't sure he wanted to. The anger and sadness gave him something that was better than complete emptiness. Is that what Meadows felt? He wondered. The emptiness? Is that what bounced him from job to job and needle to needle until he was finally and fatally used up on this last mission? Bosch decided that he would go to Meadows' funeral, that he owed him that much.
You know what you were telling me the other day about that guy, the dollmaker killer?
Eleanor said. What about it?
IAD? They tried to make a case that you executed him?
Yes, I told you they tried, but it wasn't there. All they got me on was suspension for procedure violations.
Well, I just wanted to say that even if they were right, they were wrong. That would have been justice in my book. You knew what would happen with a guy like that. Look at the Night Stalker. He'll never get the gas, or it'll take 20 years.
Bosch felt uncomfortable. He had only thought of his motives and actions in the dollmaker case when alone. He never spoke aloud about it. He didn't know where she was going with this. She said,
I know if it was true you could never admit it, but I think you either consciously or subconsciously made a decision. You went for justice for all those women, his victims, maybe even for your mother.
Shocked, Bosch turned to her and was about to ask how she knew about his mother and how she had come to think of her relation to the dollmaker. Then he remembered the files again. It was probably in there somewhere. When he had applied to the department, he had to say on the forms if he or any close relatives had ever been the victim of a crime. He had been orphaned at 11, he wrote, when his mother was found strangled in an alley off Hollywood Boulevard. He didn't need to write what she did for a living. The location and crime said enough. When he recovered his cool, Bosch asked Eleanor what her point was.
No point, she said. I just respect that. If it were me, I would have liked to have done the same thing, I think. I hope I would have been brave enough.
He looked over at her, the darkness shielding both their faces. It was late now, and no car lights drifted by to show them to each other. You go ahead and take the first shift sleeping, he said. I drank too much coffee. She didn't answer. He offered to get out a blanket he had put in the trunk, but she declined.
Did you ever hear what J. Edgar Hoover said about justice? She asked.
He probably said a lot, but I don't recall any of it offhand.
He said that justice is incidental to law and order. I think he was right.
She said nothing else, and after a while he could hear her breathing turn deeper and longer. When the rare car drove by, he would look over at her face as the light washed across it. She slept like a child, with her head leaning against her hands. Bosch cracked the window and lit a cigarette. He smoked and wondered if he could or would fall in love with her, and she with him. He was thrilled and disquieted by the thought, all at the same time. Part 7. Saturday, May 26th. Gray dawn came up over the street and filled the car with weak light. The morning also brought with it a gentle drizzle that wet the street and put a smear of condensation on the lower half of the windows of Beverly Hills Safe and Lock. It was the first rain of any kind in months that Bosch could remember. Wish slept, and he watched the vault. Overhead lights still glowed on the chrome and brushed steel finish. It was past 6 o'clock, but Bosch had forgotten the check-in call to Rourke and let Eleanor sleep. In fact, during the night he had never wakened her so that he could take a turn sleeping. He just never got tired. Houck checked in on the radio at 3:30 to make sure someone was awake. After that, there were no disturbances and no activity in the vault room. For the rest of the night, Bosch thought alternately of Eleanor Wish and the vault he watched. He reached for the cup on the dashboard and checked for even a cold gulp of coffee, but it was empty. He dropped the empty over the seat to the floor. As he did this, he noticed the package from St. Louis on the back seat. He reached back and grabbed the manila envelope. He pulled out the thick sheaf of papers and idly looked through them while glancing up at the vault every few seconds. Most of Meadows's military records he had already seen. But he quickly noticed that there were several that had not been in the FBI jacket Wish had given him. This was a more complete record. There was a photostat of his draft report notice and medical exam. There were also medical records from Saigon. He had been treated twice for syphilis, once for acute stress reaction. Paging through the package, he stopped when his eyes fell on a copy of a 2-page letter from a Louisiana congressman named Noon. Curious, Bosch began to read. It was dated 1973 and was addressed to Meadows at the embassy in Saigon. The letter, bearing the official congressional seal, thanked Meadows for his hospitality and help during the congressman's recent fact-finding visit. Noon noted that it had been a pleasant surprise to find a fellow New Iberian in the strange country. Bosch wondered how much of a coincidence it had been. Meadows had probably been assigned to security for the congressman so they would hit it off, and the legislator would go back to Washington with a high opinion of personnel and morale in Southeast Asia. There are no coincidences. The second page of the letter congratulated Meadows on a fine career and referred to the good reports Noon had received from Meadows's commanding officer. Bosch read on. Meadows's involvement in stopping an illegal entry into the embassy hotel during the congressman's stay was mentioned, and Lieutenant Rourke had furnished details of Meadows's heroics to the congressman's staff. Bosch felt a trembling below his heart, as if the blood was draining from it. The letter finished with some small talk about the home parish. There was the large, flowing signature of the congressman and a typed notation in the bottom left margin. Carbon copy, U.S. Army Records Division, Washington, D.C., Lieutenant John H. Rourke, U.S. Embassy, Saigon, Vietnam. The Daily Iberian, Attention News Editor. Bosch stared at the second page for a long time without moving or breathing. He actually thought he felt the beginning sensation of nausea and wiped his hand across his forehead. He tried to think if he had ever heard Rourke's middle name or initial. He couldn't remember. But it didn't matter. There was no doubt. No coincidences. Eleanor's pager sounded, startling them both like a shot. She sat forward and began fumbling with her purse until she found the pager and shut off the noise.
Oh, God, what time is it?
She said, still disoriented. He said it was 6:20, and only then remembered that they were supposed to have checked in with Rourke on a landline 20 minutes earlier. He slid the letter back into the stack of papers and put them back in the envelope. He threw it back on the back seat.
I've got to call in,
Wish said. Hey, take a couple of minutes to wake up, Bosch replied quickly. I'll call in. I gotta find a restroom anyway, and I'll get some coffee and water. He opened the door and stepped out before she could protest the plan. She said,
Harry, why did you let me sleep?
I don't know. What's his number?
I should call him.
Give me the number. She gave it to him, and Bosch walked around the corner and a short distance to the 24-hour diner called Darling's. He was in a daze the whole way, ignoring the panhandlers who had come out with the sun, trying to fathom that it was Rourke who was the inside man. What was he doing? There was a part of this that was missing, and Bosch couldn't figure it. If Rourke was the insider, then why would he allow them to set up surveillance on the vault? Did he want his people caught? He saw the payphones out front of the restaurant.
"You're late,"
Rourke said after picking up on half a ring. We forgot.
"Bosch? Where's Wish? She's supposed to make the call."
Don't worry about it, Rourke. She's watching the vault like she's supposed to. What are you doing?
"I've been waiting to hear from you people before I headed in. Did you two fall asleep or what? What's happening there?"
Nothing is happening. But you already know that, don't you? There was a silence, during which an old panhandler walked up to the booth and asked Bosch for money. Bosch put his hand on the man's chest and firmly pushed him away. "You still there, Rourke?" he said into the phone.
What was that supposed to mean? How do I know what's going on there when you people don't call in like you're supposed to? And you, with the veiled references all the time. Bosch, I don't get you.
Let me ask you something. Did you really put people down at the tunnel exits? Or was that blueprint and your pointer and the SWAT guy all for show?
Put Wish on the line. I don't know what you're saying.
Sorry, she can't come to the phone at the moment.
Bosch, I'm calling you in. Something is wrong. You've been out all night on this. I think you should... No, I'll get a couple of fresh people out there. I'm going to have to call your lieutenant and...
You knew Meadows.
What?
What I said. You knew him. I have his file, man. His complete file. Not the edited version you gave Wish to give me. You were his CO at the embassy in Saigon. I know. More silence, then...
I was CO to a lot of people, Bosch. I didn't know them all.
Bosch shook his head. That's weak, Lieutenant Rourke. Really weak. That was worse than just admitting it. I'll tell you what. I'll see you around. Bosch hung up the phone and went into Darling's, where he ordered 2 coffees and 2 mineral waters. He stood by the cash register, waiting for the girl to put the order together and looking out the window. He was thinking only of Rourke. The girl came up to the cash register with the order in a cardboard carry-out box. He paid and tipped her and went back out to the payphone. Bosch called Rourke's number again with no plan other than to see if he was on the phone or had left. He hung up after 10 rings. Then he called the LAPD dispatch center and told an operator to call FBI dispatch and ask if they had a SWAT call-out working in the Wilshire area in or near Beverly Hills, and if they needed any help. While he waited, he tried to put his mind inside Rourke's caper. He opened up one of the coffees and sipped it. The dispatcher came back on the line with a confirmation that FBI did have a SWAT surveillance in the Wilshire district. No backup was requested. Bosch thanked her and hung up. Now he thought he knew what Rourke was doing. It had to be that there were no men about to break into the vault. The setup on the vault was just that, a setup. The vault was a decoy. Bosch thought about how he had let Tron go his way after following him to the vault. What he had done was flush the second captain out with his diamonds so Rourke could have at him. Bosch had simply played into his hands. When Bosch got back to the car, he saw that Eleanor was looking through Meadows' files. She hadn't gotten to the congressman's letter yet.
"Where have you been?"
she said good-naturedly. Rourke had a lot of questions. He took the Meadows file out of her hands and said, "There's something I wanted you to see here. Where did you get the file on Meadows that you showed me?"
"I don't know. Rourke got it. Why?"
He found the letter and handed it to her without saying anything.
"What is this, 1973?
Read it. This is Meadows' file, the one I had copied and sent from St. Louis. There is no letter like this one in the file Rourke gave you to give me. He sanitized it. Read. You'll see why." He glanced over at the vault door. Nothing was happening, and he didn't expect anything to be. Then he watched her as she read. She raised an eyebrow as she scanned both pages, not seeing the name.
"Yes, so he was some kind of a hero, it says. I don't—"
Her eyes widened as she got to the bottom.
"Copied to Lieutenant John Rourke?"
Uh-huh. You also missed the first reference. He pointed to the sentence that named Rourke as Meadows' CO. The inside man. What do you think we should do?
"I don't know."
Are you sure? This doesn't prove anything. If it was a coincidence, he should have said he knew the guy, cleared it up. Like me, I came in. He didn't because he didn't want the connection known. I called him on it when we were on the phone. He lied. He didn't know we had this.
Now he knows you know?
Yeah. I don't know what he thinks I know. I hung up on him. The question is, what do we do about it? We're probably spinning our wheels here. The whole thing's a charade. Nobody's going into that vault. They probably took Tron down after he checked his diamonds out and left. We led him right to slaughter. Then he realized that maybe the white LTD belonged to the robbers, not Lewis and Clark. They had followed Bosch and Wish to Tron.
"Wait a minute," Eleanor said. "I don't know. What about the alarms all week, the fire hydrant and the arson? It has to be happening like we thought."
"I don't know. Nothing's making sense right now. Maybe Rourke is leading his people into a trap, or a slaughter." They both stared ahead at the vault. The rain had slacked off. The sun was completely up now, and it set the steel door aglow. Eleanor finally spoke.
"I think we have to get some help. We have Hanlon and Houck sitting on the other side of the bank, and SWAT, unless that was part of Rourke's charade."
Bosch told her he had checked on the SWAT surveillance and learned that it actually was in place.
"Then what is Rourke doing?" she said.
"Pushing all the buttons." They kicked it around for a few minutes and decided to call Orozco at Beverly Hills Police. First, Eleanor checked in with Hanlon and Houck. Bosch wanted to keep them in place.
"You guys awake over there?"
she said into the Motorola.
"That's 10-4, barely. I feel like that guy's stuck in his car in the overpass after the earthquake up in Oakland." "What's up? Anything?"
"No, just checking. How's the front door?"
"Not a knock all night."
She signed off, and there was a moment of silence before Bosch turned to get out of the car to call Orozco. He stopped and looked back at her. "You know, he died," he said.
"Who died?"
"The guy that was in that overpass." Just then there was a thump that slightly shook the car. Not as much a sound as a vibration, an impact, not unlike the first jolt of an earthquake. There was no following vibration. But after 1 or 2 seconds an alarm sounded. The ringing came loud and clear from the Beverly Hills Safe and Lock Company. Bosch sat bolt upright, staring into the vault room. There was no visible sign of intrusion. Almost immediately, the radio crackled with Hanlon's voice.
"We got a bell. What's our plan of action?"
Neither Bosch nor Wish answered the radio call at first. They just sat staring at the vault, dumbfounded. Rourke had let his people walk right into a trap, or so it seemed. "Son of a bitch," Bosch said. "They're in." Bosch said, "Tell Hanlon and Houck to stay cool until we get orders."
"And who is going to give the orders?"
Eleanor asked. Bosch didn't answer. He was thinking of what was going on in the vault. Why would Rourke lead his people into a setup? "He must not have been able to warn them. Tell them that the diamonds aren't there and that we're up here," he said. "I mean, 24 hours ago, we didn't know about this place or what was going on. Maybe by the time we got onto it, it was too late. They were too far in."
"So they're just proceeding as planned," Eleanor said.
"They'll pop Tran's box first, if they've done their homework and know which one it is. They'll find it empty, and then what do? Split, or open more boxes until they get enough stuff to make the whole thing worth their while."
"I think they split," she answered. "I think when they open Tron's box and find no diamonds, they figure something is going down and get the hell out of there."
"Then we won't have much time. My guess is they'll get stuff ready in the vault, but they won't actually drill the box until after we've reset the alarm and cleared the scene. We can delay the resetting a bit, but too long and they might get suspicious and clear out, looking and ready for our people in the tunnels." He got out of the car and looked back at Eleanor. "Get on the radio. Tell those guys to stay put, then get a message to your SWAT people. Tell them we think we've got people in the vault."
"They'll want to know why Rourke isn't telling them."
"Think of something. Tell them you don't know where Rourke is."
"Where are you going?"
"To meet the patrol call-out for the alarm. I'll have them call Orozco out here." He slammed the door shut and walked down the garage ramp. Eleanor made the radio calls. As Bosch approached Beverly Hills Safe and Lock, he took his badge wallet out, folded it backward, and hooked it in the breast pocket of his coat. He turned the corner around the glass vault room and jogged to the front steps just as a Beverly Hills patrol car pulled up, lights flashing but no siren. 2 patrolmen got out, sliding their sticks out of the PVC pipe holders on the doors and then into the rings on their belts. Bosch introduced himself, told them what he was doing, and asked them to get a message through to Captain Orozco as soon as possible. One of the cops said the manager, a guy named Avery, was being called out to reset the alarm while the cops checked the place out. All routine. They said they were getting to know the guy. It was the 3rd alarm they had been called to here this week. They also said they already had orders to report any calls to this address to Orozco at his home, no matter the hour.
"You mean these call-outs, they weren't false alarms?" said the one named Onaga.
"We aren't sure," Bosch said, "but we want to handle this like it is a false alarm.
The manager gets called out, and together you reset the alarm, and everybody goes on their way, okay? Just nice and relaxed. Nothing unusual."
"Good enough," said the other cop. The copper plate over his pocket said Johnstone. Holding his nightstick in place on his belt, he trotted back to their cruiser to make the call to Orozco.
"Here's our Mr. Avery now," Onaga said.
A white Cadillac floated to a stop at the curb behind the Beverly Hills car. Avery III, who was wearing a pink sports shirt and Madras slacks, got out and walked up. He recognized Bosch and greeted him by name. "Has there been a break-in?" "Mr. Avery, we think something might be going on here. We don't know. We need time to check it out. What we want for you to do is open up the office, take a walk around like you usually do, like you did when the alarms went off earlier this week, then reset the alarm and lock up again." "That's it?" Mr. Avery, what we want you to do is get in your car and drive away like you usually do, like you're going home, but I want you to go around the corner to Darling's. Go in and have a coffee. I'll either come by to tell you what is happening or send for you. I want you to relax. We can handle whatever comes up here. We have other people checking it out, but for the sake of appearances, we want to make it seem that we are passing this off as another false alarm."
"I see,"
Avery said, digging a keyring from his pocket. He walked to the front door and opened it. "And by the way, that is not the vault alarm that is ringing. It is the exterior alarm, set off by vibrations on the windows of the vault room. I can tell. It's a different tone, you see." Bosch figured the tunnelers had disabled the vault alarm system, not realizing the exterior alarm was a separate system. Onaga and Avery went in, with Bosch trailing behind. As Harry stood in the entryway looking for smoke and not seeing any, sniffing for cordite but not smelling any, Johnstone came in. Bosch put his hands to his lips to warn the officer against yelling above the sound of the alarm. Johnstone nodded, cupped his hand to Bosch's ear, and told him that Orozco would be there in 20 minutes, tops. He lived up in the valley. Bosch nodded and hoped it would be soon enough. The alarm shut off, and Avery and Onaga came out of Avery's office into the lobby, where Johnstone and Bosch waited. Onaga looked at Bosch and shook his head, indicating nothing amiss. "Do you usually check the vault room?" Bosch asked. "We just look around," Avery said. He proceeded to the X-ray machine, switched it on, and explained it took 50 seconds to warm up. They passed the time without talking. Finally, Avery put his hand on the reader. It read it and approved the bone structure, and the lock on the first door of the man-trap snapped open. "Since I don't have my man inside the vault room, I have to override the lock on the second door," Avery said. "Gentlemen, if you don't mind not looking once we are in." The four of them moved into the tiny man-trap, and Avery pushed a set of numbers on the combination lock on the second door. It snapped open, and they moved into the vault room. There was nothing to see but steel and glass. Bosch stood near the vault door and listened, but heard nothing. He walked to the glass wall and looked up Wilshire. He could see that Eleanor was back in the car on the second floor of the garage. He turned his attention to Avery, who walked up to his side as if to look out the window himself, but instead huddled into a conspiratorial posture.
"Remember, I can open the vault," he said in a low whisper.
Bosch looked at him and shook his head, then said, "No, I don't want to do that. Too dangerous. Let's get out of here." Avery had a perplexed look on his face, but Bosch walked away. 5 minutes later, Beverly Hills' safe and lock was cleared and locked down. The two cops went back out on patrol, and Avery left. Bosch walked back to the garage. The street was busier now, and the noise of the day had begun. The garage was filling with cars and the stink of exhaust. Inside the car, Wish told him that Hanlon, Houck, and Swat were in holding positions. He told her Orozco was on the way. Bosch wondered how long it would take before the men in the tunnel believed it was safe to start drilling. Orozco was still 10 minutes away. It was a long time.
"So what do we do when he gets here?"
she said. "His town, his call," he said. "We just lay it out for him and do whatever he wants to do. We tell him we have one fucked-up operation going here, and we don't know who to trust. Not the guy in charge of it, at least." They sat in silence for a minute or two after that. Bosch smoked a cigarette, and Eleanor didn't say anything about it. She seemed lost in her own thoughts, a puzzled look on her face. They both nervously checked their watches every 30 seconds or so. Louis waited until the white Cadillac he tailed had turned north off Wilshire. As soon as the car was out of sight of Beverly Hills Safe and Lock, Louis picked the blue emergency light up off the floor and put it on the dashboard. He flicked it on, but the driver of the Cadillac was already pulling to the side of the road in front of Darling's. Louis got out of his car and walked up to the caddy. He was met halfway by Avery.
"What is going on, officer?"
Avery said. "Detective," Louis said, and he opened his badge wallet.
"Internal Affairs, LAPD. I need to ask you a few questions, sir. We are conducting an investigation of the man, Detective Harry Bosch, who you were just speaking with at Beverly Hills Safe and Lock."
"What do you mean, we?"
"I left my partner on Wilshire so he can keep an eye on your business, but what I would like is for you to step into my car so we can talk for a few minutes. Something is going on, and I need to know what."
"That Detective Bosch. Hey, how do I know you are for real?"
"How do you know he is?" "The thing is, we have had Detective Bosch under surveillance for a week, sir, and we know he is engaged in activities that could be, if not illegal, embarrassing to the department. We aren't sure what at this juncture. That's why we need you, sir. Would you step into the car, please?"
Avery took 2 tentative steps toward the IAD car, and then seemed to decide, what the heck. He moved quickly to the passenger side and got in. Avery identified himself as the owner of Beverly Hills Safe and Lock, and briefly told Louis what had been said during his 2 encounters with Bosch and Wish. Louis listened without commenting, then opened the car door.
"Wait here, please. I'll be right back."
Louis walked briskly up to Wilshire. He stood on the corner a few moments, apparently looking for someone, then made an elaborate show of checking his watch. He came back to the car and slid in behind the wheel. On Wilshire, Clark was waiting in the alcove of a store entrance and watching the vault. He caught sight of Louis's signal and strolled casually to the car. As Clark climbed into the back seat, Louis said,
"Mr. Avery here says that Bosch told him to go to Darling's and wait, said there may be people in the vault. Come up from underground."
"Did Bosch say what he would be doing?" Clark asked.
"Not a word,"
Avery said. Everyone was silent, thinking. Louis couldn't figure it. If Bosch was dirty, what was he doing? He thought some more on this, and realized that if Bosch was involved in ripping off the vault, he was in a perfect situation by being the man calling the shots on the outside. He could confuse the coverage on the burglary. He could send all the manpower to the wrong place, while his people in the vault went safely the opposite way.
"He's got everybody by the short hairs,"
Louis said, more to himself than to the other 2 men in the car.
"Who, Bosch?"
Clark asked.
"He's running the caper. Nothing we can do but watch. We can't get in that vault. We can't go underground without knowing where we are going. He's already got the Bureau's SWAT team tied up down by the freeway. They're waiting for burglars that aren't coming, goddammit." Wait a minute, Avery said. "The vault. You can get in it."
Louis turned fully around in his seat to look at Avery. The vault owner told them that federal banking regulations didn't apply to Beverly Hills Safe and Lock because it wasn't a bank, and how he had the computer code that would open the vault.
"Did you tell this to Bosch?" Louis asked.
"Yesterday and today."
"Did he already know?"
"No, he seemed surprised. He asked detailed questions on how long it would take to open the vault, what I had to do, things like that. Then today, when we had the alarm, I asked him if we should open it. He said no, just said to get out of there."
"Damn,"
Louis said excitedly. "I better call Irving." He leapt from the car and trotted to the payphones in front of Darling's. He dialed Irving at home and got no answer. He dialed the office and only got the duty officer. He had the officer page Irving with the payphone number. He then waited for 5 minutes, pacing in front of the phone and worrying about the time going by. The phone never rang. He used the one next to it to call the duty officer back to make sure Irving had been paged. He had. Louis decided he couldn't wait. He would have to make this call himself, and it would be he who would become the hero. He left the bank of phones and went back to the car.
"What did he say?"
Clark asked.
"We go in,"
Lewis said. He started the car. The police radio keyed twice, and then Hanlon's voice came on.
"Hey, Broadway, we have visitors over here on First."
Bosch grabbed up the radio. "What have you got, First? Nothing showing on Broadway."
"We've got 3 white males going in on our side, using a key. Looks like one is the man that was here earlier with you. Old guy, plaid pants."
Avery. Bosch held the microphone up to his mouth and hesitated, not sure what to say. "Now what?" he said to Eleanor. Like Bosch, she was staring down the street at the vault room, but there was no sign of the visitors. She said nothing. First," Bosch said into the mic, "did you see any vehicle?"
"None seen. They just walked out of the alley on our side. Must have parked there. Want us to take a look?"
"No. Hold there a minute."
"They're now inside. No longer in visual contact. Advise, please."
He turned to Wish and raised his eyebrows. Who could it be? "Ask for descriptions of the 2 with Avery," she said. He did.
"White males, number 1 and 2 in suits, worn and wrinkled. White shirts, both early 30s. One with red hair, stocky build, 5'8", 180. The other, dark brown hair, thinner. I don't know, I'd say these guys were cops."
"Heckle and Jekyll?" Eleanor said. "Lewis and Clark, it's got to be them." "What are they doing in there?" Bosch didn't know. Wish took the radio from him. "First," the radio clicked. "Reason to believe the 2 subjects in suits are Los Angeles police officers. Stand by." "There they are," Bosch said, as 3 figures moved into the glare in the vault room. He opened the glove compartment and grabbed a pair of binoculars. "What are they doing?" Wish asked as he focused. "Avery's at the keypad next to the vault. I think he's opening the damn thing." Through the binoculars, Bosch saw Avery step away from the computer board and move to the chrome wheel on the vault door. He saw Lewis turn slightly and glance up the street in the direction of the parking garage. Was there a slight trace of a smile there? Bosch thought he saw it. Then, through the binoculars, he saw Lewis draw his weapon from an underarm holster. Clark did likewise, and Avery started turning the wheel, the captain steering the Titanic. "Those dumb assholes, they are opening it!" Bosch leapt out of the car and started running down the ramp. He unholstered his gun and held it up as he ran. He glanced along Wilshire and saw an opening in the sporadic traffic. He bounded across the street, Wish just a short distance behind him. Bosch was still 25 yards away and knew he would be too late. Avery had stopped turning the vault wheel, and Bosch could see him pull back with all his weight. The door began slowly to move open. Bosch heard Eleanor's voice behind him. "No!" she yelled. "Avery, no!" But Bosch knew the double glass made the vault room silent. Avery couldn't hear her, and Lewis and Clark wouldn't have stopped what they were doing even if they could hear. What happened was like a movie to Bosch. An old movie on a TV set with the sound turned down. The slowly opening vault door with its widening band of blackness inside gave the picture an ethereal, almost underwater quality, a slow-motion inevitability. Bosch felt as if he were on a moving sidewalk going the wrong way, running but getting no closer. He kept his eyes on the vault door, the black margin opening wider. Then Lewis's body moved into Bosch's line of sight and toward the opening vault. Almost immediately, propelled by some unseen force, Lewis jerked backward. His hands flew up and his gun hit the ceiling and then fell soundlessly to the floor. As he backpedaled from the vault, his back and head ripped open and blood and brains spattered the glass wall behind him. As Lewis was hurled away from the vault door, Bosch could see the muzzle flash from the darkness inside, and then spider webs of cracks crazed the double glass as bullets struck silently. Lewis backstepped into a panel of the weakened glass and crashed through onto the sidewalk 3 feet below. The vault was half open now, and the shooter had freer range. The barrage of machine-gun fire turned toward Clark, who stood unprotected, his mouth open in shock. Bosch could hear the shots now. He saw Clark attempt to jump away from the line of fire, but it wasn't worth the effort. He, too, was thrown backward by the force of bullets impacting. His body slammed into Avery, and both men fell to the polished marble floor in a heap. The gunfire from the vault ended. Bosch jumped through the opening where the wall of glass had been and slid on his chest across the marble and glass dust. In the same instant, he looked into the vault and saw the blur of a man dropping through the floor. The movement made a swirl in the concrete dust and smoke that hung inside the vault. Like a magician, the man just disappeared in the mist. Then, from the darkness farther inside, a second man moved into the view, framed by the doorway. He sidestepped to the hole, swinging an M16 assault rifle in a covering side-to-side sweep. Bosch recognized him as Art Franklin, one of the Charlie Company graduates. When the black hole of the M16 came his way, Bosch leveled his gun with both hands, wrists on the cold floor, and fired. Franklin fired at the same time. His shots went high, and Bosch heard more glass shattering behind him. Bosch fired 2 more rounds into the vault. He heard one ping off the steel door. The other caught Franklin in the upper right chest, knocking him to the floor on his back. But in one quick motion, the injured man rolled and went head first through the floor. Bosch kept his gun on the doorway to the vault, waiting for anybody else, but there was nothing, only the sound of Clark and Avery gagging and moaning on the floor to his left. Bosch stood up, but kept the gun trained on the vault. Eleanor climbed into the room then, her Beretta in hand. In marksman crouches, Bosch and Wish approached the vault from either side of the door. There was a light control next to the computer keypad on the steel wall right of the door. Bosch hit the switch, and the interior vault was flooded with light. He nodded to her, and Wish went in first. Then he followed. It was empty. Bosch came out and quickly went to Clark and Avery, who were still tangled on the floor. Avery was saying, "Dear God, dear God." Clark had both hands clamped to his own throat and was gasping for air, his face turning so red that for one bizarre moment it looked to Bosch as if he were strangling himself. He was lying across Avery's midsection, and his blood was over both of them. "Eleanor!" Bosch shouted. "Get back up in ambulances. Tell SWAT that they're coming. At least 2 automatic weapons." He pulled Clark off Avery, and by grabbing the shoulders of his jacket, dragged him out of the line of fire from the vault. The IAD detective had taken a round in the lower neck. Blood was seeping from between his fingers, and there were small, blood-tinted bubbles at the corners of his mouth. He had blood in his chest cavity. He was shaking and going into shock. He was dying. Harry turned back to Avery, who had blood on his chest and neck and a brownish-yellow piece of wet sponge on his cheek, a piece of Lewis's brain. "Avery, you hit?" "Yes, I think, I don't know," he managed in a strangled voice. Bosch knelt next to him and quickly scanned his body and bloody clothes. He wasn't hit, and Harry told him so. Bosch went back to where the double-glazed window had been and looked down at Lewis on his back on the sidewalk. He was dead. The bullets, having caught him in a rising arc, had stitched their way up his body. There were entry wounds on his right hip, stomach, left chest, and left of center of his forehead. He had been dead before he hit the glass. His eyes were open, staring at nothing. Wish came in from the lobby then. "Back up on the way," she said. Her face was red, and she was breathing almost as hard as Avery. She seemed barely in control of the movement of her eyes, which flitted about the room. "When backup gets here," Bosch said, "tell them if they go into the tunnels that there's an officer friendly down there. I want you to tell your SWAT people that, too." "What are you talking about?" "I'm going down. I hit one. I don't know how bad. It was Franklin. Another went down ahead of him, Delgado. But I want the good guys to know I'm down there. Tell them I'm in a suit. The 2 I chased down there were in black fatigues." He opened his gun and took out the 3 spent cartridges and reloaded with bullets from his pocket. A siren was sounding in the distance. He heard a sharp pounding and looked through the glass wall in the lobby to see Hanlon pounding the heel of his gun on the glass front door. From that angle, the FBI agent could not see that the glass wall of the vault room had been shattered. Bosch motioned him to come around. "Wait a minute," Wish said. "You can't do this, Harry. They have automatic weapons. Wait till the backup is here, and we come up with a plan." He moved to the vault door, saying, "They already have a head start. I gotta go. Make sure you tell them I'm down there." He stepped past her into the vault, hitting the light switch as he went. He looked over the edge of the blast hole. The drop was about 8 feet. There were chunks of broken concrete and rebar at the bottom. He could see blood in the rubble and a flashlight. There was too much light. If they were waiting down there for him, he would be a sitting duck. He backed out and around behind the vault door. He put his shoulder against it and slowly began to push the huge slab of steel closed. Bosch could hear several sirens approaching now. Looking out into the street, he saw an ambulance and 2 police cars coming down Wilshire. The unmarked car with Houck in it screeched to a halt in front, and he came out with handgun drawn. The door was halfway closed and finally moving under its own force. Bosch slipped around it and back into the vault. He stood there over the blast hole as the door slowly closed and the light dimmed. He realized he had poised at such a moment many times before. It was always at the edge, at the entrance, that the moment was most thrilling and frightening to him. He would be at his most vulnerable at the moment he dropped into the hole. If Franklin or Delgado was down there waiting for him, they had him. "Harry!" he heard Wish call to him, though he couldn't understand how her voice made it through the now paper-thin opening. "Harry, be careful! There may be more than 2. Her voice echoed in the steel room. He looked down into the hole and got his bearings. When he heard the vault door clink shut, and there was only blackness, he jumped. As he came down in the rubble, Bosch crouched and fired a shot from his Smith & Wesson into the blackness, and then hurled himself flat against the bottom of the tunnel. It was a war trick. Shoot before they shoot you. But nobody was waiting for him. There was no return fire, no sound, except the faraway sound of running footsteps on the marble floor above and outside the vault. He realized he should have warned Eleanor, told her the first shot would be his. He held his lighter out away from his body and snapped it on. Another war trick. Then he picked up the flashlight, turned it on, and looked around. He saw that he had fired his shot into a dead end. The tunnel the thieves had dug to the vault went the other way. West, not east, as they had thought when they looked over the blueprints the night before. That meant they had not come from the storm line Gearson had guessed they would, not from Wilshire, but maybe Olympic or Pico to the south, or Santa Monica to the north. Bosch realized that the DWP man and all the rest of the agents and cops had been skillfully led astray by Rourke. Nothing would be as they had planned or thought. Harry was on his own. He focused the beam down the tunnel's black throat. It sloped down and then up, giving him only about 30 feet of visibility. The tunnel went west. The SWAT team was waiting to the south and east. They were waiting for nobody. Holding the flashlight off to the right, away from his body, he began to crawl down the passageway. The tunnel was no taller than 3.5 feet top to bottom, and maybe 3 feet wide. He moved slowly, holding his gun in the same hand he used to crawl with. There was the smell of cordite in the air, and bluish smoke hung in the beam of the flashlight. Purple haze, Bosch thought. He felt himself perspiring freely from the heat and the fear. Every 10 feet he stopped to wipe sweat out of his eyes with the sleeve of his jacket. He didn't take the jacket off, because he didn't want to differ from the description given to the people who would follow him in. He didn't want to be killed by friendly fire. The tunnel alternately curved left and then right for 50 yards, causing Bosch to become confused about his direction. At one point it dipped below a utility pipeline, and at times he could hear the rumble of traffic, making the tunnel sound like it was breathing. Every 30 feet burned a candle, placed in a notch dug into the tunnel wall. In the sandy, chunky rubble at the bottom of the tunnel, he looked for tripwires, but found a trail of blood. After a few minutes of slow travel, he turned the flashlight off and sank back on his calves to rest and try to control the sound of his breathing. But he could not seem to get enough air into his lungs. He closed his eyes for a few moments, and when he opened them, he realized there was a pale light coming from the curve ahead. The light was too steady to be from a candle. He started moving slowly, keeping the flashlight off. When he made his way around the bend, the tunnel widened. It was a room, tall enough to stand in and wide enough to live in, he thought, during the dig. The light came from a kerosene lantern sitting on top of an igloo cooler in the corner of the underground room. There were also 2 bedrolls and a portable Coleman gas stove. There was a portable chemical toilet. He saw 2 gas masks and also 2 backpacks with food and equipment in them, and there were plastic bags full of trash. It was the camp room, like the one Eleanor had assumed was used during the dig into the Westland vault. Bosch looked at all the equipment and thought of Eleanor's warning about there possibly being more than two. But she had been wrong. Just two of everything. The tunnel continued on the other side of the camp room, where there was another 3-foot-wide hole. Bosch turned the lantern flame off so he wouldn't be backlit and crawled into the passageway. There were no candles in the walls here. He used the flashlight intermittently, turning it on to get his bearings and then crawling a short distance in the dark. Occasionally he stopped, held his breath, and listened. But the sound of traffic seemed farther away, and he heard nothing else. About 50 feet past the camp room, the tunnel reached a dead end, but Bosch saw a circular outline on the floor. It was a plywood circle covered with a layer of dirt. 20 years earlier, he would have called it a rat hole. He backed away, crouched down, and studied the circle. He saw no indication it was a trap. In fact, he did not expect one. If the tunnelers had rigged the opening, it would have been to guard against entry, not exit. The explosives would be on this side of the circle. Nevertheless, he took his keychain knife out and carefully ran its edge around the circle, then lifted it up a half-inch. He pointed the light into the crack and saw no wires or attachments to the underside of the plywood. He then flipped it up. There were no shots. He crawled to the edge of the hole and saw another tunnel below. He dropped his arm and the flashlight through the hole and flicked on the beam. He swept it around and braced for the inevitable gunfire. Again, none came. He saw that the lower passageway was perfectly round. It was smooth concrete with black algae and a trickle of water at the bottom of its curve. It was a stormwater drainage culvert. He dropped through the hole and immediately lost his footing on the slime and slipped onto his back. He propped himself up and with the flashlight began looking for a trail in the black slime. There was no blood, but in the algae there were scrape marks that could have been made with shoes digging for purchase. The trickle of water moved in the same direction as the scrape marks. Bosch went that way. By now he had lost his sense of direction, but he believed that he was heading north. He turned off the beam and moved slowly for 20 feet before flicking it on again. When he did so, he saw that the trail was confirmed. A smeared handprint of blood was at about 3 o'clock on the curved wall of the pipe. 2 feet farther, and at 5 o'clock there was another. Franklin was losing blood and strength quickly, he guessed. He had stopped here to check the wound. He would not be too much further ahead. Slowly, trying to lower the noise of his breathing, Bosch moved forward. The pipe smelled like a wet towel, and the air was damp enough to put a film on his skin. The sound of traffic rumbled from somewhere nearby. There was the sound of sirens. He felt the pipe was on a gradual downward slope that kept the trickle of water moving. He was going deeper underground. There were cuts on his knees that bled and stung as he slipped and scraped along the bottom. After maybe 100 feet, Bosch stopped and put on the beam, still holding it out to the side of his body and ready with the gun in his other hand. There was more blood on the curving wall ahead. When he switched off the flashlight, he noticed that the darkness changed farther ahead. There was light with a gray dawn quality to it. He could tell that the pipeline ended, or rather connected with a passageway where there was dim light. He realized then that he could hear water. A lot of water, compared to what was running between his knees. It sounded like there was a river channel up ahead. He moved slowly and quietly to the edge of the dim light. The pipeline he crouched in was a porthole on the side of a long hallway. He was in the tributary. Across the floor of the huge hallway, silvery black water moved. It was an underground canal. Looking at it, Bosch could not tell if the water was 3 inches or 3 feet deep. Squatting at the edge, he first listened for sounds other than lapping water. Hearing nothing, he slowly extended his upper body forward to look down the hallway. The water was flowing to his left. He first looked that way and could see the dim outline of a concrete passageway curving gradually to the right. There was shadowy light filtering down at intervals from holes in the ceiling. He guessed that this light came from the drain holes drilled in manholes 30 feet above. This was a main line, as Ed Gearson would say. Which one it was, Bosch didn't know and no longer cared. There was no blueprint for him to follow, to tell him what to do. He turned to look upstream, and immediately pulled his head back into his pipe like a turtle. There was a dark form against the inside wall of the passage, and Bosch had seen 2 orange eyes glowing in the darkness, looking right at him. Bosch didn't move, and barely breathed for a whole minute. Stinging sweat dripped into his eyes. He closed them, but heard nothing but the sound of the black water. Then slowly he moved back to the edge until he could see the dark form again. It hadn't moved. 2 eyes, like the alien eyes of someone who looks into the flash in a snapshot, stared back at Bosch. He edged the flashlight around the corner and hit the switch. In the beam, he saw Franklin slumped against the wall. His M16 was strapped around his chest, but his hands had fallen away from it into the water. The end of the barrel dipped to the water also. Franklin wore a mask that Bosch took a few seconds to realize was not a mask. He wore NVGs, night vision goggles.
"Franklin! It's over," Bosch called. "I'm police. Give it up."
There was no reply, and Bosch didn't expect one. He glanced up and down the main line one more time, and then jumped down into the water. The water just covered his ankles. He kept his gun and the light on the still figure, but didn't believe he would need the weapon. Franklin was dead. Bosch saw that blood still seeped from a chest wound and down the front of his black T-shirt. Then it mixed into the water and was carried away. Bosch checked the man's neck for a pulse and found none. He holstered his gun and lifted the M16 over the dead man's head. Then he pulled the night goggles off the corpse and put them on. He looked one way down the long hallway, and then the other. It was like looking at an old black and white TV, but the whites and grays had an amber tint. It would take some getting used to, but he could see his way better with the goggles, and he kept them on. Next, he checked the supply pockets on the thighs of Franklin's black fatigue pants. He found a sopping wet package of cigarettes and matches. There was an extra clip of bullets, which Bosch put in his jacket pocket, and a folded piece of wet paper on which blue ink was bleeding through and blurring. He carefully unfolded it and could tell that it had been a hand-drawn map. No names identifying anything, just smeared blue lines. There was a square box near the center which Bosch took to represent the vault. The blue lines were the drainage tunnels. He turned the map around in his hand, but the pattern did not seem familiar. A line running along the front of the box was the heaviest drawn. He figured that might be Wilshire or Olympic. Lines that intersected this were the cross streets: Robertson, Doheny, Rexford, and others. There was a cross-hatching of more lines continuing to the side of the page, then a circle with an X through it, the exit point. Bosch decided the map was useless, for he didn't know where he was or what direction he had taken. He dropped it into the water and watched it float off. In that moment he decided that he would follow the current. As good a choice as any. Bosch splashed through the water, moving with the current in a direction he thought was west. The black water curled against the wall in orange-tinted eddies. The water was above his ankles and filled his shoes, making his steps plodding and unsteady. He thought about how Rourke had played it so well. It didn't matter if the Jeep and the ATVs had been found down by the freeway. That was all a decoy, a setup. Rourke and his bandits had shown the obvious, then done the opposite. Rourke had talked everybody into believing it while setting the battle plans the night before. The SWAT team was waiting down there with a reception no one would attend. He looked for signs of a trail in the passageway, but found nothing. The water took all chance of that away with it. There were painted markings on the walls, even gang graffiti, but each scribble could have been there for years. He looked at it all, but recognized none as a signal or direction. This time, Hansel and Gretel didn't leave a trail. The traffic sounds grew louder now, and there was more light. Bosch flipped up the NVGs and saw shadowy cones of bluish light filtering down every 100 feet or so from manholes and drains. After a while he came to an underground intersection, and as the water from his line collided and splashed with water moving in the other channel, Bosch crept along the side wall and slowly looked around the corner. He saw and heard No one. He had no clue as to which way to go. Delgado could have gone in any of 3 different directions. Bosch decided to follow the new passageway to the right, because it would take him, he believed, farther away from the SWAT setup. He had taken no more than 3 steps into the new tunnel when he heard a loud whisper from ahead.
"Artie, you gonna make it? Come on, hurry, Artie!"
Bosch froze. It came from about 20 yards, dead ahead, but he couldn't see anyone. He knew that it had been the NVGs he wore, the orange eyes, that had prevented him from walking into an ambush. But the cover wouldn't last long. If he got much closer, Delgado would know that he wasn't Franklin.
"Artie!"
the voice called hoarsely again.
"Come on!"
"Coming,"
Bosch whispered. He took 1 step forward and felt instinctively that it hadn't worked. Delgado would know. He dove forward, bringing the M16 up as he went down. Bosch saw a whirl of movement ahead and to the left, then saw a muzzle flash. The sound of gunfire was deafening in the concrete tunnel. Bosch returned fire and kept his finger tight on the trigger until he heard the injector go dry of bullets. His ears were ringing, but he could tell that Delgado, or whoever was up there, had stopped also. Bosch heard him snap a new clip into his weapon, then running footsteps on a dry floor. Delgado was moving away in another passageway ahead. Harry jumped up and followed, pulling the empty clip out of his borrowed gun and replacing it with the backup as he went. In 25 yards, he came to a tributary pipeline. It was about 5 feet in diameter, and Bosch had to take a step up to move into it. There was black algae rimming the bottom, but no running water. Lying in the scum was the empty clip from an M16. Bosch had the right tunnel, but he no longer heard Delgado's footsteps. He began moving in the pipe, quickly. There was a slight incline, and in about 30 seconds he reached a lighted junction room 30 feet below a grated drain. On the other side of this room the pipeline continued. Bosch had no choice but to follow, this time with the pipe running on a gradual decline. He went another 50 yards before he could see that the line he was in emptied into a larger passage, a main line. He could hear water running up ahead. Bosch realized too late that he was moving too fast to stop. As he lost his footing and slid on the algae toward the opening, it became clear to him that he had followed Delgado into a trap. Bosch dug his heels into the black slime in a worthless effort to stop himself. Instead, he went feet first, arms flailing for balance, into the new passageway. It seemed odd to him, but he felt the bullet tear into his right shoulder before he heard the gunfire. It felt as though a hook on a rope had swung down from above, embedded in his right shoulder, and then yanked him backward off his feet and down. He let go of the gun and fell what seemed to him to be 100 feet. But of course it wasn't. The floor of the passageway, with its 2 inches of water, came up like a wall of water and hit him in the back of the head. The goggles flew off, and he watched, idly and detached, as sparks arced above him and bullets bit into the wall and ricocheted away. When he came to, it felt like he had been out for hours, but he quickly realized it was only a few seconds. The sound of the gunfire still echoed down the tunnel. He smelled cordite. He heard running steps again. Running away, he thought. He hoped. Bosch rolled in the darkness and water and spread his hands out to find the M16 and the goggles. He gave up after a while and tried to draw his own gun. The holster was empty. He sat up and pushed himself against the wall. He realized his right hand was numb. The bullet had hit him in the ball of the shoulder, and his arm hummed with dull pain from the point of impact down to the dead hand. He could feel blood running under his shirt and down his chest and arm. It was a warm counterpoint to the cool water swirling around his legs and balls. He became aware that he was gasping for air and tried to regulate his intake. He was going into shock, and he knew it. There was nothing he could do. The sound of the steps, the running away, stopped then. Bosch held his breath and listened. Why had he stopped? He was home free. Bosch scissored his legs along the floor of the tunnel, still looking for one of the weapons. There was nothing there, and it was too dark to see where they had fallen.
The flashlight was gone as well. There was a voice then, too far away and too muffled to be distinguished or understood, but someone was talking. And then there was a second voice. 2 men. Bosch tried to make out what was said, but couldn't. The second voice suddenly grew shrill. Then there was a shot, and then another. Too much time had elapsed between shots, Bosch thought. That wasn't the M16. As he thought about the significance of this, he heard the sound of steps in water again. After a while, he could tell the steps were coming through the darkness toward him. There was nothing hurried about the steps that came through the water toward Bosch. Slow, even, methodical, like a bride coming down the aisle. Bosch sat slumped against the wall, and again swished his legs along the watery, slimy floor in hopes of locating one of the weapons. They were gone. He was weak and tired, defenseless. The humming pain in his arm had moved up a notch to a throb. His right hand was still useless, and he was pressing his left against the torn flesh of his shoulder. He was shaking badly now, his body in shock, and he knew he would soon pass into unconsciousness and not wake up. Now Bosch could see the beam of a small light moving toward him in the tunnel. He stared fixedly at it with his mouth dropped open. Some of his muscle controls were already shutting down. In a few moments the sloshing steps stopped in front of him, and the light hung there above his face like a sun. It was just a penlight, but it was still too bright. He couldn't see behind it. Just the same, he knew whose face would be back there, whose hand held the light, and what was in the other. "Tell me," he said in a hoarse whisper. He hadn't realized how parched his throat had become. "That in your little pointer a matched set?" Rourke lowered the beam until it pointed to the floor. Bosch looked around and saw the M16 and his own gun side by side in the water next to the opposite wall, too far to reach. He noticed that Rourke, dressed in a black jumpsuit tucked into rubber boots, held another M16 pointed at him. "You killed Delgado," Bosch said, a statement, not a question. Rourke didn't speak. He hefted the gun in his hand. "You gonna kill cop now? Have the idea?" "It's the only way I'll come out of this. The way it will look is Delgado gets you first with this." He held the M16 up. "Then I get him. I come out a hero." Bosch didn't know whether to say anything about Wish. It would put her in danger, but it might also save his life. "Forget it, Rourke," he finally said. "Wish knows. I told her. There's a letter in Meadows' file that ties you in. She's probably already told everybody up there. Give it up now and get me some help. It'll go better for you if you get me out of here. I'm going into shock, man." Bosch wasn't sure, but he thought he saw a slight change in Rourke's face, his eyes. They stayed open, but it was as if they had stopped seeing, as if the only thing he was seeing was what was inside. Then they were back, looking at Bosch without sympathy, just contempt. Bosch braced his heels in the slime and tried to push himself up the wall into a standing position, but he had moved only a few inches when Rourke leaned over and easily pushed him back down. "Stay there, don't fucking move. You think I'm going to take you out of here? I figure you cost us $5, maybe $6 million from what Tran had in his box. Had to be that much. But I'll never know now. You fucked up the perfect crime. You aren't getting out of here." Bosch dropped his head until his chin was on his chest. His eyes were rolling up into their lids. He wanted to sleep now, but he was fighting it. He groaned but said nothing. "You are the only thing left to chance in the whole goddamn plan. And what happens? The one chance something will happen, it does. You're Murphy's fucking law, man, in the flesh." Bosch managed to look up at Rourke. It was a terrible struggle. After, his good arm fell away from the shoulder wound. There was no more strength left to hold it there. "What?" he managed to say. What do you mean? Chance? What I mean is coincidence. You getting the call out on Meadows. That wasn't part of the plan, Bosch. You believe that shit? I wonder what the odds are. I mean, Meadows is put in a pipe we knew he had crashed in before. We're hoping maybe he won't be found for a couple of days, and then maybe it takes 2-3 days for somebody to make the ID off the prints. Meantime, he gets written off as an OD, a no-count. The guy's got a hype card in the files. Why not? But what happens? This kid reports the body right off the fucking bat. He shook his head, the persecuted man. And who gets the call? A dipshit dick who actually knew the fucking stiff and IDs him in about 2 seconds. An asshole buddy from the tunnels of Viet fucking Nam. I don't believe this shit myself. You messed everything up with that, Bosch. Even your own miserable life. Hey! Still with me? Bosch felt his head raise, the gun barrel under his chin. Still with me? Rourke said again, and then he poked the barrel into Bosch's right shoulder. It sent a shock wave of red neon pain searing down his arm and through his chest, right down to his balls. He groaned and gasped for air, then took a slow-motion swing with his left hand at the gun. It wasn't enough. He only got air. He swallowed back vomit and felt beads of sweat running through his damp hair. "You don't look so good, buddy," Rourke said. "I'm thinking maybe I won't have to do this after all. Maybe my man Delgado did it right with the first shot." The pain had brought Bosch back. It pulsed through him, leaving him alert, albeit temporarily. He could already feel himself fading. Rourke continued to lean over him, and he looked up and noticed the flaps hanging from the chest and waist of the FBI agent's jumpsuit. Pockets. He was wearing the jumpsuit inside out. Something clicked in Bosch's brain. He remembered Sharkey saying he saw an empty tool belt around the waist of the man who pulled the body into the pipe at the reservoir. That was Rourke. He wore the jumpsuit inside out that night, too, because it said FBI on the back. He didn't want to risk that would be seen. It was a bit of information that was useless now, but for some reason it pleased Bosch to be able to put it in place in the puzzle. "What are you smiling at, dead man?" Rourke asked. "Fuck you." Rourke raised his foot and kicked at Bosch's shoulder, but Bosch was ready for it. He grabbed the heel with his left hand and pushed upward and out. Rourke's other foot gave way on the slick bed of algae and slipped out from under him. He went down on his back with a splash, but he didn't drop the gun as Bosch had hoped. That was it. That was all there was. Bosch made a half-hearted effort to grab the weapon, but Rourke easily peeled his fingers off the barrel and pushed him back against the wall. Bosch leaned to his side and vomited into the water. He felt a new flow of blood coming from his shoulder running down his arm. That had been his play. There was nothing else. Rourke got up out of the water. He moved in close and put the barrel of the gun against Bosch's forehead. "You know, Meadows used to tell me about all that Black Echo stuff, all that bullshit. Well, Harry, here you are. This is it." "Why'd he die?" Bosch whispered. "Meadows. Why?" Rourke stepped back and looked up and down the tunnel before speaking. "You know why. He was a fuck-up over there, he was a fuck-up here. That's why he died." Rourke seemed to be reviewing a memory in his mind, and he shook his head disgustedly. "It was all perfect except for him. He held back the bracelet. Little jade dolphins on gold." Rourke stared off into the darkness of the tunnel. A wistful look played on his face. "That's all it took," he said. "See, the plan relied on complete adherence for success. Meadows, God damn it, he didn't do that." He shook his head, still angry at the dead man, and was quiet. It was at that moment that Bosch thought he could hear the sound of steps somewhere off in the distance. He wasn't sure if he had heard it or if it was what he hoped to hear. He moved his left leg in the water.
not enough to cause Rourke to pull the trigger, but enough to make the water slosh and to cover the sound of the steps, if they were even there.
"He kept the bracelet," Bosch said. "That was it."
"That was enough," Rourke said angrily. "Nothing was to turn up. Don't you see? That was the beauty of the thing. Nothing would turn up. We'd get rid of everything except the diamonds, and those we'd keep until we were done with both jobs. But that fool couldn't wait until the second job was completed. He palms that cheap bracelet and pawns it to score dope. I saw it on the pawn reports. Yeah, after the Westland job, we went to LAPD and asked them to send over their monthly pawn list so we could check 'em out, too. We started to get 'em at the Bureau. The only reason I made the bracelet and your pawn guys didn't was I was looking for it. The pawn detail has to look for 1,000 things. I only looked for that one thing. I knew somebody had held it back. There was a lot reported stolen from that first vault that wasn't in the shit we took out of there. Insurance scammers. But the dolphin bracelet I knew was legit. That old lady, crying, the story behind it with her husband and all that sentimental value shit, interviewed her myself, and I knew she wasn't scamming, so I knew one of my tunnel people had held the bracelet back. Keep him talking, Bosch thought. He keeps talking, and you'll end up walking. Out of here. Out of here. Someone's coming. My arm's humming. He laughed in his delirium, and that made him vomit again. Rourke just went on. I bet on Meadows right from the start. Once on the needle. You know how that goes. So when the bracelet turned up, he was the first one I went to. Rourke drifted off then, and Bosch made more water noise with his legs. The water now seemed warm to him, and it was the blood that ran down his side that was cold. Rourke finally said, "You know, I really don't know whether to kiss you or kill you, Bosch. You cost us millions on this job. But then again, my share of the first one sure has gone up now that 3 of my guys are dead. Probably even out in the end." Bosch did not think he could stay awake much longer. He felt tired, helpless, and resigned. The alertness had run out of him. Even now, when he managed to reach his hand up and throw it against his torn shoulder, there was no pain. He couldn't get it back. He lapsed into contemplation of the water moving slowly around his legs. It felt so warm, and he felt so cold. He wanted to lie down and pull it over him like a blanket. He wanted to sleep in it. But from somewhere a voice told him to hang in. He thought of Clark clutching his throat, the blood. He looked at the beam of light in Rourke's hand and tried one more time. "Why so long?" he asked in a voice no louder than a whisper. "All these years. John and Ben. Why now?" No answer, Bosch. Things just come together sometimes. Like Halley's Comet. It comes around every 72 or whatever years. Things come together. I helped them bring their diamonds across. Set the whole thing up for them. I was paid well and never thought otherwise. And then one day, the seed planted all those years ago came out of the ground, man. It was there for the taking, and man, we took it. I took it. That's why now. A gloating smile played across Rourke's face. He brought the muzzle of the weapon back to a point in front of Bosch's face. All Bosch could do was watch. "I'm out of time, Bosch, and so are you." Rourke braced the gun with both hands and spread his feet to the width of his shoulders. At that final moment, Bosch closed his eyes. He cleared his mind of all thought but of the water, so warm, like a blanket. He heard 2 gunshots, echoing like thunder through the concrete tunnel. He fought to open his eyes and saw Rourke leaning against the other wall, both his hands up in the air. One held the M16, the other the penlight. The gun dropped and clattered into the water, then the penlight. It bobbed on the surface, its bulb still on. It cast a swirling pattern on the roof and walls of the tunnel as it slowly moved away with the current. Rourke never said a word. He slowly sagged down the wall, staring off to his right, the direction Bosch thought the shots had come from, and leaving a smear of blood that followed him down. In the dimming light, Bosch could see surprise on his face, and then a look of resolve in his eyes. Pretty soon he sat like Bosch against the wall, the water moving around his legs, his dead eyes no longer staring at anything. Things went out of focus for Bosch then. He wanted to ask a question, but couldn't form the words. There was another light in the tunnel, and he thought he heard a voice, a woman's voice, telling him everything was okay. Then he thought he saw Eleanor Wish's face, floating in and out of focus, and then it sank away into inky blackness. That blackness was finally all he saw. Part 8. Sunday, May 27th. Bosch dreamed of the jungle. Meadows was there, and all the soldiers from Harry's photo album. They stood around the hole at the bottom of a leaf-covered trench. Above them, a gray mist clung to the top of the jungle canopy. The air was still and warm. Bosch took photographs of the other rats with his camera. Meadows was going into the ground, he said, out of the blue and into the black. He looked at Bosch through the camera and said, "Remember the promise, Hieronymus?" "Rhymes with anonymous," Bosch said. But before he could tell him not to go, Meadows promptly jumped feet first into the hole and disappeared. Bosch rushed to the edge and looked down but saw nothing, just darkness like ink. Faces came into focus, then slipped back into the blackness. There was Meadows, and Rourke, and Lewis, and Clark. From behind him, he heard a voice he recognized but couldn't place with a face. "Harry, come on, man. I need to talk to you." Then Bosch became aware of a deep pain in his shoulder, throbbing from elbow to neck. Someone was tapping his left hand, lightly patting it. He opened his eyes. It was Jerry Edgar. "Yeah, that's it," Edgar said. "I don't have much time. This guy on the door says they'll be here any time now. Plus, he's due to go off watch. I wanted to try to talk to you before the brass did. Would have been by yesterday, but this place was crawling with silk. Besides, I heard you were out most of the day, too delirious." Bosch just stared at him. "On these things," Edgar said, "I've always heard it's best to say you can't remember a thing. Let them put it whatever way they want. I mean, when you catch around, there's no way they can say you're lying about remembering. The mind shuts down, man, when there is traumatic insult to the body. I've read that." By now, Bosch realized he was in a hospital room, and he began to look about. He noticed 5 or 6 vases of flowers, and the room smelled putridly sweet. He also noticed he had restraining belts across his chest and waist. "You're at MLK, Harry. Doctors say you'll be all right. They'll still have some work to do on your arm, though." Edgar lowered his voice to a whisper. "I snuck in. Think the nurses have a change of shift or something. Cop on the door, he's over from Wilshire Patrol. Let me in 'cause he's selling, and he must have heard that's my gig. I told him I'd take his listing for 2 points if he gave me 5 minutes in here." Bosch still hadn't spoken. He wasn't sure he could. He felt like he was floating on a layer of air. He had trouble concentrating on Edgar's words. What did he mean about points? And why was he at Martin Luther King Drew Medical Center near Watts? Last he remembered, he had been in Beverly Hills, in the tunnel. UCLA Med Center or Cedars would have been closer. "Anyway," Edgar was saying, "I'm just trying to let you know what's going on as much as possible before the Silks get here and try to fuck you over. Rourke is dead. Lewis is dead. Clark is bad. He's on the machine, and I heard they were just keeping him going for parts. As soon as they line up people that need him, they'll pull the plug. How'd you like to end up with that asshole's heart or eyeball or something? Anyway, like I said, you should come out of this all right. Either way, with that arm, you can get your 80%, no questions asked. Line of duty. You're a made man. He smiled at Bosch, who just looked at him blankly. Harry's throat was dry and cracked when he finally tried to speak. Am I okay? It came out a little weak, but okay. Edgar poured a cup of water from a pitcher on the bedside table and handed it to him. Bosch unbuckled the restraints, sat himself up to drink it, and immediately felt a wave of nausea hit him. Edgar didn't notice. It's a gun and knife club, man. This is where they take the gangbangers after the drive-bys. No better place to go with a gunshot in the county. Leastwise, those yuppie doctors over at UCLA. They train military doctors here, so they'll be ready for war casualties. They brought you in on a chopper.
What time is it?
It's a little after 7 Sunday morning. You lost the day. Then Bosch remembered Eleanor. Was she the one in the tunnel at the end? What had happened? Edgar seemed to read him. Everybody had been doing that lately. Your lady partner is fine. She and you are in the spotlight, man. Heroes. Heroes. Bosch thought about that. After a while, Edgar said, I gotta book on out of here. If they know I talked to you first, I'll get shipped out to Newton. Bosch nodded. Most cops wouldn't mind Newton Division. Non-stop action and shooting Newton. But not Jerry Edgar, real estate agent.
Who's coming?
Usual crew, I guess. IAD, officer-involved shooting team. The FBI's in on the act. Bev Hills, too. I think everybody's still figuring out what the fuck happened down there. And they only got you and Wish to tell them. They probably want to make sure you two have the same story. That's why I'm saying, tell them you don't remember Dick. You're shot, man. You are an injured officer. Line of duty. It's your right not to remember what happened.
What do you know about what happened?
Huh. The department isn't saying shit. No scut going around on this at all. When I heard it went down, I went out to the scene and Pound was already there. He saw me and ordered me back. Fucking 98, he wouldn't say shit. So I only know what's in the press. The usual load of bullshit. TV last night didn't know shit. The Times this morning doesn't have much either. The department and the bureau, they look like they joined up to make everybody a valiant soldier.
Everybody?
Yeah. Rourke, Lewis, Clark, they all went down in the line of duty.
Wish said that stuff?
No, she's not in the story. I mean, she isn't quoted. I expect they're keeping her kind of under wraps till the investigation is over.
What's the official line?
The Times says the department says Lewis and Clark and you were part of the FBI surveillance at that vault. Now, I know that's a lie, 'cause you'd never let those clowns near one of your operations. Besides, they're IAD. I think the Times knows something about it stinks, too. That Bremer guy you know was calling me yesterday, seeing what I heard, but I didn't talk. My name gets in the paper on this, and I'll get worse than Newton, if there is such a place.
Yeah,
Bosch said. He looked away from his old partner and became immediately depressed. It seemed to make his arm throb all the harder. Look, Harry, Edgar said after half a minute. I better get out of here. I don't know when they'll be coming, but they will be, man. You take care and do like I told you. Amnesia. Then take the 80% line of duty disability and fuck 'em. Edgar pointed a finger to his temple and nodded his head. Harry nodded absently, and then Edgar left. Bosch could see a uniformed officer sitting on a chair outside the door. After a while, Bosch picked up the phone that was attached to the railing alongside his bed. He couldn't get a dial tone, so he pushed the nurse call button, and a few minutes later a nurse came in and told him the phone was shut off, as per LAPD orders. He asked for a newspaper, and she shook her head. Same thing. He became even more depressed. He knew that both LAPD and the FBI faced huge public relations problems with what had happened, but he couldn't see how it could be covered up. Too many agencies, too many people. They could never keep a lid on it. Could they be stupid enough to try? He loosened the strap across his chest and tried to sit all the way up. It made him dizzy, and his arms screamed to be left alone. He felt nausea overtake him and reached for a stainless steel pan on the bed table. The feeling subsided, but it jogged loose a memory of being in the tunnel with Rourke the morning before. He began remembering pieces of Rourke's conversation. He tried to fit the new information with what he had already known. Then he wondered about the diamonds, the cash from the Westland job, and whether they had been found. Where? As much as he had grown to admire the engineering of the caper, he could not bring himself to admire its maker, Rourke. Bosch felt fatigue overcome him like a cloud crossing the sun. He dropped back against the pillow, and the last thing he thought of before dozing off was what Rourke had said in the tunnel, the part about getting a larger share because Meadows, Franklin, and Delgado were dead. It was then, as he slid into the black jungle hole that Meadows had jumped into before, that Bosch realized the full meaning of what Rourke had said. The man in the visitor's chair wore an $800 pinstripe suit, gold cufflinks, and an onyx pinky ring, but it was no disguise. "ID, right?" Bosch said, and yawned. "Wake up from a dream to a nightmare." The man started. He hadn't seen Bosch open his eyes. He stood up and left the hospital room without saying a word. Bosch yawned again and looked around for a clock. There was none. He loosened the chest belt again and tried to sit up. This time he was much better, no dizziness, no sickness. He looked over at the floral arrangements on the windowsill and the bureau. He thought that their number might have grown while he was asleep. He wondered if any of them were from Eleanor. Had she come by to see him? They probably wouldn't let her. In another minute, Pinstripe came back in, carrying a tape recorder and leading a procession that included 4 other suits. One was Lieutenant Bill Haley, head of the LAPD officer-involved shooting squad, and one was Deputy Chief Irvin Irving, head of IAD. Bosch figured the other 2 for FBI men. "If I'd known I had so many suits waiting for me, I would have set an alarm," Bosch said. "But they didn't give me an alarm clock, or a phone that works, or a TV, or a newspaper." "Bosch, you know who I am," Irving said, and threw a hand toward the others. "And you know Haley. This is Agent Stone, and this is Agent Folsom, FBI." Irving looked at Pinstripe and nodded toward the bed table. The man stepped forward and placed the recorder on the table, put a finger on the record button, and looked back at Irving. Bosch looked at him and said, "You don't rate an introduction?" Pinstripe ignored him, and so did everybody else. "Bosch, I want to do this quickly and without any of your brand of humor," Irving said. He flexed his massive jaw muscles and nodded at Pinstripe. The recorder was turned on. Irving dryly spoke the date, day, and time. It was 11:30 a.m. Bosch had only been asleep a few hours, but he felt much stronger than when Edgar had visited. Irving then added the names of those present in the room, this time giving a name to Pinstripe. Clifford Galvin, Jr., same name, minus the junior part, as one of the department's other deputy chiefs. Junior was being groomed and doomed, Bosch thought. He was on the fast track, under Irving's wing. "Let's do it from the top," Irving said. "Detective Bosch, you start by telling us everything about this deal since the moment you climbed in." "You got a couple of days?" Irving walked over to the recorder and hit the pause button. "Bosch," he said, "we all know what a smart guy you are, but we are not going to hear it today. I stopped the tape only this once. If I do it again, I will have your badge in a glass block by Tuesday morning, and that's only because of the holiday tomorrow. And never mind any line-of-duty pension, I will see you get 80% of nothing." He was referring to the department practice of forbidding a retiring cop to keep his badge. The chief and the city council didn't like the idea of some of the city's former finest floating around the city with buzzers to show off. Shakedowns, free meals, free flops, it was a scandal they could see coming 100 miles away. So if you wanted to take your badge with you, you could, set nicely in a lucite block with a decorative clock. It was about 1 foot square, too big to fit in the pocket. Irving nodded, and Junior pushed the button again. Bosch told it like it had been, leaving out nothing and stopping only when Junior needed to turn the tape over.
The suits asked him questions from time to time, but mostly just let him tell it. Irving wanted to know what Bosch had dropped from the Malibu pier. Bosch almost didn't even remember. Nobody took notes. They just watched him tell it. He finally finished the tale an hour and a half after starting. Irving looked at Junior then and nodded. Junior stopped the tape. When they had no more questions, Bosch asked his. "What did you find at Rourke's place?" "That's not your business," Irving said. "The hell it isn't. It's part of a murder investigation. Rourke was the murderer. He admitted it to me." "Your investigation has been reassigned." Bosch said nothing as the anger pushed its way into his throat. He looked around the room and noticed that none of the others, even Junior, would look at him. Irving said, "Now, before I would go around shooting my mouth off about fellow law enforcement officers killed in the line of duty, I would make sure I knew the facts, and I would make sure that I had the evidence supporting those facts. We don't want any rumors being spread about good men." Bosch couldn't hold back. "You think you people will pull this off? What about your two goons? How are you going to explain that? First they put the bug in my phone, then they blunder into a fucking surveillance and get themselves shot, and you want to make them heroes. Who are you kidding?" "Detective Bosch, it already has been explained. That is not your worry. It is also not your role to contradict the public statements of the department or the Bureau on this matter. That, detective, is an order. If you talk to the press about this, it will be the last time you do as a Los Angeles police detective." Now it was Bosch who could not look at them. He stared at the flowers on the table and said, "Then why the tape? The statement, all the suits here with you. What's the point when you don't want to know the truth?" "We want the truth, detective. You are confusing that with what we choose to tell the public. But out of the public eye, I guarantee, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation guarantees, that we will complete your investigation and take appropriate action where fitting." "That's pathetic." "And so are you, detective, so are you." Irving leaned over the bed with his face close enough that Bosch could smell his sour breath. "This is one of those rare times when you hold your future in your own hands, Detective Bosch. You do what is right. Maybe you find yourself back at robbery-homicide. Or you can pick up that phone. Yes, I am going to have the nurse turn it on, and call your pals at that rag over on Spring Street. But if you do that, you better ask them if there are any career opportunities there for a former homicide detective." The five of them then left, leaving Bosch alone with his anger. He sat up and was ready to take a swing with his good arm at a vase of daisies on the bedside table when the door opened and Irving came back in, alone, no tape recorder. "Detective Bosch, this is unofficial. I told the others I forgot to give you this." He pulled a greeting card out of his coat pocket and propped it upright on the windowsill. On the front was a busty policewoman with her uniform blouse unbuttoned to the navel. She was rapping her nightstick in her hand impatiently. A bubble from her mouth said, "Get well soon," or— Bosch would have to read the inside to get the punchline. "I didn't forget, I just wanted to say something private." He stood mute at the foot of the bed until Bosch nodded. "You are good at what you do, Detective Bosch. Anybody knows that. But that doesn't mean you are a good police officer. You refuse to be part of the family, and that's not good. And meantime, you see, I have this department to protect. To me, that's the most important job in the world. And one of the best ways to do that is to control public opinion, keep everybody happy. So if it means putting out a couple of nice press releases and putting on a couple of big funerals with the mayor and the TV cameras and all the brass there, that's what we are going to do. The protection of the department is more important than the fact that two dumb cops made a mistake. Same goes for the Federal Bureau of Investigation. They will grind you up before they publicly flog themselves with Rourke. So what I am telling you is that Rule 1 is you have to go along to get along. That's bullshit, and you know it. No, I do not know it. Deep down, neither do you. Let me ask you something. Why is it, you think, that Lewis and Clark were pulled back on the investigation of the dollmaker shooting? Who do you think reined them in? When Bosch didn't say anything, Irving nodded. You see, we had to make a decision. Would it be better to see one of our detectives dragged through the papers and brought up on criminal charges, or for him to be quietly demoted and transferred? He let that hang there a few seconds before continuing. Another thing. Lewis and Clark came to me last week with the story about what you did to them, cuffing them to that tree. Very brutal, that was. But they were as happy as a couple of high school cheerleaders after an evening with the football team. They had you by the balls, and were ready to put the paper in right then. They had me, but I had them. No, that's what I'm telling you. They came to me with this story about the bug in the phone, what you told them. But the thing is, they didn't drop the bug in your phone like you thought. I checked it out. That is what I am telling you. They had you. Then who? Bosch stopped right there. He knew the answer. I told them to hold back a few days, to watch, see what happened. Something was going on. Those two men were always hard to bridle when it came to you. They overstepped when they decided to stop that fellow Avery and then told him to take them back to the vault. They paid the price. What about the FBI? What do they say about the bug? I don't know, and I'm not asking. If I did, they would say, "What bug?" You know that. Bosch nodded and was immediately tired of the man. A thought was pushing into his head that he didn't want to allow in. He looked away from Irving to the window. Irving told him once more to think of the department before he did anything, then walked out. When he was sure Irving had made his way down the hall, Bosch lashed out with his left arm and sent the vase of daisies tumbling into the corner of the room. The vase was plastic and didn't break. The damage was just spilled water and flowers. Galvin Jr.'s ferret face momentarily poked in and then out of the room. He said nothing, but it tipped Bosch that the IAD man was posted outside in the hall. Was that for his protection, or for the department's? Bosch didn't know. He didn't know anything anymore. Bosch pushed away an untouched tray containing an institutional meal of turkey loaf with flour gravy, corn, yams, a hard roll that was supposed to be soft, and strawberry shortcake with flat whipped cream.
You eat that, you might never get out of here.
He looked up. It was Eleanor. She stood in the open door, smiling. He smiled back. He couldn't help himself. I know.
How are you, Harry?
Okay. I'll be okay. Might not be able to do chin-ups anymore, but I'll survive with that. How are you, Eleanor?
I'm fine,
she said, and her smile just slayed him.
They put you through the Vegematic today?
Oh, yeah. Sliced and diced. The best and the brightest of my fine department. A couple of your pals, too. Had me on the ropes all morning. There's a chair on this side. She circled the bed, but continued standing next to the chair. She looked around, and a slight frown creased her brow, as if she knew this room and therefore knew something wasn't right.
They got me, too, last night. They wouldn't let me come see you till they were through with you. Orders. Didn't want us going together on the story. But I guess our stories came out all right. At least they didn't pull me back in after they talked to you today. Told me that was it.
They find the diamonds?
Not that I've heard, but they aren't telling me much anymore. They've got 2 crews working it today, but I'm out of it. I'm on a desk till it cools off and the shooting team finishes up. They're still probably at Rourke's place looking.
What about Trown and Bin? They cooperate?
No, they aren't saying word one. I know that from a friend who was on the interrogation. They don't know anything about any diamonds. Probably got their own people together in a posse. They'll be out on the treasure hunt, too.
Where do you think the treasure is?
I don't have any idea. This whole thing, Harry, it's kind of thrown me. I don't know what I think about things anymore.
That included what she thought about him, he knew. He didn't say anything, and after a while the silence became uneasy. What happened, Eleanor? Irving told me Lewis and Clark intercepted Avery, but that's all I know. I don't understand.
They watched us watch the vault all night. They must have gotten it into their heads that we were lookouts. If you start with the assumption that you were a bad cop, like they did, then you might come to the same conclusion.
So when they see you turn Avery away and send the 2 uniforms home, they figure they know your game. They grab Avery at Darling's, and he tells them about your visit the day before and all the alarms this week, and then he lets it slip that you didn't want him to open the vault.
And they said, "You mean you can open the vault?" And the next thing is they're sneaking down the alley.
Yeah, they had an idea about being heroes, catching the bad cops and the robbers all at once. Nice plan, until the payoff.
Poor dumb jerks.
Poor dumb jerks.
The silence came back then, and Eleanor didn't wait for it to settle.
Well, I just wanted to see how you were doing.
He nodded.
And to tell you,
Here it is, he thought, the kiss goodbye.
I decided to quit. I'm going to leave the bureau.
What will you do?
I don't know. But I'm going to leave here, Harry. I have some money, so I'll travel a while and then see what I want to do.
Eleanor, why?
It's hard for me to explain. But everything that happened, everything about the job has turned to shit. And I don't think I can go back and work in that squad room again after what has happened.
Will you come back to L.A.? She looked down at her hands and then around the room again.
I don't know. Harry, I'm sorry. It seemed like... I don't know, I'm very confused about things right now.
What things?
I don't know. Us? What's happened? Everything?
Silence filled the room again, and it seemed so loud that Bosch hoped the nurse or even Galvin Jr. would stick a head in to see if everything was all right. He needed a cigarette badly. He realized it was the first time today that he had thought about smoking. Eleanor looked down at her feet now, and he looked over at his untouched food. He picked up the roll and started to toss it up and down in his hand like a baseball. After a while, Eleanor's eyes made their third trip around the room without seeing whatever it was she was looking for. Bosch couldn't figure it out.
Didn't you get the flowers I sent?
Flowers?
Yes, I sent daisies, like the ones growing on the hill below your house. I don't see any in here.
Daisies, Bosch thought. The vase he had knocked against the wall. Where are my goddamn cigarettes, he wanted to yell. They'll probably come later. They only make deliveries up here once a day. She frowned. You know, Bosch said, if Rourke knew we'd found the second vault and were watching it, and if he knew that we watched Tron go in and clear his box, why didn't he get his people out? That really bothers me about this whole thing. Why'd he go through with it? She shook her head slowly.
I don't know. Maybe... Well, I've been thinking that maybe he wanted them to go down. He knew those guys. Maybe he knew it would work out that they'd go down shooting, that without them he'd get to keep all the diamonds from the first vault.
Yeah. But you know, I've been remembering things all day, about when we were down there. It's been coming back, and I remember that he didn't say he'd get it all. He said something about his share being bigger now with Meadows and the other 2 dead. He still used the word share, like there was still someone else to split it with. She raised her eyebrows.
Maybe, but it's just semantics, Harry.
Maybe.
I've got to go. You know how long they'll keep you?
Haven't been told, but I think tomorrow I'll take myself out. Thinking about going to Meadows' funeral over at Veterans.
A Memorial Day funeral. Sounds appropriate to me.
Want to go with me?
No. I don't think I want anything more to do with Mr. Meadows. But I'll be at the bureau tomorrow, clearing out my desk and writing up status sheets on the cases I'll have to pass to other agents. You could come by if you'd like. I'll brew you some fresh coffee like before. But, you know, I don't really think they're going to let you out so fast, Harry. Not with a bullet wound. You need to rest. You need to heal some.
Sure, Bosch said. He knew she was saying goodbye to him.
Okay, then. Maybe I'll see you.
She leaned over and kissed him goodbye, and he knew it was goodbye to everything about them. She was almost out the door before he opened his eyes. "One last thing," he said, and she turned at the door and looked back at him.
"How'd you find me, Eleanor?" "You know, in the tunnels with Rourke." She hesitated, and her eyebrows went up again.
"Well, I went down with Hanlon, but when we got out of the hand-dug tunnel, we split up. He went one way in that first line, and I went the other. I picked the winner. I found the blood, then I found Franklin, dead, and after that I was a little lucky. I heard the shots and then the voices, mostly Rourke's voice. I followed that. Why did you think of that now?"
"I don't know. Just sort of came up. You saved my life." They looked at each other. Her hand was on the door handle, and it was open just enough so that Bosch could look past her and see Galvin Jr. still there, sitting in a chair in the hallway. "All I can say is thanks." She made a shushing sound, dismissing his gratitude.
"You don't have to say anything."
"Don't quit." He saw the crack in the door disappear, Junior with it. She stood there silently. "Don't leave."
"I must. I'll see you, Harry."
She pulled the door all the way open now.
"Goodbye,"
she said, and then she was gone. Bosch remained motionless on the hospital bed for the better part of an hour. He was thinking about two people, Eleanor Wish and John Rourke. For a long time he closed his eyes and dwelt on the look on Rourke's face as he crumpled and went down into the black water. I'd be surprised too, Bosch thought, but there was also something else there, something he couldn't exactly identify, some kind of knowing look of recognition and resolution, not of his dying, but of another secret knowledge. After a while he got up and took a few tentative steps alongside his bed. His body felt weak, yet all the sleep in the last 36 hours had made him restless. After he got his bearings and his shoulder made a slightly painful adjustment to gravity, he began to pace back and forth alongside the bed. He was wearing pale green hospital pajamas, not one of the opened-back smocks that he would have found humiliating. He padded around the room in bare feet, stopping to read the cards that had come with the flowers. The Protective League had sent one of the vases. The others came from a couple of cops he knew but wasn't particularly close to, the widow of an old partner, his union lawyer, and another old partner who lived in Ensenada. He walked away from the flowers and went to the door. He opened it a crack and saw Galvin Jr. still sitting there, reading a police equipment catalog. Bosch pulled the door all the way open. Galvin's head jerked up, and he slapped the magazine closed and slipped it into a briefcase at his feet. He didn't say anything. "So, Clifford, I hope I can call you that. What are you doing here? Am I supposed to be in danger?" The younger cop didn't say anything. Bosch glanced up and down the hall and saw that it was empty all the way, down to the nurse's station, about 50 feet away. He looked at his door and noticed he was in room 313.
"Detective, please go back in your room," Galvin finally said. "I'm only here to keep the press out of your room. The deputy chief thinks they'll probably try to get in to get an interview with you, and my job is to prevent that, to prevent you from being disturbed."
What if they used the sneaky method of just... Bosch made a show of looking up and down the hall to make sure no one would hear. Using the telephone. Galvin exhaled loudly and continued not to look at Bosch.
"The nurses are screening incoming calls. Only family, and I'm told you don't have family, so no calls."
"How'd that lady FBI agent get by you?"
"She was cleared by Irving. Go back into your room, please."
"Certainly." Bosch sat on his bed and tried to go over the case again in his mind. But the more he turned the parts of it over, the more he got an anxious feeling that sitting on a bed in a hospital room was wasting time. He felt he was onto something, a breakthrough in the logic of the case. A detective's job was to walk down the trail of evidence, examine each piece, and take it with him. At the end of the trail, what he had in his basket made or lost the case. Bosch had a full basket, but he began to believe there were pieces missing. What had he missed? What had Rourke told him at the end? Not so much in his words, but his meaning, and the look on his face. Surprise. But surprise at what? Was he shocked at the bullet? Or shocked by where and who
it came from. It could have been both, Bosch decided, and either way, what did it mean? Rourke's reference to his share growing larger because of the death of Meadows, Franklin, and Delgado continued to bother him. He tried to put himself in Rourke's position. If all his partners were dead and he was suddenly the sole beneficiary of the first vault caper, would he say, "My share has gone up," or would he simply say, "It's all mine"? Bosch's gut feeling was he would say the latter, unless there was still someone else sharing in the pot. He decided he had to do something. He had to get out of this room. He was not under house arrest, but he knew that if he left, Galvin was there to follow and report to Irving. He checked the phone and found that it had been turned on as Irving promised. No calls in, but Harry could call out. He got up and checked the closet. His clothes were there, what was left of them. Shoes, socks, and pants. That was it. The pants had abrasion marks on the knees, but had been cleaned and pressed by the hospital. His sports coat and shirt had probably been taken off with scissors in the ER, and either thrown away or put in an evidence bag. He grabbed all the clothing and got dressed, tucking his pajama top into his pants when he was done. He looked cloddish, but it would do until he got some clothes on the outside. The pain in his shoulder was least when he held his arm up in front of his chest, so he began to put his belt around his shoulders to use it as a sling, but deciding that would make him too noticeable going out of the hospital, he put the belt back through the loops of his pants. He checked the drawer of the nightstand and found his wallet and badge, but no gun. When he was ready, he picked up the phone on the bedside table, dialed the operator, and asked for the third-floor nursing station. A woman's voice said, "Hello," and Bosch identified himself as Deputy Chief Irvin Irving. "Can you get Detective Galvin, my man on the chair down the hall, to come to the phone? I need to speak with him." Bosch put the phone down on the bed and walked softly to the door. He opened it just wide enough to see Galvin sitting on the chair reading the catalog again. Bosch heard the nurse's voice calling him to the phone, and Galvin got up. Bosch waited about 10 seconds before looking down the hall. Galvin was still walking toward the nurse's station. Bosch stepped out of the room and began walking quietly the opposite way. After 10 yards, there was an intersection of hallways, and Bosch took a left. He came to an elevator with a sign above it that said, "Hospital personnel only," and he punched the button. When it came, it was a stainless steel and fake wood-grain affair with another set of doors at the back, big enough for at least 2 beds to be wheeled in. He pushed the first-floor button, and the door closed. His treatment for the bullet wound had ended. The elevator dropped Bosch off in the emergency room. He walked through and out into the night. On the way to Hollywood Station in a cab, he had the driver stop at his bank, where he got money out of an ATM, and then at a Save-On drugstore, where he bought a cheap sports shirt, a carton of cigarettes, a lighter, since he couldn't handle matches, and some cotton, fresh bandages, and a sling. The sling was navy blue. It would be perfect for a funeral. He paid the cab driver at the station on Wilcox and went in through the front door, where he knew there was less chance that he would be recognized or spoken to. There was a rookie he didn't know on the front desk with the same pimple-faced explorer scout who had brought the pizza to Sharkey. Bosch held up his badge and passed by without saying a word. The detective bureau was dark and deserted, as it was on most Sunday nights, even in Hollywood. Bosch had a desk light clamped to his spot at the homicide table. He turned it on, rather than using the bureau's ceiling lights, which might draw curious patrol officers down the hall from the watch commander's office. Harry didn't feel like answering questions, even the well-meaning ones from the uniformed troops. He first went to the back of the room and started a pot of coffee. Then he went into one of the interview rooms to change into his new shirt. His shoulders sent arrows of searing pain through his chest and down his arm as he pulled the hospital shirt off. He sat down in one of the chairs and examined the bandage for signs of a blood leak. There was none. Carefully, and much less painfully, he slipped the new shirt on. It was extra large. There was a small drawing of a mountain, sun, and seascape on the left breast, and the words, "City of Angels." Bosch covered that when he put on the sling and adjusted it so that it held his arm tightly against his chest. The coffee was ready when he was finished changing. He carried a steaming cup to the homicide table, lit a cigarette,
and pulled the murder book and other files on the Meadows case out of a file drawer. He looked at the pile and didn't know where to start, or what he was looking for. He began reading through it all, hoping something would hit him as being wrong. He was looking for anything, a new name, a discrepancy in somebody's statement, something that had been discarded earlier as unimportant, but would look different to him now. He quickly scanned his own reports because most of the information he could still recall. Then he reread Meadows's military file. It was the slimmer version, the FBI handout. He had no idea what had happened to the more detailed records he had received from St. Louis and had left in the car when he went running toward the vault the morning before. He realized then that he had no idea where that car was, either. Bosch drew a blank on the military file. While he was looking down at the miscellaneous paperwork in the back of the binder, the ceiling lights came on and an old beat cop named Peterson came in. He was heading toward one of the typewriters with an arrest report in his hand and didn't notice Bosch until he had sat down. He looked around when he smelled the cigarettes and coffee and saw the detective with the sling. "Harry, how goes it? They let you out quick. Word around here was that you were righteously fucked up."
Just a scratch, Pete. You get it worse from the fingernails of the he-she's you pull in every Saturday night. At least with a bullet, you don't have to worry about the AIDS shit.
You're telling me.
Peterson instinctively massaged his neck, where he still had scars from scratches inflicted by a transvestite hooker infected with the HIV virus. The old beat cop had sweated out 2 years of testing every 3 months, but didn't get the virus. It was a story that was nightmarish legend in the division, and probably the single reason the average occupancy in the TV and prostitute tanks at the station jail had dropped by half since then. Nobody wanted to arrest them anymore, unless it was for murder.
"Anyway," Peterson said, "sorry it went to shit out there, Harry. I heard the second cop went code 7 a little while ago. 2 cops and a Phoebe down in one shootout? Not to mention you getting your arm all fucked up? Probably some kind of a record for this town. Mind if I have a cup?"
Bosch gestured to the coffee pot. He hadn't heard that Clark had died. Code 7. Out of service. For good. He still couldn't bring himself to feel sorry for the 2 IAD cops, and that made him feel sorry for himself. Made him feel like the hardening of the heart was now complete. He no longer had compassion for anybody, not even poor, dumb jerks who screwed up and got themselves killed.
"They don't tell you shit around here," Peterson was saying as he poured. "But when I read those names in the paper, I said, whoa, I know them guys. Lewis and Clark. They were IAD, not on any bank detail. They called them 2 the great explorers, always digging around looking to fuck somebody up. I think everybody knows that's who they were but the TV and the Times. Anyway, that sure was curious, what they were doing there."
Bosch wasn't going to bite on that.
Peterson and the other cops would have to find out from another source what really went down at Beverly Hills Safe and Lock. In fact, he began to wonder if Peterson really had an arrest report to type up, or had the rookie at the front desk spread the word that Bosch was in the bureau and the old beat cop had been sent back to pump him. Peterson had hair whiter than chalk and was considered an old cop, but was actually only a few years older than Bosch. He had walked or driven the Boulevard beat for 20 years on night watch, and that was enough to turn a man's hair white early. Bosch liked Peterson. He was a silo of information about the street. There was rarely a murder on the boulevard that went by without Bosch's checking with him to see what his informants were saying, and he almost always came through. "Yeah, it's curious," Bosch said. He added nothing else. "You doing paper from your shooting?" Peterson asked after settling himself in front of a typewriter. When Bosch didn't answer, he added, "You got any more of those cigarettes?" Bosch got up and carried a whole pack over to Peterson. He put them down on the typewriter in front of the beat cop and told him they were his. Peterson got the message. Nothing personal, but Bosch wasn't going to talk about the shootout, especially about what a couple of IAD cops were doing there. Peterson got to work on the typewriter after that, and Bosch went back to his murder book. He finished reading through it without a single 40-watt bulb lighting up in his head. He sat there with the typewriter clacking in the background and smoked and tried to think of what else there was to do.
There was nothing. He was at the wall. He decided to call his home and check the tape machine. He picked up his phone, then thought better of using it, and hung up. On the off chance his desk phone wasn't a private line, he walked around to Jerry Edgar's spot at the table and used his line. He got his answering machine, punched in a code, and listened as it played a dozen messages. The first 9 were from cops and some old friends wishing him a speedy recovery. The last 3, the most recent messages, were from the doctor who had been treating him, Irving, and Pounds.
Mr. Bosch, this is Dr. McKenna. I consider it very unwise and unsafe for you to have left the hospital environment. You are risking further damage to your body. If you get this message, would you please return to the hospital? We are holding the bed. I can no longer treat you or consider you my patient if you do not return. Please. Thank you.
Irving and Pounds were not as worried about Bosch's health. Irving's message said,
I do not know where you are or what you are doing, but it better be that you just do not like hospital food. Think about what I told you, Detective Bosch. Do not make a mistake we will both be sorry for.
Irving hadn't bothered to identify himself, but didn't have to. Neither did Pounds. His message was the last. It was the chorus.
Bosch, call me at home as soon as you get this. I have received word that you left the hospital, and we need to talk. Bosch, you are not, repeat, not to continue any line of investigation relating to the shootings on Saturday. Call me.
Bosch hung up. He wasn't going to call any of them. Not yet. While sitting at Edgar's spot, he noticed a scratch pad on the table on which the name Veronica Neese was written. Sharkey's mother. There was also a phone number. Edgar must have called her to notify her about her son's death. Bosch thought of her answering the call, expecting it to be another one of her jerk-off customers, and instead it was Jerry Edgar calling to say her son was dead. His thought of the boy reminded Bosch of the interview. He had not had the tape transcribed yet. He decided to listen to it, and went back to his place at the table. He pulled his tape recorder out of a drawer. The tape was gone. He remembered he had given it to Eleanor. He went to the supply closet, trying to calculate whether the interview would still be on the backup tape. The backup automatically rewound when it reached its end, and then started taping over itself. Depending on how often the taping system in the interview room had been used since Tuesday's session with Sharkey, the Q&A with the boy might still be intact on the backup tape. Bosch popped the cassette out of the recorder and brought it back to his table. He put it in his own portable, put on a set of earphones, and rewound the tape to its beginning. He reviewed it by playing it for a few seconds until he could tell whether it was his voice or Sharkey's or Eleanor's, and then fast-forwarding for about 10 seconds. He repeated this process for several minutes before he finally hit the Sharkey interview in the last half of the tape. Once he found it, he rewound the tape a bit so he could hear the interview from the start. He rewound too far and ended up listening to half a minute of another interview concluding. Then he heard Sharkey's voice addressing Eleanor.
What are you looking at?
I don't know. I was wondering if you knew me. You seemed familiar. I didn't realize I was staring.
What? Why should I know you? I never did no federal shit, man. I don't know.
Never mind. You looked familiar to me, that's all. I was wondering if you recognized me. Why don't we wait until Detective Bosch comes in?
Yeah, okay. Cool.
There was silence on the tape then. Listening to it, Bosch was confused. Then he realized that what he had just heard had been said before he went into the interview room. What had she been doing? The silence on the tape ended, and Bosch heard his own voice.
Sharkey, we're going to tape this because it might help us later to go over it. Like I said, you are not a suspect, so...
Bosch stopped the tape and rewound it to the exchange between the boy and Eleanor. He listened to it again, and then again. Each time it felt as if he had been punched in the heart. His hands were sweating, and his fingers slipped on the buttons of the recorder. He finally pulled the earphones off and flung them onto the table. "Damn it," he said. Peterson stopped typing and looked over. Part 9. Monday, May 28th. Memorial Day observed. By the time Bosch got to the Veterans Cemetery in Westwood, it was just after midnight. He had checked a new car out of the Wilcox Fleet garage and then driven by Eleanor Wish's apartment. There were no lights on, and he felt like a teenager checking on the girlfriend who dumped him. Even though he was alone, he was embarrassed. He didn't know what he would have done if there had been a light. He headed back east toward the cemetery, thinking about Eleanor and how she had betrayed him in love and business, all at the same time. He started with the supposition that Eleanor had asked Sharkey if he recognized her because it was she who had been in the jeep that delivered Meadows' body to the reservoir. She had been looking for a sign that the boy realized this and recognized her, but he didn't. Sharkey went on, after Bosch joined the interview, to say he had seen two people who he thought were men. He said the smaller of the two stayed in the jeep's passenger seat and didn't help with the body at all. It seemed to Bosch that the boy's mistake should have ensured his life, but he knew that it had been he who had then doomed Sharkey when he suggested hypnotizing him. Eleanor had passed that on to Rourke, who knew he couldn't risk it. Next was the question of why. The money was the ultimate answer, but Bosch could not comfortably attribute this motive to Eleanor. There was something more. The others involved, Meadows, Franklin, Delgado, and Rourke, all shared the common bond of Vietnam as well as direct knowledge of the two targets, Bin and Tron. How did Eleanor fit into this? Bosch thought about her brother, killed in Vietnam. Was he the connection? He remembered that she had said his name was Michael, but she hadn't mentioned how or when he was killed. Bosch hadn't let her. Now he regretted having stopped her when she apparently wanted to talk about him. She had mentioned the memorial in Washington and how it had changed her. What could she have seen that would do that? What could the wall have told her that she didn't already know? He drove into the cemetery off Sepulveda Boulevard and up to the great black iron gates that stood closed across the gravel entrance road. Bosch got out and walked up, but they were locked with a chain and padlock. He looked through the black bars and saw a small stone-block house about 30 yards up the gravel road. He saw the pale blue glow of TV light against a curtained window. Bosch went back to the car and flipped the siren. He let it wail until a light came on behind the curtain. The cemetery attendant came out a few moments later and walked toward the gate with a flashlight while Bosch got his badge case out and held it open through the bars. The man wore dark pants and a light blue shirt with a tin badge on it.
"You police?"
he asked. Bosch felt like saying, "No, Amway." Instead, he said, "LAPD, I wonder if you can open her up for me." The attendant put the flashlight on his badge and ID. In the light, Bosch could see the white whiskers on the man's face and smell the slight scent of bourbon and sweat.
"What's the problem, officer?"
"Detective, I'm on a homicide investigation, Mr.
Kester.
Homicide? We got plenty dead people here, but these cases are closed, I guess you could say. Mr. Kester, I don't have time to go through all the details, but what I need to do is take a look at the Vietnam Memorial, the replica that's on display here for the holiday weekend."
"What's wrong with your arm? And where's your partner? Don't you guys travel in twos?"
"I was hurt, Mr. Kester. My partner is working on another part of the investigation. You watch too much TV in that little room of yours. That's TV cops stuff." Bosch said this last part with a smile, but he was already getting tired of the old security guard. Kester turned and looked at the cemetery house and then back at Bosch.
"You seen the TV light, right? I figured that one. This is federal property, and I don't know if I can open it up with a—"
"Look, Kester, I know you're civil service, and they haven't fired anyone since maybe Truman was president. But if you give me a bad time on this, I'm going to give you a bad time. I'll put a drinking on the job beef in on you Tuesday morning, first thing. Now let's do it. Open it up and I won't bother you. I just need to take a look at the wall." Bosch rattled the chain. Kester stared dull-eyed at the lock and then fished a ring of keys off his belt and opened the gate. "Sorry," Bosch said. "I still don't think this is proper," Kester said angrily. "What's that black stone got to do with a homicide anyway?" "Maybe everything," Bosch said. He started walking back to his car, but then turned around, remembering something he had read about the memorial. "There's a book. It tells where the names are on the wall. You can look 'em up. Is that up there at the wall?" Kester had a puzzled look on his face that Bosch could see even in the dark. He said, "Don't know about any book. All I know is that the U.S. Park Service people brought that thing in here, set it up, took a bulldozer to clear a spot on the hill. They got some guy that stays with it during proper visiting hours. He's the one you'll have to ask about books, and don't ask me where he is. I don't even know his name. You gonna be a while, or should I leave it unlocked?" "Better lock it up. I'll come get you when I'm leaving." He drove the car through the gate after the old man pulled it open, then up to a gravel parking area near the hill. Bosch could see the dark shine of the wall in the gash carved out of the rise. There were no lights, and the area was deserted. He took a flashlight off the car seat and headed up the slope. He first swung the light around to get an idea of the wall's size. It was about 60 feet long, tapering at each end. Then he walked up close enough to read the names. An unexpected feeling came over him, a dread. He did not want to see these names, he realized. There would be too many that he knew. And what was worse was that he might come across names he didn't expect, that belonged to men he didn't know were here. He swept the beam around and saw a wooden lectern, its top canted and ledged to hold a book, like a church Bible stand. But when he walked over, he found nothing on the stand. The Park Service people must have taken the directory with them for safekeeping. Bosch turned and looked back at the wall, its far end tapering off in the darkness. He checked his cigarettes and saw he had nearly a whole pack. He admitted to himself that he had expected it would be this way. He would have to read every name. He knew it before he came. He lit a cigarette and put the beam on the first panel of the wall. It was 4 hours before he saw a name he recognized. It wasn't Michael Scarletti. It was Darius Coleman, a boy Bosch had known from 1st Infantry. Coleman was the first guy Bosch had known, really known, to get blown away. Everybody had called him Cake. He had a knife-cut tattoo on his forearm that said Cake, and he was killed by friendly fire when a 22-year-old lieutenant called in the wrong chart coordinates for an airstrike in the triangle. Bosch reached to the wall and ran his fingers along the letters in the dead soldier's name. He had seen people do that on TV and in movies. He pictured Cake, with a reefer tucked behind his ear, sitting on his pack and eating chocolate cake out of a can. He was always trading for everybody's cake. The reefer made him crave the chocolate. Harry moved on to other names after that, stopping only to light cigarettes until he had none left. In nearly 4 more hours he had come across 36 more names belonging to soldiers he had known and knew were dead. There were no surprise names, and so his fear in that regard was unfounded. But despair came from something else. A small picture of a man in uniform was wedged into the thin crack between the false marble panels of the memorial. The man offered his full, proud smile to the world. Now he was a name on the wall. Bosch held the photo in his hand and turned it over. It said, "George, we miss your smile. All our love, Mom and Terry." Bosch carefully put the photo back into the crack, feeling like an intruder on something very private. He thought about George, a man he never knew, and grew sad for no reason he could explain to himself. After a while he moved on. At the end, after 58,132 names, there was one he had not seen. Michael Scarletti. It was what he had expected. Bosch looked up at the sky. It was turning orange in the east, and he could feel a slight breeze coming out of the northwest. To the south, the Federal Building loomed above the cemetery tree line like a giant, dark tombstone. Bosch was lost. He didn't know why he was here, or whether what he had found meant a damned thing. Was Michael Scarletti still alive? Had he ever existed? What Eleanor had said about her trip to the memorial had seemed so real and true. How could any of this make sense? The beam of the flashlight was weak and dying. He turned it off. Bosch napped a couple of hours in his car at the cemetery. When he woke, the sun was high in the sky, and for the first time he noticed that the cemetery lawns were awash in flags, each grave marked by a small plastic Old Glory on a wooden stick. He started the car and slowly made his way along the thin cemetery roads, looking for the spot where Meadows would be buried. It wasn't hard to find. Nestled on the side of one of the roads that wound into the northeast section of the cemetery were 4 vans with microwave antennas. There was a grouping of other cars as well. The media. Bosch hadn't expected all of the TV cameras and the reporters, but once he saw this crowd he realized that he had forgotten that holidays were slow news days, and the tunnel caper, as it had been dubbed by the media, was still a hot item. The video vampires would need fresh footage for the evening's broadcasts. He decided to stay in the car and watched as the short ceremony at Meadows's gray casket was filmed in quadruplicate. It was presided over by a rumpled minister who probably came from one of the downtown missions. There were no real mourners, except for a few professionals from the VFW. A 3-man honor guard also stood at attention. When it was over, the minister pushed the brake pedal with his foot, and the casket slowly descended. The cameras came in tight on this. And then, afterward, the news teams broke off in different directions to film stand-up reports at locations around the gravesite. They were spread out in a semicircle. This way, each reporter would look as if he or she had been at the funeral exclusively. Bosch recognized a few as people who had shoved microphones in his face before. Then he noticed that one of the men he had thought was one of the professional mourners was actually Bremer. The Times reporter walked away from the grave and was heading to one of the cars parked along the access road. Bosch waited until Bremer was almost next to his car before he rolled down the window and called to him.
"Harry, I thought you were in the hospital or something."
"I thought I'd come by, but I didn't know it was going to be a circus. Don't you people have anything better to do?"
"Hey, I'm not with them. That's a pig fuck."
"What?"
"TV reporters, that's what they call one of these gangbangs. So, what are you doing here? I didn't think you'd be out so soon."
"I escaped. Why don't you get in and take a ride?" Then, indicating the TV reporters with his hand, Bosch said, "They might see me here and charge over and trample us." Bremer walked around and got in the car. Bosch took the driveway to the west section of the cemetery. He parked under the shade of a sprawling oak tree, from which they could see the Vietnam Memorial. There were several people milling about, mostly men, mostly alone. They all looked at the black stone quietly. A couple of the men wore old fatigue jackets, the sleeves cut off.
"You seen the papers or TV yet on this thing?"
Bremer asked. "Not yet, but I heard what was put out."
"And?"
"Bullshit. Most of it, at least."
"Can you tell me?"
"Not that it gets back to me." Bremer nodded. They had known each other a long time. Bosch did not have to ask for promises, and Bremer did not have to go over the differences between off-the-record statements, background statements, and statements not for attribution. They had a trust built on prior credibility, going both ways. "3 things you should check," Bosch said. "Nobody's asked about Lewis and Clark. They weren't part of my surveillance. They were working for Irving over at IAD. So once you get that established, put the heat on them to explain what they were doing."
"What were they doing?"
"That you'll have to get somewhere else. I know you have other sources in the department." Bremer was writing in a long, thin spiral notebook, the kind that always gave reporters away. He was nodding as he wrote. "Second, find out about Rourke's funeral. It'll probably be out of state somewhere, someplace far enough away that the media back here won't bother to send anybody. But send somebody anyway, somebody with a camera. He'll probably be the only one there, just like today's planting. That should tell you something." Bremer looked up from his notebook.
"You mean no hero's funeral? You're saying Rourke was part of this thing, or he just fucked it up? Christ, the Bureau and we, the media, are making the guy out to be John Wayne reincarnated."
"Yeah, well, you gave him life after death. You can take it away, I guess." Bosch just looked at him a moment, contemplating how much he should tell, what was safe for him to tell. For just a moment he felt so outraged he wanted to tell Bremer everything he knew, and the hell with what would happen and what Irving had said. But he didn't. Control came back.
"What's the third thing?" Bremer asked.
"Get the military records of Meadows, Rourke, Franklin, and Delgado. That'll tie it up for you. They were in Vietnam, same time, same unit. That's where this whole thing starts. When you get that far, call me and I'll try to fill in what you don't have." Then, all at once, Bosch grew tired of the charade being orchestrated by his department and the FBI. The thought of the boy, Sharkey, kept coming to mind. Flat on his back, his head cocked at that odd, sickening angle. The blood. They were going to mop that one up like it didn't matter. "There's a fourth thing," he said. "There was a kid." When the story about Sharkey was finished, Bosch started the car and drove Bremer back down the driveway to his own car. The TV reporters had cleared out of the cemetery, and a man in a small front-loader was pushing dirt into Meadows' grave. Another man leaned on a shovel nearby and watched. "I'll probably need a job after your story comes out," Bosch said while watching the gravediggers. "You won't be in it as an attribution. Plus, when I get the military records, they'll speak for themselves. I'll be able to scam the department's public information officers into confirming some of this other stuff, make it look like it came from them. And then, near the bottom of the story, I'll say, 'Detective Harry Bosch declined comment.' How's that?" "I'll probably need a job after your story comes out." Bremer just looked at the detective for a long moment. "Are you going over to the grave?" "I might, after you leave me alone." "I'm leaving." He opened the car door and got out, then leaned back in. "Thanks, Harry. This is going to be a good one. Heads are going to bounce." Bosch looked at the reporter and sadly shook his head. "No, they aren't," he said. Bremer stared uneasily, and Bosch dismissed him with his hand. The reporter closed the door and went to his own car. Bosch had no misconceived notion about Bremer. The reporter was not guided by any genuine sense of outrage, or by his role as a watchdog for the public. All he wanted was a story no other reporter had. Bremer was thinking of that, and maybe the book that would come after, and the TV movie, and the money and ego-feeding fame. That was what motivated him, not the outrage that had made Bosch tell him the story. Bosch knew this, and accepted it. It was the way things worked. Heads never bounce, he said to himself. He watched the gravediggers finish their job. After a while, he got out and walked over. There was one small bouquet of flowers next to the flag stuck in the soft orange ground. The flowers were from the VFW. Bosch stared at the scene and didn't know what he should feel. Maybe some kind of sentimental affection or remorse. Meadows was underground for good this time. Bosch didn't feel a thing. After a while, he looked up from the grave and toward the Federal Building. He started walking in that direction. He felt like a ghost, coming from the grave for justice. Or maybe just vengeance. If she was surprised it was Bosch who had pressed the door buzzer, Eleanor wished didn't show it. Harry had flipped his badge to the guard on the first floor and been waved to the elevator. There was no receptionist working on the holiday, so he had pressed the night bell. It was Eleanor who opened the door. She wore faded jeans and a white blouse. There was no gun on her belt.
"I thought you might come, Harry. Were you at the funeral?"
He nodded, but made no move toward the door she held open. She looked at him a long moment, her eyebrows arched in that lovely, questioning look she had.
"Well, are you going to come in or stand out there all day?"
"I was thinking we would take a walk. Talk alone."
"I have to get my key card so I can come back in."
She made a move to go back in and then stopped.
"I doubt you heard this because they haven't put the word out, but they found the diamonds."
"What?"
"Yes. They traced Rourke to some public storage lockers in Huntington Beach. They found receipts somewhere. They got the court order this morning and just opened them. I've been listening to the scanner. They're saying hundreds of diamonds. They'll have to get an appraiser." "We were right, Harry. Diamonds. You were right. They also found all the other stuff in a second locker. Rourke hadn't got rid of it. The box holders will get their stuff back. There's going to be a press conference, but I doubt they will be saying whose lockers they were."
He just nodded, and she disappeared through the door. Bosch wandered over to the elevators and pushed the button while waiting for her. She had her purse with her when she came out. It made him conscious of not having a gun, and it privately embarrassed him that he momentarily thought that was a concern. They didn't speak on the way down, not until they were out of the building and on the sidewalk, heading toward Wilshire. Bosch had been weighing his words, wondering if the finding of the diamonds meant anything. She seemed to be waiting for him to begin, but uncomfortable in the silence.
"I like the blue sling," she finally said. "How do you feel, anyway? I'm surprised they let you out of there so soon."
"I just left. I feel fine." He stopped to put a cigarette in his mouth. He had bought a pack from a machine in the lobby. He lit it with the lighter.
"You know," she said, "this would be a good time to quit those. Make a new start."
He ignored the suggestion and breathed the smoke in deeply. "Eleanor, tell me about your brother."
"My brother? I told you."
"I know, I want to hear again. About what happened to him and what happened when you visited the wall in Washington. You said it changed things for you. Why did it change things for you?" They were at Wilshire. Bosch pointed across the street and they crossed toward the cemetery. "I left my car over here. I'll drive you back."
"I don't like cemeteries, I told you."
"Who does?" They walked through the opening in the hedge, and the sound of traffic was quieted. Before them was the expanse of green lawn, white stones, and American flags.
"My story's the same as 1,000 others," she said. "My brother went over there and didn't come back. That's all. And then, going to the memorial, but it filled me with a lot of different feelings."
"Anger?"
"Yes, there was that."
"Outrage?"
"Yes, I guess. I don't know. It was very personal. What's going on, Harry? What has this got to do with anything?"
They were on the gravel drive that ran alongside the rows of white stone. Bosch was leading her toward the replica. "You said your father was career military. Did you get the details of what happened to your brother?"
"He did, but he and my mother never really said anything to me about details. I mean, they just said he was coming home soon, and I had gotten a letter from him saying he was coming. Then, like the next week, they said he had been killed. He didn't make it home after all. Harry, you are making me feel... What do you want? I don't understand this."
"Sure you do, Eleanor." She stopped and just looked down at the ground. Bosch saw the color in her face change to a lighter shade of pale, and her expression became one of resignation. It was subtle, but it was there. Like the faces of mothers and wives he had seen while making next of kin notification. You didn't have to tell them somebody was dead. They opened the door, they knew the score. And now Eleanor's face showed that she knew Bosch had her secret. She lifted her eyes and looked off, away from him. Her gaze settled on the black memorial gleaming in the sun at the top of the rise.
"That's it, isn't it? You brought me here to see that."
"I guess I could ask you to show me where your brother's name is, but we both know it's not on there."
"No, it's not."
She was transfixed by the sight of the memorial. Bosch could see in her face that the hard-shell resistance was gone. The secret wanted to come out. "So tell me about it," he said.
"I did have a brother, and he died. I never lied to you, Harry. I never actually said he was killed over there. I said he never came back, and he didn't. That is true. But he died here in L.A. on his way home. It was 1973.
She seemed to go off on a memory. Then she came back.
Amazing. I mean, to make it through that war and then to not make the trip home. It doesn't make sense. He had a 2-day layover in L.A. on the way back to D.C. to the hero's welcome we were going to have for him. There was a nice, safe job arranged through Father at the Pentagon. Only they found him in a brothel in Hollywood. The spike was still in his arm. Heroin.
She looked up at Bosch's face and then looked away.
That's the way it looked, but that wasn't the way it was.
It was ruled an OD, but he was murdered, just like Meadows so many years later. But my brother was written off the way Meadows was supposed to have been written off.
Bosch thought she might be beginning to cry. He needed to keep her on track, telling the story. "What's going on, Eleanor? What's it got to do with Meadows?"
"Nothing,"
she said, and looked back along the trail they had walked. Now she was lying. He knew there was something. He had the dreadful feeling in his gut that the whole thing revolved around her. He thought of the daisies she had sent to his hospital room, the music they had played at her apartment, the way she had found him in the tunnel. Too many coincidences. "Everything," he said. "It was all part of your plan."
"No, Harry."
"Eleanor, how did you know there are daisies growing on the hill below my house?"
"I saw them when
You visited me at night, remember? You couldn't see anything below the porch." He let that sink in a little. "You had been there before, Eleanor, when I was taking care of Sharky. And then the visit later that night, that wasn't a visit, that was a test. Like the hang-up phone call, that was you, because it was you who put the bug in my phone. This whole thing was... Why don't you just tell me?" She nodded without looking at him. He could not take his eyes off her. She composed herself and began.
"Did you ever have one thing that was at your center? Was the very seed of your existence? Everybody has one unalterable truth at their core. For me, it was my brother. My brother and his sacrifice. That's how I dealt with his death. By making it and him larger than life. Making him a hero. It was the seed that I protected and nurtured. I built a hard shell around it and watered it with my adoration. And as it grew, it became a bigger part of me. It grew into the tree that shaded my life. Then all of a sudden, one day it was gone. The truth was false. The tree was chopped down, Harry. No more shade. Just the blinding sun."
She was quiet a moment, and Bosch studied her. She seemed all at once to be so fragile he wanted to rush her to a chair before she collapsed. She cupped one elbow with her hand and held the other hand to her lips. It dawned on him what she was saying. "You didn't know, did you?" Bosch said. "Your parents... Nobody told you the truth." She nodded.
"I grew up thinking he was the hero my mother and father told me he was. They shielded me. They lied. But how could they know that one day a monument would be made and they would put every name on it? Every name but my brother's."
She stopped, but this time he waited her out.
"One day, a few years ago, I went to the memorial. I thought there was some kind of mistake. There was a book there, an index of the names, and I looked, and he wasn't listed. No Michael Scarletti. I yelled at the parks people, 'How could you just leave someone's name out of the book?' And so I spent the rest of the day reading the names on the wall. All of them. I was going to show them how wrong they were. But he wasn't there either. I couldn't... Do you know what it's like to spend almost 15 years of your life believing something? To build your beliefs around one single shining fact and to find that all that time it actually was like cancer growing inside?"
Bosch smeared the tears on her cheeks with his hand. He leaned his face close to hers. "So what did you do, Eleanor?" The fist against her lips squeezed tighter, her knuckles as bloodless as a corpse's. Bosch noticed a park bench farther down the walkway, and he took her by the shoulder and directed her there. "This whole thing," he said, after they were sitting. "I don't understand, Eleanor. This whole thing, you wanted some kind of revenge against..."
"Justice. Not revenge. Not vengeance."
"Is there a difference?" She didn't answer. "Tell me what you did."
"I confronted my parents, and they finally told me about L.A. I went through all my things from him, and I found a letter. His last letter. I still had it in my things at my parents' house, but I'd forgotten it. It's here."
She opened her purse and pulled out her wallet. Bosch could see the rubber grips and the handle of her gun in the purse. She opened her wallet and pulled out a twice-folded piece of lined notebook paper. She delicately unfolded it and held it open for him to read. He didn't touch it. Ellie, I'm getting so short here I can practically taste the soft-shell crabs. I should be home in 2 weeks or so. First, I have to stop off in Los Angeles to make some money. Ha. I have a plan, but don't tell the OM. I'm supposed to drop off a diplomatic package in L.A., but there might be a way to do something better with it. When I get back, maybe we can go up to the Poconos again before I have to go back to work for the war machine. I know what you think about what I'm doing, but I can't tell the OM no. We'll see how it goes. One thing's for sure, I'm glad to be leaving this place. I've been in the bush for 6 weeks before getting some R&R here in Saigon. I don't want to go back, so I'm having them treat me for dysentery. Ask the OM what that is, ha. All I had to do was eat some of the restaurant food in this town and got the symptoms. Anyway, that's all for now. I'm safe, and I'll be home soon. So get those crab traps out of the shed. Love, Michael. She folded the letter carefully and put it away. The OM? Bosch asked.
The old man.
Right. Her composure was coming back. Her face was taking on the hard look Bosch had seen the first day he met her. Her eyes dropped from his face to his chest and his arm in the blue sling. I'm not wired, Eleanor, he said. I'm here for myself. I want to know for myself.
That's not what I was looking at, she said. I knew you wouldn't be wired. I was thinking of your arm. Harry, if there's anything that you believe about me now, that you can believe me when I say no one was supposed to get hurt. No one... Everybody was to lose, but that was all. After that day, at the memorial, I looked and I searched and I found out what happened to my brother. I used Ernst at State, I used the Pentagon, my father, I used whatever I could, and I found out about my brother.
She searched his eyes, but he tried not to reveal the thoughts behind them. And
it was like Ernst told us. Toward the end of the war, the 3 captains, the triad, were taking an active part in the transport of heroin to the States. One conduit was Rourke and his crew at the embassy, the military police. That included Meadows, Delgado, and Franklin. They would find short-timers in the bars in Saigon and proposition them. A few $1,000s to take a sealed diplomatic package through customs, nothing to it. They could arrange for them to receive temporary courier status, put them on a plane, and somebody would be waiting for the package in L.A. My brother was one of those that accepted. But Michael had a plan. It didn't take a genius to figure out what they were carrying, and so he must have thought he could get over here and make a better deal with somebody else. I don't know how far he thought it out or had it set up, but it didn't matter. They found him and they killed him.
They?
I don't know who. People working for the captains, for Rourke. It was perfect. He was killed in a way that the army, his family, just about everybody would want to keep quiet. So it was quickly tidied up, and that was that.
Bosch sat next to her as she told the rest of the story and did not interrupt until it was done, until it had come out of her like a demon. She said the first one she found was Rourke. He was, to her astonishment, in the bureau. She called in her markers and transferred from D.C. out to his crew. She had a different last name than her brother had. Rourke didn't know who she was. After that, Meadows, Franklin, and Delgado were located easily enough in prisons. They weren't going anywhere.
Rourke was the key, she said. I went to work on him. I guess you could say I seduced him with the plan.
Bosch felt something tear loose inside, some final feeling for her.
I clearly insinuated that I wanted to make a score. I knew he would go for it because he'd been corrupt for years, and he was greedy. One night he told me about the diamonds, how he had helped these 2 guys out of Saigon with boxes full of diamonds. It was Tron and Bin. From there it was easy to plan the whole thing. Rourke recruited the other 3 and pulled some strings, anonymously, to get them early releases into Charlie Company. It was a perfect plan, and Rourke
actually thought it was his. That's what made it perfect. In the end, I was going to disappear with the treasure. Bin and Tron would be robbed of the fortune they had spent their lives collecting and hoarding, and the other four would taste the biggest score of their lives and have it taken away. It would be the best way of hurting them the most. But no one outside the circle of guilt was to get hurt. Things just happened.
Meadows took the bracelet, Bosch said.
Yes, Meadows took the bracelet. I saw it on the pawn list that got sent over from LAPD. It was routine, but I panicked. Those lists go to every burglary unit in the county. I thought it would get noticed by somebody. Meadows would be pulled in and spill the story. I told Rourke, and he panicked too. He waited until they were pretty much done with the second tunnel, and then he and the two others confronted Meadows. I wasn't there.
Her eyes were fixed on a point far away. There was no emotion in her voice anymore. It was just a flat line. Bosch didn't have to prompt her. The rest just came out.
I wasn't there,
she said again.
Rourke called me. He told me that, Meadows died without giving up the pawn ticket. He said he'd made it look like an overdose. The bastard actually said that he knew people who had done it before, a long time ago, and gotten away with it. You see, he was talking about my brother. When he said that, I knew I was doing the right thing. Anyway, he needed my help. They had searched Meadows' place and couldn't find the pawn stub. That meant Delgado and Franklin were going to break into the shop and get the bracelet back. But Rourke wanted my help with Meadows, the body. He didn't know what to do with it.
She said she knew from Meadows' record that he had been busted for loitering at the reservoir. It wasn't difficult for her to convince Rourke it was a good place to leave the body.
But I also knew that the reservoir was Hollywood Division, that if you didn't get the call, you would at least hear about it and probably take an interest after Meadows was ID'd. See, I knew about you and Meadows, and now I knew Rourke was out of control. You were the safety valve, in case I needed to bring the whole thing down. I couldn't let Rourke get away with it again.
She swept her gaze across the stones and absent-mindedly raised a hand and dropped it in her lap, a small show of resignation.
After we put his body in the Jeep and covered it with the blanket, Rourke went back in to make a last sweep of the place. I stayed outside. There was a tire iron in the back. I took it in his fingers with it. Meadows' fingers. It was so somebody would see it was murder. I remember the sound so clearly. The bone. So loud I thought Rourke might even have heard.
"What about Sharkey?" Bosch asked.
"Sharkey,"
she said wistfully, as if she were trying the name out for the first time.
After the interview, I told Rourke that Sharkey didn't see our faces at the dam. He even thought I was a man sitting in the Jeep. But I made a mistake. I mentioned how we discussed hypnotizing him. Even though I stopped you and trusted that you wouldn't do it without me, Rourke didn't trust you. So he did what he did with Sharkey. After we were called out there and I saw him,
She didn't finish, but Bosch wanted to know everything. You what?
Later, I confronted Rourke and told him I was bringing the whole thing down because he was out of control, killing innocent people. He told me there was no way to stop it. Franklin and Delgado were in the tunnel and out of reach. They turned the radios off when they brought the C4 in. It's too unstable. He said there was no way stopping it without more spilled blood. Then the next night, you and I were almost run down. That was Rourke, I'm sure.
She said that the two of them played an unspoken game of mutual distrust and suspicion after that. The burglary of Beverly Hills Safe and Lock continued as planned, and Rourke steered Bosch and everybody else away from going underground to stop it. He had to let Franklin and Delgado go through with it, even though there were no diamonds left in Tron's box. Rourke could not risk going underground to warn them either. Eleanor finally ended the game when she followed Bosch down into the tunnel and killed Rourke, his eyes staring at her as he slid down into the black water.
"And that's the whole story,"
she said quietly. "My car's over this way," Bosch said as he stood up from the bench. "I'll take you back now." They found his car on the driveway, and Bosch noticed her eyes linger on the fresh soil on Meadows' grave before she got in. He wondered if she had watched from the Federal Building as the casket was put in the ground. As he drove toward the exit, Harry said, "Why couldn't you let it go? What happened to your brother was another time, another place. Why didn't you let it go?"
You don't know how many times I've asked that, and how many times I didn't know the answer. I still don't.
They were at the light at Wilshire, and Bosch was wondering what he was going to do. And once again she read him. She sensed his indecision.
You going to take me in now, Harry? You might have a hard time proving your case. Everybody's dead. It could look like you were part of it, too. You going to risk that?
He didn't say anything. The light changed, and he drove down to the Federal Building, pulling to the curb near the Garden of Flags. She said,
"If it means anything to you at all, what happened between you and me wasn't part of any plan. I know you won't ever know if that's the truth, but I wanted to say—"
"Don't," he said. "Don't say a thing about it." A few uneasy moments of silence passed between them.
You're just letting me go here?
"I think it would be best for you, Eleanor, if you turned yourself in. Go get a lawyer and then come in. Tell them you didn't have anything to do with the murders. Tell them the story about your brother. They're reasonable people, and they'll want to keep it low profile, avoid the scandal. The U.S. attorney will probably let you plead to something short of murder. The Bureau will go along."
And what if I don't turn myself in? You will tell them?
"No. Like you said, I'm too much a part of it. They'd never go with what I'd tell them."
He thought a long moment. He didn't want to say what he was going to say next unless he was sure he meant it, and could, and would do it.
"No, I won't tell them. But if I don't hear in a few days that you went in, I will tell Ben. And I'll tell Tron. I won't need to prove it to them. I'll just tell them the story with enough facts that they'll know it's true. Then, you know what they'll do? They'll act like they don't know what the hell I'm talking about, and they'll tell me to get out. And then they'll come after you, Eleanor, looking for the same kind of justice you got for your brother."
You would do that, Harry?
"I said I would. I'll give you 2 days to go in, then I tell them the story." She looked at him, and the pained expression on her face asked why. Harry said, "Somebody has to answer for Sharkey." She turned away, put her hand on the door handle, and looked out the car window at the flags flapping in the Santa Ana breeze. She didn't look back at him when she said,
"So I guess I was wrong about you."
"If you mean the doll-maker case, the answer is yes. You were wrong about me." She looked back at him with a wan smile as she opened the door. She quickly leaned over and kissed him on the cheek. She said,
"Bye, Harry Bosch."
Then she was out of the car, standing in the wind and looking in at him. She hesitated and then closed the door. As Harry drove away, he glanced once in the mirror and saw her still at the curb. She stood there looking down like someone who had dropped something in the gutter. After that, he didn't look back. Epilogue. The morning after Memorial Day, Harry Bosch checked back into MLK, where he was severely chastised by his doctor, who seemed, to Harry at least, to take a perverse pleasure in ripping the home-applied bandages away from his shoulder and then using a stinging saline solution to rinse the wound. He spent 2 days resting and then was wheeled into the OR for surgery to reattach muscles that had been torn from bone by the bullet. On the second day of his recovery from surgery, a nurse's aide dropped off a day-old Los Angeles Times for him to while away a few hours with. Bremer's story was on the front page, and it accompanied a photograph of a priest standing before a lonely casket at a cemetery in Syracuse, New York. It was FBI Special Agent John Rourke's casket. Bosch could tell from the photo that more mourners, albeit members of the media, had been at Meadows' funeral. But Bosch tossed the front section aside after scanning the first few paragraphs of the story and realizing it wasn't about Eleanor. He turned to the sports. The next day he had a visitor. Lieutenant Harvey Pounds told Bosch that when he was recovered he would report back to Hollywood Homicide. Pound said that neither of them had any choice in the matter. The order came from the 6th floor at Parker Center. The lieutenant didn't have much else to say, and didn't mention the newspaper article at all. Harry took the news with a smile and a nod, not wanting to show a hint of what he felt or thought.
Of course, this is all contingent on you being able to pass a departmental physical when you're released by your physicians here, Pounds added.
Of course, Bosch said.
You know, Bosch, some officers would want the disability. Retire at 80% pay. You could get a job in the private sector and do very nicely. You'd deserve it.
Ah, Harry thought, there is the reason for the visit. Is that what the department wants me to do, Lieutenant? He asked. Are you the messenger?
Of course not. The department wants you to do what you want, Harry. I'm just looking at the advantages of the situation. You know, just something to think about. I understand private investigation is the growth market of the 90s. No trust anymore, you know. Nowadays people are secretly getting complete backgrounds, medical, financial, romantic, on the people they're going to marry.
That doesn't sound like my kind of work.
You'll take the homicide table, then?
Soon as I pass the physical. He had another visitor the next day. This one was expected. She was a prosecutor from the U.S. Attorney's Office. Her name was Chavez, and she wanted to know about the night Sharkey was killed. Eleanor Wish had come in, Bosch knew then. He told the prosecutor that he had been with Eleanor, confirming her alibi. Chavez said she just had to check to be sure before they started talking a deal. She asked a few other questions about the case, then got up from the visitor's chair to go. What's going to happen to her? Bosch asked.
I can't discuss that, Detective.
Off the record?
Off the record, she's obviously going to have to go away, but it probably won't be long. The climate is right for this to be handled very quietly. She came forward. She brought competent counsel, and it appears she was not directly responsible for the deaths involved. If you ask me, she'll get out of this very lucky. She'll plead and do maybe 30 months tops up at Tehachapi.
Bosch nodded, and Chavez was gone. Harry, too, was gone the next day, sent home for 6 weeks' recuperative leave before reporting back to the station on Wilcox. When he had arrived at the house on Woodrow Wilson, he found a yellow slip of paper in his mailbox. He took it to the post office and exchanged it for a wide, flat package in brown paper. He didn't open it until he was home. It was from Eleanor Wish, though it did not say so. It was just something he knew. After tearing away the paper and bubbled plastic liner, he found a framed print of Hopper's Nighthawks. It was the piece he had seen above her couch that first night he was with her. Bosch hung the print in the hallway near his front door, and from time to time he would stop and study it when he came in, particularly from a weary day or night on the job. The painting never failed to fascinate him, or to evoke memories of Eleanor Wish. The darkness, the stark loneliness, the man sitting alone, his face turned to the shadows. I am that man, Harry Bosch would think each time he looked.
This book is over, but the story continues. Keep listening after the credits to hear the beginning of The Black Ice, Book 2 in the Harry Bosch series, free.
We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of The Black Echo by Michael Connelly, copyright 1992 by Michael Connelly, and performance copyright 1998 by Brilliance Corporation, all rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance audio titles, please call the following toll-free number, 1-800-222-3225. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Corporation, Post Office Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan, 49417.
And now, a free preview of The Black Ice, Book 2 in the Harry Bosch series.
The smoke carried up from the Cahuenga Pass and flattened beneath a layer of cool, crossing air. From where Harry Bosch watched, the smoke looked like a gray anvil rising up the pass.
The late afternoon sun gave the gray a pinkish tint at its highest point, tapering down to deep black at its root, which was a brush fire moving up the hillside on the east side of the cut. He switched his scanner to the Los Angeles County Mutual Aid frequency and listened as firefighter battalion chiefs reported to a command post that 9 houses were already gone on one street and those on the next street were in the path. The fire was moving toward the open hillsides of Griffith Park, where it might make a run for hours before being controlled. Harry could hear the desperation in the voices of the men on the scanner. Bosch watched the squadron of helicopters, like dragonflies from this distance, dodging in and out of the smoke, dropping their payloads of water and pink fire retardant on burning homes and trees. It reminded him of the dust-offs in Vietnam, the noise, the uncertain bobbing and weaving of the overburdened craft. He saw the water crushing through flaming roofs and steam immediately rising. He looked away from the fire and down into the dried brush that carpeted the hillside and surrounded the pylons that held his own home to the hillside on the west side of the pass. He saw daisies and wildflowers in the chaparral below, but not the coyote he had seen in recent weeks hunting in the arroyo below his house. He had thrown down pieces of chicken to the scavenger on occasion, but the animal never accepted the food while Bosch watched. Only after Bosch went back in off the porch would the animal creep out and take the offerings. Harry had christened the coyote Timido. Sometimes late at night he heard the coyote's howl echoing up the pass. He looked back out at the fire just as there was a loud explosion, and a concentrated ball of black smoke rotated up within the gray anvil. There was excited chatter on the scanner, and a battalion chief reported that a propane tank from a barbecue had ignited. Harry watched the darker smoke dissipate in the larger cloud, and then switched the scanner back to the LAPD tactical frequencies. He was on call. Christmas duty. He listened for a half-minute, but heard nothing other than routine radio traffic. It appeared to be a quiet Christmas in Hollywood. He looked at his watch and took the scanner inside. He pulled a pan out of the oven and slid his Christmas dinner, a roasted breast of chicken, onto a plate. Next, he took the lid off a pot of steamed rice and peas and dumped a large portion onto the plate. He took his meal out to the table in the dining room, where there was already a glass of red wine waiting, next to the 3 cards that had come in the mail earlier in the week, but that he had left unopened. He had Coltrane's arrangement of Song of the Underground Railroad on his CD player. As he ate and drank, he opened the cards, studied them briefly, and thought of their senders. This was the ritual of a man who was alone, he knew, but it didn't bother him. He'd spent many Christmases alone. The first card was from a former partner who had retired on book and movie money and moved to Ensenada. It said what Anderson's cards always said, "Harry, when you comin' down?" The next one was also from Mexico. From the guide Harry had spent 6 weeks living and fishing and practicing Spanish with the previous summer in Bahia San Felipe. Bosch had been recovering from a bullet wound in the shoulder. The sun and sea air helped him mend. In his holiday greeting, written in Spanish, Jorge Barrera also invited Bosch's return. The last card Bosch opened slowly and carefully, also knowing who it was before seeing the signature. It was postmarked Tehachapi, and so he knew. It was hand-printed on off-white paper from the prison's recycling mill, and the nativity scene was slightly smeared. It was from a woman he had spent one night with, but thought about on more nights than he could remember. She, too, wanted him to visit, but they both knew he never would. He sipped some wine and lit a cigarette. Coltrane was now into the live recording of Spiritual, captured at the Village Vanguard in New York when Harry was just a kid. But then the radio scanner, still playing softly on a table next to the television, caught his attention. Police scanners had played for so long as the background music of his life that he could ignore the chatter, concentrate on the sound of a saxophone, and still pick up the words and codes that were unusual. What he heard was a voice saying, 1K12, Staff 2 needs your 20. Bosch got up and walked over to the scanner, as if looking at it would make his broadcast more clear. He waited 10 seconds for a reply to the request. 20 seconds.
Staff 2 location is the Hideaway, western, south of Franklin, room 7. Staff 2 should bring a mask.
Bosch waited for more, but that was it. The location given, Western and Franklin, was within Hollywood Division's boundaries. 1K12 was a radio designation for a homicide detective out of the downtown headquarters Parker Center, the Robbery Homicide Division, and Staff 2 was the designation for an assistant chief of police. There were only 3 ACs in the department, and Bosch was unsure which one was Staff 2, but it didn't matter. The question was, what would one of the highest-ranking men in the department be rolling out for on Christmas night? A second question bothered Harry even more. If RHD was already on the call, why hadn't he, the on-call detective in Hollywood Division, been notified first? He went to the kitchen, dumped his plate in the sink, dialed the station on Wilcox, and asked for the watch commander. A lieutenant named Kleinman picked up. Bosch didn't know him. He was new, a transfer out of Foothill Division. "What's going on?" Bosch asked. "I'm hearing on the scanner about a body at Western and Franklin, and nobody's told me a thing, and that's funny, 'cause I'm on call out today." Kleinman said,
"Don't worry about it. The Hats have got it all squared away."
Kleinman must be an old-timer, Bosch figured. He hadn't heard that expression in years. Members of RHD wore straw bowlers in the 1940s. In the 50s, it was gray fedoras. Hats went out of style after that. Uniformed officers called RHD detectives suits now, not hats. But not homicide special cops. They still thought they were the tops, up there high like a cat's ass. Bosch had hated that arrogance, even when he'd been one of them. One good thing about working Hollywood, the city's sewer, nobody had any airs. It was police work, plain and simple. "What's the call?" Bosch asked. Kleinman hesitated a few seconds and then said,
"We've got a body in a motel room on Franklin. It's looking suicide, but RHD is going to take it. I mean, they've already taken it. We're out of it. That's from on high, Bosch."
Bosch said nothing. He thought a moment. RHD coming out on a Christmas suicide? It didn't make much. Then it flashed to him. Calexico Moore. "How old is this thing?" he asked. "I heard them tell Staff 2 to bring a mask."
"Well, it's ripe. They said it'd be a real potato head. Problem is, there isn't much head left. Looks like he smoked both barrels of his shotgun. At least that's what I'm picking up on the RHD freak."
Bosch's scanner did not pick up the RHD frequency. That was why he had not heard any of the early radio traffic on the call. The suits had apparently switched freaks only to notify Staff 2's driver of the address. If not for that, Bosch would not have heard about the call until the following morning when he came into the station. This angered him, but he kept his voice steady. He wanted to get what he could from Kleinman. "It's Moore, isn't it?"
"Looks like it. His shield is on the bureau there, wallet. But like I said, nobody's going to make a visual ID from the body, so nothing is for sure."
"How did this all go down?"
"Look, Bosch, I'm busy here, you know what I mean? This doesn't concern you. RHD has it."
"No, you're wrong, man. It does concern me. I should have gotten first call from you. I want to know how it went down so I understand why I didn't."
"All right, Bosch. It went like this. We get a call out from the owner of the dump, says he's got a stiff in the bathroom of room 7. We send a unit out, and they call back and say, yeah, we got the stiff. But they called back on a landline, no radio, 'cause they saw the badge and the wallet on the bureau and knew it was Moore, or at least thought it was him. Anyway, I called Captain Grupa at home, and he called the AC. The Hats were called in, and you were not. That's the way it goes. So if you have a beef, it's with Grupa or maybe the AC, not me. I'm clean."
Bosch didn't say anything. He knew that sometimes when he was quiet, the person he needed information from would eventually fill the silence.
"It's out of our hands now. Shit, the TV and Times are out there, daily news. They figure it's more like everybody else. It's a big mess. You'd think the fire up on the hill would be enough to keep them occupied? No way. They're out there lined up on Western. I gotta send another car over for media control. So, Bosch, you should be happy you aren't involved. It's Christmas, for Christ's sake."
But that wasn't good enough. Bosch should have been called, and then it should have been his decision when to call out RHD. Someone had taken him out of the process altogether, and that still burned him. He said goodbye and lit another cigarette.
He got his gun out of the cabinet above the sink and hooked it to the belt on his blue jeans. Then he put on a light tan sport coat over the army green sweater he was wearing. It was dark outside now, and through the sliding glass door he could see the fire line across the pass. It burned brightly on the black silhouette of the hill. It was a crooked devil's grin moving to the crest. From out in the darkness below his house he heard the coyote, howling at the rising moon, or the fire, or maybe just at himself, for being alone and in the dark. 2. Bosch drove down out of the hills into Hollywood, traveling mostly on deserted streets until he reached the boulevard. On the sidewalks there were the usual groupings of runaways and transients. There were strolling prostitutes. He saw one with a red Santa hat on. Business is business, even on Christmas night. There were elegantly made-up women sitting on bus benches who were not really women and not really waiting for buses. The tinsel and Christmas lights strung across the boulevard at each intersection added a surreal touch to the neon glitz and grime. Like a whore with too much makeup, he thought, if there was such a thing. But it wasn't the scene that depressed Bosch. It was Cal Moore. Bosch had been expecting this for nearly a week, since the moment he heard that Moore had failed to show up for roll call. For most of the cops at Hollywood Division, it wasn't a question of whether Moore was dead, it was just a question of how long before his body turned up. Moore had been a sergeant heading up the division's street narcotics unit. It was a night job, and his unit worked the boulevard exclusively. It was known in the division that Moore had separated from his wife and replaced her with whiskey. Bosch had found that out firsthand the one time he had spent time with the narc. He had also learned that there might be something more than just marital problems and early burnout plaguing him. Moore had spoken obliquely of internal affairs and a personnel investigation. It all added up to a heavy dose of Christmas depression. As soon as Bosch heard they were starting a search for Cal Moore, he knew. The man was dead. And so did everyone else in the department, though nobody said this out loud. Not even the media said it. At first, the department tried to handle it quietly. Discreet questions at Moore's apartment in Los Feliz, a few helicopter runs over the nearby hills in Griffith Park. But then a TV reporter was tipped, and all the other stations and the newspapers followed the story for the ride. The media dutifully reported on the progress of the search for the missing cop. Moore's photograph was pinned to the bulletin board in the Parker Center press room, and the weight of the department made the standard pleas to the public. It was drama. Or at least it was good video. Horseback searches, air searches, the police chief holding up the photo of the darkly handsome and serious-looking sergeant. But nobody said they were looking for a dead man. Bosch stopped the car for the light at Vine and watched a man wearing a sandwich board cross the street. His stride was quick and jerky, and his knees continuously popped the cardboard sign up in the air. Bosch saw there was a satellite photograph of Mars pasted on the board, with a large section of it circled. Written in large letters below was, "Repent, the face of the Lord watches us." Bosch had seen the same photograph on the cover of a tabloid while standing in line at a Lucky store, but the tabloid had claimed the face was that of Elvis. The light changed, and he continued on toward Western. He thought of Moore. Outside of one evening spent drinking with him at a jazz bar near the boulevard, he had not had much interaction with Moore. When Bosch had been transferred to Hollywood Division from RHD the year before, there had been hesitant handshakes and glad to know yous from everyone in the division, but people generally kept their distance. It was understandable, since he had been rolled out of RHD on an IAD beef, and Bosch didn't mind. Moore was one of those who didn't go out of his way to do much more than nod when they passed in the hall or saw each other at staff meetings, which was also understandable, since the homicide table where Bosch worked was in the first-floor detective bureau, and Moore's squad, the Hollywood Bang, short for Boulevard Anti-Narcotics Group, was on the second floor of the station. Still, there had been the one encounter. For Bosch, it had been a meeting to pick up some background information for a case he was working. For Moore, it had been an opportunity to have many beers and many whiskeys. Moore's Bang Squad had the kind of slick, media-grabbing name the department favored, but in reality was just 5 cops working out of a converted storage room and roaming Hollywood Boulevard at night, dragging in anybody with a joint or better in his pocket. Bang was a numbers squad, created to make as many arrests as possible in order to help justify requests for more manpower, equipment, and, most of all, overtime in the following year's budget. It did not matter that the DA's office handed out probation deals on most of the cases and kicked the rest. What mattered were those arrest statistics. And if Channel 2 or 4 or a Times reporter from the West Side insert wanted to ride along one night and do a story on the bang squad, all the better. There were numbers squads in every division. At Western, Bosch turned north, and ahead he could see the flashing blue and yellow lights of the patrol cars and the lightning-bright strobes of TV cameras. In Hollywood, such a display usually signaled the violent end of a life, or the premiere of a movie. But Bosch knew nothing premiered in this part of town except 13-year-old hookers. Bosch pulled to the curb a half-block from the hideaway and lit a cigarette. Some things about Hollywood never changed. They just came up with new names for them. The place had been a rundown dump 30 years ago when it was called the El Rio. It was a rundown dump now. Bosch had never been there, but he had grown up in Hollywood and remembered. He had stayed in enough places like it, with his mother, when she was still alive. The Hideaway was a 1940s-era courtyard motel that during the day would be nicely shaded by a large banyan tree which stood in its center. At night, the motel's 14 rooms receded into a darkness only the glow of red neon invaded. Harry noticed that the E in the sign announcing monthly rates was out. When he was a boy, and the Hideaway was the El Rio, the area was already in decay. But there wasn't as much neon, and the buildings, if not the people, looked fresher, less grim. There had been a streamlined, modern office building that looked like an ocean liner docked next to the motel. It had set sail a long time ago, and another mini-mall was there now. Looking at the Hideaway from his parked car, Harry knew it was a sorry place to stay the night, a sorrier place to die. He got out and headed over. Yellow crime scene tape was strung across the mouth of the courtyard and was manned by uniformed officers. At one end of the tape, bright lights from TV cameras focused on a group of men in suits. The one with the gleaming, shaven scalp was doing all the talking. As Bosch approached, he realized that the lights were blinding them. They could not see past the interviewers. He quickly showed his badge to one of the uniforms, signed his name on the crime scene attendance log the cop held on a clipboard, and slipped under the tape. The door to room 7 was open, and light from inside spilled out. The sound of an electric harp also wafted from the room, and that told Bosch that Art Donovan had caught the case. The crime scene tech always brought a portable radio with him, and it was always tuned to The Wave, a New Age music channel. Donovan said the music brought a soothing calm to a scene where people had killed or been killed. Harry walked through the door, holding a handkerchief over his mouth and nose. It didn't help. The odor that was like no other assaulted him as soon as he passed the threshold. He saw Donovan on his knees dusting fingerprint powder onto the dials of the air conditioner unit in the wall below the room's front and only window. "Cheers," Donovan said. He was wearing a painter's mask to guard against the odor and the intake of the black powder. "In the bathroom." Bosch took a look around, quickly, since it was likely he would be told to leave as soon as the suits discovered him. The room's queen-sized bed was made with a faded pink coverlet. There was a single chair with a newspaper on it. Bosch walked over and noted that it was The Times, dated 6 days earlier. There was a bureau and mirror combination to the side of the bed. On the top of it was an ashtray with a single butt pressed into it after being half smoked. There was also a .38 Special in a nylon boot holster, a wallet, and a badge case. These last three had been dusted with the black fingerprint powder. There was no note on the bureau, the place Harry would have expected it to be. No, he said, more to himself than Donovan. "Nope, nothing in the bathroom either. Have a look. That is, if you don't mind losing your Christmas dinner." Harry looked down the short hallway that went to the rear off the left side of the bed. The bathroom door was on the right, and he felt reluctance as he approached. He believed there wasn't a cop alive who hadn't thought at least once of turning his own hand cold. He stopped at the threshold. The body sat on the dingy white floor tile, its back propped against the tub. The first thing to register on Bosch was the boots. gray snakeskins with bulldog heels. Moore had worn them the night they had met for drinks. One boot was still on the right foot, and he could see the manufacturer's symbol, an S like a snake, on the worn rubber heel. The left boot was off and stood upright next to the wall. The exposed foot, which was in a sock, had been wrapped in a plastic evidence bag. The sock had once been white, Bosch guessed, but now it was grayish, and the limb was slightly bloated. On the floor next to the door jamb was a 20-gauge shotgun with side-by-side barrels. The stock was splintered along the bottom edge. A 4-inch-long sliver of wood lay on the tile, and had been circled with a blue crayon by Donovan, or one of the detectives. Bosch had no time to deliberate on these facts. He just tried to take it all in. He raised his eyes the length of the body. Moore was wearing jeans and a sweatshirt. His hands were dropped at his sides. His skin was gray wax. The fingers, thick with putrefaction, the forearms bulging like Popeyes. Bosch saw a misshapen tattoo on the right arm, a devil's grinning face below a halo. The body was slumped back against the tub, and it almost appeared that Moore had rolled his head back as if to dip it into the tub, maybe to wash his hair. But Bosch realized it only looked that way because most of the head was simply not there. It had been destroyed by the force of the double-barrel blast. The light blue tiles that enclosed the tub area were awash in dried blood. The brown drip trails all went down into the tub. Some of the tiles were cracked, where shotgun pellets had struck. Bosch felt the presence of someone behind him. He turned into the stare of Assistant Chief Irvin Irving. Irving was wearing no mask and holding no rag to his mouth and nose. "Evening, Chief." Irving nodded and said, "What brings you here, Detective?" Bosch had seen enough to be able to put together what had happened. He stepped away from the threshold, moved around Irving, and walked toward the front door. Irving followed. They passed 2 men from the medical examiner's office who were wearing matching blue jumpsuits. Outside the room, Harry threw his handkerchief into a trash can brought to the scene by the cops. He lit a cigarette and noticed that Irving was carrying a manila file in his hand. "I picked it up on my scanner," Bosch said. "Thought I'd come out since I'm supposed to be on call tonight. It's my division. It's supposed to be my call." "Yes. Well, when it was established who was in the room, I decided to move the case to Robbery-Homicide Division immediately. Captain Grupa contacted me. I made the decision." "So it's already been established that's Moore in there?" "Not quite." He held up the manila file. "I ran by records and pulled his prints. They will be the final factor, of course. There is also the dental, if there's enough left, but all other appearances lead to that conclusion. Whoever's in there checked in under the name Rodrigo Moya, which was the alias Moore used in Bang, and there's a Mustang parked behind the motel that was rented under that name. At the moment, I don't think there is much doubt here among the collective investigative team." Bosch nodded. He had dealt with Irving before, when the older man was a deputy chief in command of the Internal Affairs Division. Now he was an AC, one of the top 3 men in the department, and his purview had been extended to include IAD, Narcotics Intelligence and Investigation, and all detective services. Harry momentarily debated whether he should risk pushing the point about not getting the first call. "I should have been called," he said anyway. "It's my case. You took it away before I even had it." "Well, Detective, it was mine to take and give away. Wouldn't you agree? There is no need to get upset. Call it streamlining. You know Robbery-Homicide handles all officer deaths. You'd have had to pass it to them eventually. This saves time. There is no ulterior motive here other than expediency. That's the body of an officer in there. We owe it to him and his family, no matter what the circumstances of his death are, to move quickly and professionally." Bosch nodded again and looked around. He saw an RHD detective named Sheehan in a doorway below the monthly Rats sign near the front of the motel. He was questioning a man of about 60, who was wearing a sleeveless T-shirt despite the evening chill, and chewing a sodden cigar stump. The manager. "Did you know him?" Irving asked. "Moore? No, not really. I mean, yes, I knew him. We worked the same division, so we knew each other. He was on night shift mostly, working the streets. We didn't have much contact." Bosch did not know why, in that moment, he decided to lie. He wondered if Irving had read it in his voice.
He changed the subject. So, it's, suicide. Is that what you told the reporters? I did not tell the reporters a thing. I talked to them, yes, but I said nothing about the identity of the body in this room, and will not until it is officially confirmed. You and I can stand here and say we are pretty sure that it is Calexico Moore in there, but I won't give that to them until we've done every test, dotted every I on the death certificate. He slapped the manila file hard on his thigh. This is why I pulled his personnel file, to expedite. The prince will go with the body to the medical examiner. Irving looked back toward the door of the motel room. But you were inside, Detective Bosch, you tell me. Bosch thought a moment. Is this guy interested, or is he just pulling my chain? This was the first time he had dealt with Irving outside of the adversarial situation of an internal affairs investigation. He decided to take a chance. Looks like he sits down on the floor by the tub, takes off his boot, and pulls both triggers with his toe. I assume it was both barrels, judging by the damage. He pulls the triggers with his toe, the recoil throws the shotgun into the door jamb, splintering off a piece of the stock. His head goes the other way, onto the wall and into the tub. Suicide. There you go, Irving said. Now I can tell Detective Sheehan that you concur, just as if you had gotten the first call out. No reason for anybody to feel left out. That's not the point, Chief. What is the point, Detective? That you can't go along to get along? That you do not accept the command decisions of this department? I am losing my patience with you, Detective. Something I had hoped would never happen to me again. Irving was standing too close to Bosch, his wintergreen breath puffing right in his face. It made Bosch feel pinned down by the man, and he wondered if it was done on purpose. He stepped back and said, But no note. No note yet. We still have some things to check. Bosch wondered what. Moore's apartment and office would have been checked when he first turned up missing. Same with his wife's home. What was left? Could Moore have mailed a note to somebody? It would have arrived by now. When did it happen? Hopefully we'll get an idea from the autopsy tomorrow morning, but I am guessing he did it shortly after he checked in, 6 days ago. In his first interview, the manager said Moore checked in 6 days ago and hadn't been seen outside the room since. This jives with the condition of the room, the condition of the body, the date on the newspaper. The autopsy was tomorrow morning. That told Bosch that Irving had this one greased. It usually took 3 days to get an autopsy done, and the Christmas holiday would back things up even further. Irving seemed to know what he was thinking. The acting chief medical examiner has agreed to do it tomorrow morning. I explained there would be speculation in the media that would not be fair to the man's wife or the department. She agreed to cooperate. After all, the acting chief wants to become the permanent chief. She knows the value of cooperation. Bosch didn't say anything. So we will know then. But nobody, the manager included, saw Sergeant Moore after he checked in 6 days ago. He left specific instructions that he was absolutely not to be disturbed. I think he went ahead and did it shortly after checking in. So why didn't they find him sooner? He paid for a month in advance. He demanded no disturbances. A place like this, they don't offer daily maid service anyway. The manager thought he was a drunk who was either going to go on a binge or try to dry out. Either way, a place like this, the manager can't be choosy. A month? That's $600. He took the money. And they made good on their promise not to go to room 7 until today, when the manager's wife noticed that Mr. Moya's car, the Mustang, had been broken into last night. That and, of course, they were curious. They knocked on his door to tell him, but he didn't answer. They used a passkey. The smell told them what was happening as soon as they opened the door. Irving said that Moya had set the air conditioner on its highest and coldest level to slow decomposition and keep the odor contained in the room. Wet towels had been laid across the floor at the bottom of the front door to further seal the room. Nobody heard the shot? Bosch asked. Not that we found. The manager's wife is nearly deaf, and he says he didn't hear anything. They live in the last room on the other side. We've got stores on one side, an office building on the other. They all close at night. Alley behind. We are going through the registry and will try to track other guests that were here the first few days Moore was, but the manager says he never rented the rooms on either side of Moore's.
He figured more might get loud if he was detoxing cold turkey. And, Detective, it is a busy street. Bus stop right out front. It could have been that nobody heard a thing. Or if they heard it, didn't know what it was. After some thought, Bosch said, I don't get renting the place for a month. I mean, why? If the guy was going to off himself, why try to hide it for so long? Why not do it and let them find your body? End of story. That's a tough one, Irving said. Near as I can figure it, he wanted to cut his wife a break. Bosch raised his eyebrows. He didn't get it. They were separated, Irving said. Maybe he didn't want to put this on her during the holidays, so he tried to hold up the news a couple weeks, maybe a month. That seemed pretty thin to Bosch, but he had no better explanation at the moment. He could think of nothing else to ask at the moment. Irving changed the subject, signaling that Bosch's visit to the crime scene was over.
We hope you enjoyed this free preview of The Black Ice, Book 2 in the Harry Bosch series. To keep the story going, get the complete book today.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.